Pokemon. The starter Pokemon is Agumon. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 126 Tyrannosaurus, White Dragon and Bluebird. In the dense forest, Tyrannosaurus, who has entered his daily state, is walking in front of him to clear the way. With the increase of level and the activation of the data of Tyrannosaurus, its body shape has changed significantly. In addition to the iconic handsome figure and spikes, the height of Tyrannosaurus in combat state has soared from 5 meters to 6 meters, and in daily state it has grown from 1 meter to 1 meter and 2 meters. This makes it look stronger and more charming. The bluebird stood on one of the curved horns on its head, looking left and right, and occasionally making clear and pleasant calls, as if it was a little surprised by the changes in Tyrannosaurus' appearance during this period. Until it felt a little tired, it flew to Qingliu's head and rested. After resting, it ran to Tyrannosaurus's horn again, playing back and forth happily. Tyrannosaurus also had enough patience for this first partner besides it. No matter how the bluebird tossed, it also asked Qingliu many childish questions and slowly told them to the bluebird. Until 1 or 2 hours later. Chirp, chirp, the bluebird called twice quickly. Tyrannosaurus immediately translated, Qingliu, the bluebird asked you how long it would take to walk, and it said it was hungry. If we continue at this pace, it should take about a day. Qingliu looked at the map in his hand, carefully calculated the distance and said slowly. 2 days have passed since he came out of the farewell fountain and parted with Lucario. In these 2 days, except for resting and sleeping, he was basically on the road, but even so, it was still a long way to reach Brunei City. After hearing Qingliu's answer, the bluebird had a little doubt in its big head. Chirp. Why don't you fly? Tyrannosaurus brand translator quickly translated. Qingliu patiently explained, Blue Eyes White Dragon can't control its own size like Tyrannosaurus. If it's too big, it will easily cause some unnecessary troubles if it flies in the sky. Besides, we are not in a hurry, so we can just treat it as exercise. After that, Qingliu looked at the bluebird, but if you evolve into the formidable bluebird, I won't have to worry about these problems. At that time, I can fly to Brunei City as much as I want. Chirp chirp. Then evolve now. The bluebird looked like I agreed and asked me to evolve quickly, which made Qingliu and Tyrannosaurus laugh. Evolution requires a sufficient level or special circumstances, not just because you want it. Feeling that he had made a big mistake, the bluebird was very ashamed and angry, especially when he saw that Tyrannosaurus was also laughing happily besides Qingliu. The shame and anger quickly turned into dissatisfaction. Chirp. The bluebird jumped from Qingliu's head to the top of Tyrannosaurus, opened its beak and pecked at the top of Tyrannosaurus. However, the brown carapace on Tyrannosaurus's head was too hard, and this peck not only did not cause any damage, but also hurt its mouth. Chirp chirp. The blue-eyed bird was so aggrieved that it flapped its wings and flew forward. Seeing this, Tyrannosaurus turned back and looked at Qingliu anxiously. Now they were in the wild, and if the two of them left, Qingliu would only have Blue Eyes White Dragon by his side. Tyrannosaurus knew very little about this new companion who he had only met once. After Qingliu nodded to indicate that there was no problem nearby, Tyrannosaurus immediately took a step to chase the blue-eyed bird. Qingliu followed slowly from behind. Seeing that Tyrannosaurus and the blue-eyed bird were getting along very happily, Qingliu was naturally happy in his heart, and he could also guess that the two of them were not familiar with the Blue Eyes White Dragon. When resting at the farewell fountain before, the Blue Eyes White Dragon stayed the farthest away, which was invisibly confirmed this. But for now, there is no better way. The Blue Eyes White Dragon is quite arrogant, so arrogant that it becomes very angry when it feels that others have violated its dragon nature, and then learns the dragon's fury. With such a personality, it is difficult for both people and Pokemon to get along. The usual way of getting along is useless, and the special method is too difficult. Moreover, even the intimacy between it and the trainer is only because I summoned it, so it has an intimacy of 20. You should know that after Qingliu suspected that the bluebird, whose intimacy was divided by half by Tyrannosaurus, hatched, its basic intimacy with me was also 50, and now it has reached 65. One was summoned by himself, and the other was given by others. The innate situation is different, but the result after birth is even more opposite. Or is it that when the blue eyes white dragon was in the legendary White Stone, even if it was sealed by the Arceus creation meteorite, it could still feel what was happening outside? Qingliu whispered to himself. If this is the case, then the matter seems to be quite explainable. After all, he had Tyrannosaurus smash it as soon as he summoned it, and then he threw it out as a target to be hit. In order to break the meteorites, he even used it as a shield to fight against zombie Tyrannosaurus' ultimate move Heart Explosion. After so many encounters, it seems that it is good that it is not hostile to him now. Forget it, I will think about it later. Qingliu looked at Tyrannosaurus, who had already caught up with a bluebird through the panel, lowered his head and continued to flip through the book in his hand. This was something that Yusi gave him because of the Lisi incident. It recorded the connection between modern cities and ancient ruins in the Sinnoh region and their specific locations. There are no ancient ruins in Binhe City, but there is other information about Binhe City. After turning to a new page, a few lines of titles came into view. The last Pokemon Center in Binhe City closed down. As a port city, the port has been abandoned for 2 years. The road to decline of Binhe City, undercurrents in Binhe City, behind the decline of Binhe City, the shadows of various forces. With the pictures posted in the book, Qingliu had a general idea of the situation in Binhe City. It is completely different from the high-tech city in my memory. When reading the DP chapter, Qingliu clearly remembered that Binhe City has achieved full coverage of electricity and solar energy. From small things like travel to big things like gyms and high-rise buildings, machinery and artificial intelligence are widely used. Maybe it is not the richest city in the Sinnoh region, but it is definitely the most developed and advanced city in Sinnoh technology. But such a city is still a gathering place for the chaotic underground world. However, this has little to do with Qingliu. It is precisely because Binhe City is now a mixed bag that it will be more convenient for him to handle his identity information. Although he didn't know which guy had given him a household registration, and he had Cherry complete it before, it was still very troublesome to go through the formal channels to apply for a new identity certificate. It was better to come to a place like this where you could get things done for money, which was convenient and quick. As for the chaos in this place, it couldn't be solved overnight. The most important thing was that there would be locals who would remove all these tumors, so there was no need for him, an outsider with a sensitive aura all over his body, to get involved. It shouldn't be long before the 2 of the 4 Heavenly Kings will start to rectify the chaos in Binhe City, although they may not have done it yet. Thinking of this, Qingliu walked forward. At this time, Tyrannosaurus and Blue Cottonbird were walking back not far away. Blue Cottonbird changed its previous angry look and was chirping at Tyrannosaurus. What's wrong? Qingliu asked. Tyrannosaurus explained quickly. Blue Cottonbird said that when it flew over a place just now, it saw someone chasing a large group of Pokemon, and the direction should be heading towards us. Someone is chasing a large group of Pokemon. Qingliu repeated and looked at Blue Cottonbird. Chirp chirp. Blue Cottonbird nodded, flapped its wings and flew up, raising its wings towards the left front. Qingliu then turned on the panel's illustrated detection function and scanned it directly. As the detection range became wider and wider, there were dozens or hundreds of Pokemon's illustrated information densely appearing in front of Qingliu. Species: Mook, big-tailed raccoon walking grass. Status: nervous, fearful, horrible. Almost all Pokemon's status is shown as nervous and afraid, and it is indeed very likely that someone is chasing them. The detection range was further extended, and several guys whose levels were obviously higher than all the Pokemon seen before were running at a high speed, and it seemed that they were heading towards the large group of Pokemon. And the direction they were heading was highly overlapped with the area where he was. Soon, Qingliu felt the ground begin to shake and a cloud of dust rolled in. Chapter 127. Which good person would raise an evil Pokemon? Aoyagi. Feeling the movement, Tyrannosaurus's expression suddenly became serious. Although these Pokemon were not high in level and posed no threat to them, it was better to be careful in such a chaotic situation. No hurry, there is still some distance to go. Tyrannosaurus, you should find a fast runner and ask what's going on. Okay. After the voice fell, Tyrannosaurus looked around, and when he saw a shadow flying over his head, he immediately took a step and started running. Using the surrounding trees as a stepping stone, he jumped up and grabbed a panicked Muckle in his hand. Mug. Seeing a big guy suddenly appear in front of him, Muckle was frightened and struggled hard. But no matter how he flapped his wings, it had no effect. Even if he used his claws to attack, he couldn't grab the body that was like a copper wall and iron wall. Muckle was desperate. Until he heard Tyrannosaurus ask what happened and let it go, he immediately showed his chattering nature and told everything he knew. Just like what Bluebird saw before, there are humans driving some scary-looking Pokemon to chase them, and they seem to be picking out some rare ones to capture. Tyrannosaurus quickly translated after letting Muckle go. According to what it said, they should be Pokemon poachers. Qingliu muttered to himself. Suddenly, ouch ouch! A long and shrill howl sounded from the dense forest in the distance. After hearing the sound, Bluebird immediately flew to Qingliu's head, looking a little nervous, and Tyrannosaurus frowned. Qingliu. I know. Qingliu raised his head and let the panel detection function look past a wild Pokemon living in the jungle and looked at the place where the long howl just now came from. Soon, the illustrated information of those Pokemon came into view. Judging from their running speed, the shorter the distance between them and the wild Pokemon in front of them, the more fear they feel, and their level, it is very easy to tell that they are most likely outsiders, and well-trained outsiders. Race, Houndoom X3, Classification, Dark Pokemon, Attributes, Fire, Evil, Features, Early Wake X3, even if they fall asleep, they can wake up at twice the speed, Level, 2-4, 2-5, 2-6, Exclusive Moves, None, Mastered Moves, Spark, Howl, Bite, Burn, Thunder Fang, Race Value, 500, Horsepower 75, Attack 90, Defense 50, Special Attack 110, Special Defense 80, Speed 95, Intimacy, 0, Status, Fear Nervous X2, Information Summary, the larger and more curved the horns on the head, the higher and stronger their strength and status. The flames spewed from their mouths when angry are not only highly irritating, but also mixed with toxins. Once burned, the pain will last for a long time. Its characteristic is its long and terrifying howl. Many Pokemon are naturally afraid of its sound. In the past, people imagined the terrifying howl of Houndoom as the call of the god of death from hell, and believed it to be a messenger from hell. It looks scary, it's an outsider, there are signs of human training, it chases wild Pokemon, and it's in the jungle not far from Binhe City. These key pieces of information combined can basically confirm that these Pokemon are the minions of Pokemon poachers. After all, which normal trainer would keep several evil Pokemon Houndooms that don't look like good guys? This is the first time I've encountered a guy with this identity. Thinking that there was not much distance left to Binhe City, and this hunter was likely to come from there, Qingliu suddenly had an idea in his mind. Although he was going to apply for a new ID card, he had no idea where to apply for it, how much it would cost, how credible this certificate would be after it was done, and whether he would be targeted by others. But these guys who are in the gray area definitely know all these things very well. If they take the initiative to help, they can definitely save themselves a lot of time and unnecessary efforts. As for if the other party is unwilling to help, Qingliu believes that the alliance will have a complete set of laws to deal with them. However, why do the status bars of these three Houndooms show the same as those of the Pokemon being chased? But at this moment, there is no time to think carefully. Those Pokemon that were chased by Houndoom and fled in large numbers are very close to his position. Greymon, hide. Qingliu quickly came behind a huge rock on the side and let Greymon stand in the front to prevent emergencies. Then he said to the Bluebird, use white mist. The Bluebird responded and opened its beak to spit out a cloud of white mist. Perhaps because it used white mist too many times along the way when it was chased by the Galaxy team before, the Bluebird has mastered this move to perfection. In an instant, the white mist enveloped the position where Qingliu was. Boom boom boom. Boom 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 boom. Soon, a burst of dense footsteps sounded. The frequency of the ground shaking became higher and higher, and the amplitude became larger and larger, which really made Qingliu experience the feeling of being chased by a Tyrannosaurus in combat. The next second, the Pokemon that appeared in the panel information before ran through the open space around him one by one. Each of them had an unconcealed fear and terror on their faces, as if they were afraid that they would run too slowly. Even if Qingliu hid behind the boulder and in the white mist, it could be seen that they were afraid of the few Houndooms and poachers in their hearts. Especially after another long howl sounded, such emotions became more obvious. At this time, two curly ears who were caught in the fleeing torrent suddenly broke into the field of vision. One of the relatively petite curly ears fell to the ground after being hit by other Pokemon in the same group, and could not stand up at all when he stood up. The other curly ear wanted to help, but its equally thin body was squeezed by the team and could not stop at all. The team ran away quickly, leaving only the injured Tyrannosaurus trembling and looking at the flickering black shadow in the dense forest behind him, his eyes full of fear. Qingliu couldn't help but sigh. It seems that whether we help or not, it is necessary to send this guy in. After that, Qingliu said to Tyrannosaurus, "Go and save it. Don't move too much or it will scare it." Tyrannosaurus nodded, rushed out of the white mist of the bluebird in one step, and rushed to the location of Tyrannosaurus. After activating the data of Tyrannosaurus, even in the daily state, the speed of Tyrannosaurus has been significantly improved, and it soon came to the side of Tyrannosaurus. Without waiting for it to react, it directly picked it up with one claw and then prepared to retreat. At this time, 3 figures with red eyes rushed out of the dense forest. Chapter 128 Encounter with Poachers. Ouch! They were so fast that they had almost come close to them with a rustling sound as soon as they made their footsteps and breathing sounds. Even after they had passed through the bushes and arrived at the open space, the 3 Houndooms showed no sign of slowing down and continued to rush forward at a high speed. "Do you want to attack directly?" Tyrannosaurus quickly scanned the 3 Houndooms in front of him, which were all black and had backward curved horns, and then turned his head to look at Qingliu. As long as Qingliu nodded, it would immediately enter the combat state and press the 3 guys to the ground. But to its surprise, Qingliu shook his head. Tyrannosaurus was a little confused. It was not impossible to fight in the normal state, but the efficiency would definitely be much lower. The longer it dragged on, the greater the possibility of problems. Qingliu should know this. But the way it had always done things made it make a decision quickly. Since Qingliu did this, there must be a reason for it. Tyrannosaurus chose to believe it unconditionally, and then put the hand holding the curly ears behind him, moving his right claw to prepare for the attack of the 3 Houndooms. As the distance between the 2 sides quickly closed, Tyrannosaurus' muscles tensed up and urged his dragon claws to prepare for an attack. But what it didn't expect was that the 3 aggressive Houndooms seemed to have not seen Tyrannosaurus after getting close, and they bypassed it and rushed into the dense forest from both sides. Then, as if they were summoned by something, they quickly turned back and rushed back to where they came from, and their figures quickly disappeared into the depths of the dense forest. Tyrannosaurus was stunned for a moment, and then looked at the curly ears in his hand. "Did you ignore this guy because you don't like him?" Tyrannosaurus felt a little puzzled, and hurriedly ran back to the boulder covered by the white mist of the bluebird. "Qingliu, here." Tyrannosaurus gently put Curly Ears on the ground. Curly Ears, who already felt that he was doomed, covered his chest with his arms at this moment, trembling as he looked at Tyrannosaurus and Qingliu standing in front of him, and tears as big as beans flowed out drop by drop, looking pitiful. Seeing this, Tyrannosaurus quickly waved his hands and said gently, "Don't be afraid, we just want to help you, there is no harm." But before it could say a few words, the bluebird lying on Qingliu's head and spewing white mist seemed to be stimulated all of a sudden, and directly cut off the white mist, flew from Qingliu's head to its front, stretched out its beak and kept pecking its face. Tyrannosaurus was forced to close its mouth and quickly dodged. Seeing this strange scene, Curly Ear was stunned, and the fear was also relieved a lot in the stunned state. Seeing this, Qingliu slowed down his voice and said softly, "Don't worry, I won't hurt you. I will help you treat your injuries first. When you can move freely, you can leave directly." Yes, Qingliu is a very good person. We just want to, chirp chirp. Tyrannosaurus also quickly echoed, but before he finished speaking, he was attacked by the bluebird again. Curly Ear, who had calmed down a little, seemed to feel that Qingliu did not seem to have any bad intentions at this moment, and nodded timidly. Qingliu glanced at the Tyrannosaurus and the bluebird who were fighting, then took out a healing spray from his backpack and did some simple treatment. "All right." After Curly was able to stand up again, Qingliu said, "You will be able to move normally after a short rest. Your companions should come back to find you, don't worry." Curly responded softly. But he did not sit down to rest immediately. Instead, he trembled and maintained his standing posture. He lifted the fluff around his waist with both hands, sank his body slightly, and performed a noble salute with great difficulty and elegance. Qingliu was a little surprised that Curly in the wild could behave so humanly, but at this moment there were other things that he needed to pay more attention to. Qingliu slowly stood up and looked at the place where the 3 Houndooms had just rushed out and rushed back. In the picture that only he could see, 3 Pokémon other than Houndooms appeared on the panel. 1 in front and 2 behind. The 2 were far apart, as if they were chasing each other. The one being chased in front was Itadori. Race, Dodily, classification, three-headed bird Pokemon, attributes, normal, flying, features, escape, runs very fast when escaping, level, 24, exclusive moves, none, mastered moves, triple attack, peck, lightning flash, random attack, wing attack, race value, 470, horsepower 60, attack 110, defense 70, special attack 60, special defense 60, speed 110, intimacy, 0, status, fear, angry, fearful and angry at the trainer on its back. Information summary, not only does it have 3 heads, it also has 3 hearts and 3 lungs, so long-distance high-speed running is a piece of cake for it, but because each head has its own thoughts, it is prone to internal fighting. Horizontal ellipsis. According to the information displayed on the panel, there should be another person on the back of this Dodily, directing Dodily to run all the way at a very fast speed. Aoyagi said to himself. Moreover, the level of this Dodily is not high, only level 24. Although it can crush most wild Pokemon, it is definitely not as good as the Houndoom that just ran over. Even if this is really a very powerful Dodily, with the ability to fight across levels, it is impossible to take on 3 people at once. Logically speaking, in this situation, one should keep a distance and send out Pokemon to fight together. However, neither Dodily nor the trainer on its back reacted or made any moves due to the approach of the 3 Houndooms, as if they did not see it. Combined with the strange state in the Houndoom status bar just now, and the fact that the Houndooms only surrounded Dodily in the middle but did not attack it after running near it, or it seemed to be protecting it instead of besieging it, Qingliu could not help but think of a possibility. That is, these 3 Houndooms and Dodily are in the same group. They are all Pokemon poachers Pokemon. They were originally chasing Pokemon in the jungle, preparing to select rare captures and sell them. But they encountered an accident. The combat power of this accident was very strong, even far beyond the ability of the poachers, so he had to run away. As for what this accident was, Qingliu looked at the 2 illustrated information that Dodily was chasing behind him. Arcane, Pyro, both are around level 30. Are they the Pokemon of some powerful fire trainer or ranger? Qingliu muttered to himself. If there really were rangers or special investigators of the Alliance, his action of waiting for the rabbit would be aborted. At this time, the illustrated information of Dodily approached rapidly until it appeared in Qingliu's field of vision. Rustle. A sound of rapid movement through the bushes was heard, and a large sharp-beaked walking chicken with 3 heads was seen swinging its long legs like an ostrich and moving quickly. On its back sat a middle-aged man wearing black clothes, with a scar on his side face, and exuding the aura of "I am not a good person." At this moment, the man looked very panicked, looking behind him from time to time. After confirming that the back had not caught up for the time being, he slapped Dodily hard and urged him frantically. "You useless bastard, hurry up." The 3 heads of Dodily looked back at the middle-aged man angrily, but thinking of the other party's cruel actions, they immediately lost their temper and continued to run wildly. After seeing a huge rock in front of them, they gathered strength in their powerful legs and jumped up in one step, ready to jump directly over. The middle-aged man's sight also followed the things in front of him and fell on the boulder. As Dodily jumped into the air and gradually crossed a boulder, the middle-aged man's eyes happened to see Qingliu squatting behind the boulder. Then, his eyes instinctively swept through all the Pokemon quickly, and finally, saw Tyrannosaurus sitting on the side. At this moment, his originally somewhat panicked mood disappeared instantly, and the Dodily suddenly brightened, and at the same time he shouted, "Dodily, stop for me, hurry up." After that, without waiting for Dodily to react, the middle-aged man directly stretched out his hand and pinched the neck of one of the heads of Dodily. Dodily, who was in pain, immediately stopped and turned to face Qingliu's position. The middle-aged man couldn't wait to jump off its back and looked at Tyrannosaurus with greed. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 129, Snatch. As the distance got closer, Tyrannosaurus became clearer and clearer, and he couldn't help but grin with a ferocious smile. This is a rare species that I've never seen before. Judging from its appearance, it's not just a vase, but a hardcore product with combat power. It's really a pleasant surprise. As a professional Pokemon poacher, Yaden could tell at a glance that the breath and aura exuded by the yellow little dinosaur in front of him were not simple. It was even better than the Sinnoh water-type starter Pokemon he sold a year ago. No, I should say that I haven't seen such a guy in all these years of doing this business. If such a Pokemon is sold on the black market, it will definitely sell for a high price, and then take the money and run away to other regions. Or simply keep it and train it to be a tool to help you catch other Pokemon and then sell it at a high price when it's no longer useful. Both ways can make him a lot of money. Thinking of this, Yaden swallowed hard, and the bad mood he had been in all this time was swept away, and he even wanted to laugh out loud. But he couldn't laugh. It was a waste of time. He would be caught up by that guy. Binhei City has been known as the city with the most underground organizations in the past 2 years. There are all kinds of forces, and it is the best choice for making money and selling stolen goods. But in recent months, the two guys who have always been low-key suddenly announced the establishment of the Binhei Gym. As a gym trainer, the first thing to do is to cooperate with Miss Junsha to start clearing out those things that are not allowed to see the light. And small fish and shrimps like them with no background are the first targets to be hit. In the past week, he has been forced to run out of ammunition and food. He had no choice but to accept an order to catch some Pokemon and sell them on the black market. Who knew that one of the two guys would catch up with him not long after he started? Fortunately, he bought a Dottley with good speed and escape characteristics before, otherwise he would have been caught up long ago. Including now, he can't stay in this place for a long time. The reason why he stopped was just to confirm whether this Pokemon was really worth the risk. Now it seems that he is very capable. It can even be said that even if all the Pokemon are lost here, as long as he can get this Pokemon in front of him, it will be a huge profit. Then, after Yaden glanced at the bluebird and curly ears beside Tyrannosaurus, he pointed at Tyrannosaurus and shouted loudly from the bushes beside him. "Hero, catch that Pokemon and bring it back to me. As long as it is still alive. Oh, and it's Poké Ball." After saying that, he did not stay any longer, turned over and sat on the back of Doodooly, slapped it on the head, and walked away. From beginning to end, Yaden's eyes never lingered on Qingliu. In his opinion, from the moment he locked his eyes on Tyrannosaurus, it was already his thing, and he could get rid of it in a few minutes. As for Qingliu, he was just a kid who didn't know what kind of shit luck he had to capture a rare Pokemon. It was not worth wasting his time at all. Almost as soon as he left, 3 Houndooms emerged from the bushes, staring at Aoyagi with red eyes, growling from their fanged mouths, and a strong murderous aura emanating from them. Obviously, these were 3 Pokemon that had survived a very cruel and bloody battle. And they gradually dispersed, surrounding Aoyagi and Tyrannosaurus. Chirp chirp. Nini, feeling the hostility and strong murderous intent from the Houndooms, the relatively weak ones such as Blue Cotton and Curly-Eared suddenly became nervous. Tyrannosaurus looked around to confirm the location of the 3 Houndooms. "Aoyagi, what does that guy mean? He suddenly asked these guys to attack us just because we met?" Tyrannosaurus asked while observing. Qingliu sat down, calmed down the emotions of the bluebird and the curly-eared, and then slowly said, "As a Pokemon poacher, seeing a Pokemon like you that I have never seen before, I naturally want to get you and then sell you. As for how to get you, it is naturally the fastest to take action directly." "What a bad guy, why did he suddenly run away?" Aoki interrupted Tyrannosaurus in the middle of his words. "You will know these problems later. You should pay attention to the battle in front of you first. Remember, you can't enter the combat state." "Huh?" Tyrannosaurus was a little confused. If Qingliu knew that the 3 Houndooms had no intention of attacking just now, then their intention to attack should be very obvious now. Why didn't he let it take action? At this moment, the Houndoom took action. 3 long howls sounded at the same time, and an inexplicable momentum was added to them. The largest Houndoom standing in front of Tyrannosaurus quickly spit out more a ball of fire from its mouth and attacked. Tyrannosaurus quickly rolled forward to avoid the attack, but 2 hurried footsteps came from behind. I saw 2 Houndooms behind me opening their bloody mouths, with the evil energy lingering on their fangs, biting towards Tyrannosaurus on both sides. Evil move, bite. Seeing the distance getting closer and closer, a trace of disdain flashed in the eyes of the 2 Houndooms. At this distance, no Pokemon could avoid their attacks. Then, the 2 Houndooms opened their mouth fiercely and aimed directly at Tyrannosaurus' left and right hands. As long as this guy is controlled and the largest of the three attacks last, the battle will be over. Then, the bite move bit down hard. Snap! Snap! Two sounds of teeth colliding violently rang out, and the eyes of the two Houndooms were full of disbelief at this moment. Because, their attacks actually bit in vain. Then he raised his head and saw that Tyrannosaurus had pulled back a distance and stood opposite. This made the three Houndooms furious, and flames burned in their mouths at the same time, and Qingliu found a trace of purple energy in the flames that should have been red. Is this the poisonous flame mentioned in the data? Hearing Qingliu's voice, Tyrannosaurus also noticed this problem. It could dodge the attack, but Qingliu was right behind it. If it dodges and Qingliu is hit by this difficult thing, it will be the biggest sin. Tyrannosaurus then stomped heavily on the ground, ready to use Super Blast in its normal state to fight these guys head-on. Just as it began to accumulate flames, Qingliu's voice came from behind. Don't be so serious, relax a little. But Tyrannosaurus seemed to be hesitant to speak. Qingliu tilted his head and looked not far away, and said with a smile, "Do you know why I don't let you enter the combat state? Because if you solve them all in an instant, wouldn't your helpers come in vain?" Chapter 130 Sin-off 4 Heavenly Kings. Helper. Tyrannosaurus was stunned when he heard Qingliu's words. In addition to the blue cotton bird and the curly-eared frog, only the blue eyes white dragon has some fighting power. But instead of using the blue eyes white dragon, wouldn't it be more convenient and faster to use it? Thinking of this, Tyrannosaurus suddenly remembered the three Pokémon that were chasing the poached Pokémon, but strangely did not attack the wild Pokémon, but ran back and forth. He remembered that the Pokémon poacher clearly stopped, but only let the Pokémon attack, but he ran away after just one look. He remembered that he wanted to ask what was going on just now, and Qingliu said that he would know in a while. Or, is there someone else coming? Thinking of this, Tyrannosaurus turned around and looked at Qingliu with an inquiring look. Qingliu nodded, then looked at the place where the illustrated information on the panel was jumping rapidly, and said softly, "Here they come." As soon as the voice fell, a sound that seemed like a fierce burning sound came from not far away. The next second, a huge orange-red flame passed through the bushes and rushed directly into the battlefield, forcibly interrupting the attacks of the three Houndooms and forcing them to retreat. Two of them reacted quickly and avoided the attack. The remaining one was standing at the end with a poor field of vision. By the time it reacted, the flames had already burned its body. It was hit and crashed into a tree on the side with a cry of pain. A large canine Pokémon with a height of nearly 2 meters, a large tuft of mane on its neck like a lion, and black and orange stripes on its body like a tiger, jumped out of the bushes. Fire Pokémon, Windy Dog. Almost a moment it appeared, Windy Dog's deep black eyes quickly swept over all the people and Pokémon present, and finally fell on the three Houndooms, and its eyes instantly became murderous. The Houndooms obviously also recognized the Windy Dogs that were chasing them one by one from behind. The three stretched their necks and let out a long howl at the same time, trying to gain an advantage by suppressing them with momentum. As a result, they were interrupted as soon as they spoke. A woo! A longer and fiercer howl came out of the mouth of the wind speed dog, suppressing the three Houndooms in the opposite direction. Then, it raised its claws. The next second, a gust of wind blew up, and its figure instantly disappeared from the spot. It appeared in front of the strongest Houndoom at a ghostly speed, and did not give it time to react, and directly knocked it away. Then it opened its mouth and spit out a continuous flame, wrapping the second Houndoom in it, and the rotating flame continued to burn. Finally, it came to the Houndoom that was knocked down at the beginning. Woo woo woo. Houndoom felt the breath of the wind speed dog, and immediately bared its teeth and made an attacking gesture, but the wind speed dog obviously did not eat it. It opened its mouth and bit Houndoom's neck, picked it up and threw it aside. Since then, all three Houndooms were knocked down. The wind speed dog, which had finished the battle, turned around, and his eyes quickly passed over the bluebird and the curly ears, and stayed on Qingliu for a few seconds. After sniffing a few times and seeming to smell something, he looked at Tyrannosaurus standing next to Qingliu, who was almost half his height and had a very ordinary smell. At this sight, the expression of the wind speed dog changed instantly, and the soft and fluffy flaxen mane on his neck, forelegs and tail stood up like explosive hair. At the same time, he began to roar in a low voice, as if he was facing a great enemy. Have you noticed the compressed breath of Tyrannosaurus? Such a reaction made Qingliu feel very interesting. It really deserves to be the official police dog breed designated by the Alliance. It feels so sharp. You know, the three Houndooms, who are also dogs, have not felt the slightest difference from Tyrannosaurus for so long, and they are even very brave to attack actively. But as a dog, the wind speed dog can distinguish the degree of threat of Tyrannosaurus to it just by smell and feeling. It can only be said that even if they are dogs, there are still differences. However, now is not the time for a conflict, and there is no need for a conflict at all. Qingliu patted Tyrannoman's shoulder, walked in front of Tyrannoman and waved at Arcanine. Don't be nervous, we are not with them. You just saw it. They even wanted to attack us. If it weren't for you, we would be in real danger. Qingliu expressed his gratitude to Arcanine with a sincere tone, and even bowed slightly to show his seriousness. This made Arcanine's expression suddenly become confused. Obviously you have the ability to easily solve it, why do you still feel that things will be really serious if it doesn't come? Qingliu was naturally clear about Arcanine's reaction, but he didn't intend to explain anything. After all, this was not said to it. But, Arcanine, don't be so nervous after the battle, it will be bad if you scare people. A somewhat careless voice sounded from not far away. Then, a horse with a height of nearly 2 meters, with burning orange flames wrapped around its head, tail and 4 feet, walked out slowly with its hoofs. Fire Pokemon, Flame Horse. Under the reflection of the flames, the figure on the flaming horse gradually became clear. Although he was riding on a tall and handsome horse, his whole body exuded a street vibe, forming a strong sense of contrast. He had a fiery red afro, and wore a very casual short-sleeved shirt and black work pants. The most eye-catching thing was the flip-flops on his feet. Then, the man jumped off the horse, put his hands in his trouser pockets, and walked straight towards Qingliu. Until he stood in front of Qingliu, the casual voice sounded again. Hello, young Pokemon trainer, my name is Day, and I am the deputy gym leader of the newly built Binhei Gym in Binhei City. As he spoke, he stretched out his hand and handed it over. Hello, my name is Qingliu. Qingliu looked him up and down for a few times, and also stretched out his hand to shake his, but his eyes fell on his face, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He originally thought that the two Arcanine and Pyro that appeared within the detection range of the panel were the Pokemon of some powerful fire-type trainer or ranger, but he didn't expect that they were actually this guys. Day, who is proficient in fire-type Pokemon, was one of the 4 heavenly kings of Sinnoh when he entered the Sinnoh region. He is very powerful and ranks among the top 4. Even in the tournament at the beginning of the journey, he appeared as one of the 8 masters until he met the Galar champion Dandai and was eliminated. If he had better luck, he might be able to fight with several champions from other regions. The chance of winning may not be high, but it is still possible to fight with Shabana, but unfortunately this did not happen. Chapter 131 2 of the 4 Heavenly Kings, 2 in 1. However, when Day introduced himself just now, he said that he was the deputy gym leader of the Binhei Gym. Does that mean that the Binhei Gym has been established? Qingliu was a little surprised. According to the relevant information shown in the book published a few months ago, he thought that the gym in Binhei City had not been established yet. He didn't expect Day and the others to move so quickly. In this way, the chaos in Binhei City should be coming to an end. 2 trainers at the level of the 4 Heavenly Kings suddenly appeared in a place with a superior geographical location but abandoned. Those underground forces with deep foundations cannot bear it at all. Even if Day and the other 2 are not yet at the level of the 4 Heavenly Kings, according to the time calculation, it should be within 1 or 2 years. Thinking of this, Qingliu glanced at the 2 Pokemon standing next to Day. In an instant, a line of small blue words appeared in front of him. Race, Blaze Arcane, Classification, Flame Pokemon Legendary Pokemon, Attribute, Fire, Features, Flame Body, sometimes it will burn the opponent that touches it, Fire Induction, when attacked by fire, it can absorb the fire back for its own use, Level 28/30, Exclusive Moves, None, Mastered Moves, Slender Horn, Charged Flame Attack, Flame Wheel, Stomp, Double Kick, Morning Light Long Howl, Flame Fang, Jet Flame, Flame Wheel, Super Speed, Race Value, 500-555, Intimacy, 0-1, Status, Normal. After sensing the breath of Tyrannosaurus, it will be wary of you and Tyrannosaurus. Information Summary, Blaze, passionate about running, and can't help chasing when encountering a high-speed moving target. When running at full speed, its 4 feet almost don't touch the ground. Arcane, a Pokemon from ancient Eastern legends, it has left many stories. It can use the fire in its body as energy to run at high speeds like flying. Horizontal ellipsis. Seeing the status bar of Arcanine, Qingliu couldn't help but admire it. It can only be said that it is worthy of being a legendary Pokemon from his hometown. Just by seeing it, he can tell that Tyrannosaurus is unusual. And they also noticed that Qingliu's eyes were on Arcanine, thinking that he was concerned about Arcanine's attitude just now, and hurriedly said, "I'm sorry, fire-type Pokemon have more or less bad tempers, did I not scare you just now?" Qingliu shook his head and said naturally and smoothly, without a trace of acting, "How could it be? It just saved us, and I am very happy to see such a handsome Pokemon." Ha. Day was stunned when he heard this. He originally just thought that the boy in front of him looked very comfortable, but his face suddenly became handsome, and then he laughed happily. While laughing, he reached out and patted Qingliu on the shoulder. "I have to say that you really have good taste. Every one of these fire-type Pokemon of mine is very handsome." Then he turned to Arcanine and said, "Did you hear that? Others praised you for being handsome, why don't you apologize for your behavior just now?" Arcanine glanced speechlessly at his trainer, who had always been a little impatient. Its instinct told it that the man and dinosaur in front of it were not simple, and the fighting power of the dinosaur might even be equal to its own. How could such a guy be scared by its alert action? However, the other party did not seem to have any malicious intentions, so the wind speed dog was too lazy to care so much and just walked to the side to lie down and rest. Seeing this, Day explained in a helpless tone, "Sorry, this guy has always been like this." After that, Day turned his gaze to Tyrannosaurus beside him and asked, "The poachers just now let 3 Houndoom attack you, is it because of it?" This should be the most reasonable explanation. "Well, I'm afraid it's not just him, everyone will care. It's a rare type. No. I should say it's the first time I've seen such a Pokemon. I can feel a breath of fire on it. Is it one of the 3 fire-type Pokemon from other regions?" Qingliu was already familiar with this kind of inquiry, and replied one by one with a natural expression, "It's a fire-type Pokemon, but not the 3 fire-type Pokemon. It is a Pokemon from a remote island. I checked the ancient books and it seems that it survived from ancient times." "Is that so?" Day was obviously very interested in the appearance of Tyrannosaurus, and he paid even more attention to the fire attribute. However, after a brief observation, he couldn't help but sighed. "It's a pity that its level is a little low, otherwise I really want to let Arcanine fight it evenly, so that I can feel the scene of a fire-type legendary Pokemon fighting against a fire-type ancient Pokemon." Arcanine next to him turned his head speechlessly and glanced at his trainer. Qingliu was silent and did not respond. It can be seen that compared with a future Day, who is careless but reliable in words and deeds, the current Day still lacks a lot in all aspects. But this does not mean that his ability to do things is poor. After confirming the rarity of Tyrannosaurus, Day's expression became serious. "Although I have been clearing out these guys for some time, it is very difficult to completely clear them out because there are too many of them. If you continue to hang around, they will easily target you. Where do you want to go now? I can escort you there." "Binhei City." "Huh?" Day was slightly surprised, but then he seemed to think of something and quickly asked, "At your age, and with this outfit, you don't want to challenge Binhei Jim to participate in the Lily of the Valley conference?" Qingliu hesitated for a moment and nodded. Although his first goal was just to get an identity certificate, he had to go to Binhei City anyway, and there was not much difference from challenging a gym. Anyway, he had already agreed to participate in the Alliance conference with Sorona, and challenging a gym was also one of the projects to be carried out. But this made Day a little excited. "As a deputy gym leader, I am very happy that there are challengers willing to come to Binhei City to challenge Binhei Gym, but I have to remind you that Densi is very strong." Qingliu has a deep impression of this name. He is Day's best friend and rival, and is good at electric Pokemon. But this is not his biggest feature. The key point that makes Qingliu remember him clearly is that he looks like the 4th-generation Hokage next door. He is also known as the Thunder of Binhei. He is the strongest gym trainer in the Sinnoh region. Since the establishment of Binhei Gym, he has never lost a game. Later, because the opponent was too weak, he gave up the battle and turned to study electrical mechanical engineering. Even in this situation, he wasted a few years, but he was still able to make it to the top of the travel competition. In the end, he lost to Xiaozi without using the ace Pokemon Raichu. Although his strength is far from reaching the peak now, he is probably in the middle of the gym leaders. Densi is not strong now, but he is definitely not weak. As Day knew Densey well, and thought that Aoyagi came to challenge because the Binhei gym was newly built and he felt that Aoyagi would not be too strong, he was naturally full of confidence in his strength. However, in order to take care of Aoyagi's feelings and avoid the Binhei gym's reputation of being too strong, if the challenger was unwilling to come, the loss would be great. So Day patted Aoyagi on the shoulder and said earnestly with a look of a person who had experienced it. Winning the gym competition is one thing, and finding your own shortcomings is also very important. Densey can definitely help you find your shortcomings. If you correct all these problems, I believe you will be able to shine in the gym competitions and the Lily of the Valley conference and other places. Aoyagi agreed with this. Apart from anything else, if he could really help him find some problems, Aoyagi would definitely be very grateful to him. And Day saw that Aoyagi was very good at listening to opinions, and nodded slightly with satisfaction. Compared to those rash and reckless trainers, Qingliu's attitude can be regarded as a very excellent quality. Such people can quickly adjust their mentality and become stronger even if they fail. Maybe the current failure is the best experience for him. Then pack up and go. Day said a few words to Flammahorse, and Flammahorse chased in the direction where the poachers fled before. Qingliu put Tyrannosaurus and Blue Cotton Bird back into the ball, and then gently put Curly Ear on the ground. The poachers will not come back in a short time, you can rest here for a while and wait for your companions to come. Curly Ear nodded, and jumped into the bushes beside him. Soon, Flammahorse came back and walked to Day and shook his head. It seems that Gaia has run far away. In this case, I will take you back to Binhei City first. Day turned around and said to Qingliu, the temper of the flaming horse is quite stubborn and it doesn't listen to strangers. You can sit on the wind speed dog. Qingliu naturally had no problem with this. He nodded and looked at the wind speed dog lying on the side. The wind speed dog also raised his head and looked over. As their eyes met, the wind speed dog was silent for a moment, stood up and came to Qingliu and squatted slightly. Qingliu turned over and rode on it, and Day shouted loudly, "Let's go." As soon as the voice fell, the flaming horse suddenly raised its two hooves wrapped in flames in front, and the whole body shot out like an arrow from a string. The wind speed dog reacted flatly. After shaking its body slightly, its strong body slightly paused. But the next second, Qingliu felt a sudden roar in his ears, and a gust of wind blew on his face, body and legs. Everything around him was completely blurred and disappeared from his side in an instant. In this situation, Qingliu couldn't open his eyes at all, but he could feel that the wind speed dog under him was moving at a terrifying speed. This was different from the speed of Greymon activating the Earth Greymon form, and it was also different from the super-fast flight of Blue Eyes White Dragon. This was a completely rude way of forcing a breakthrough. This reminded Qingliu of a very famous and high-priority move of the Wind Speed Dog tribe, Godspeed. Crashing into the opponent with lightning speed, using such a move to hurry on the road is indeed very time-saving, but the wind is a bit useless. Binhei City is located in the east of the Sinnoh region. Just as its name suggests, it is a city near the ocean. With a refreshing sea breeze blowing past, the speed of the wind speed dog gradually slowed down, and Qingliu was able to open his eyes and look around. It was not much different from what was described in Yusi's book. From time to time, dilapidated houses and buildings appeared in front of him, and some even had black smoke coming out of them. The whole city was in chaos, and Qingliu could clearly feel the old air emanating from the elderly. It has improved a lot now. The situation before was several times worse than now. Day rode on the fiery horse and walked beside him and explained slowly. I heard that even the Pokemon Center has collapsed. Qingliu asked. Yes. Day nodded, and his sloppy temperament and expression were restrained at this moment. Now the Pokemon treatment in the whole city depends on buying and selling healing sprays and tree fruits and other things. It can be said that it is very difficult. Day explained while walking, but his tone was always very firm. But I believe that with the cooperation of me and Denji, we can definitely restore this city to its original state, and then make the Binhei Gym the strongest gym in the entire Sinnoh region. Qingliu nodded, come on. Day heard this, glanced at Qingliu, and said, thank you for your recognition, but I think you should still pay more attention to your upcoming gym competition. As I said before, Denji is very strong. Don't worry, I'm ready. Day saw that Qingliu always maintained a very calm attitude, and then skipped this topic. Let's go to the gym next. It's right in the middle of the city. Boom. Suddenly, a huge roar interrupted Day's words. A dilapidated house collapsed, and a huge cloud of dust rose into the sky. Then, golden electric currents danced wildly in the sky, falling straight to the ground, and there was another huge roar. Before Qingliu could ask, Day's face had already fallen. He had guessed what happened. This is the move of Thunder Raichu. It's not in the gym now but here. Those bugs in the gutter can do nothing but cause damage. After saying that, he directly signaled Flame Horse to run towards the place where the sound came from, and Day's voice came from afar. Windspeed Dog, take Qingliu to the gym first, and then come over. Windspeed Dog watched Day's back gradually disappear, and then turned around and prepared to go to the gym in another direction. Don't waste time sending me there, just follow me. Qingliu said slowly. Hearing this, the Windspeed Dog turned his head to look at Qingliu on his back, and his eyes seemed to be considering. If something happens to Mr. Day because of your absence, that would be bad. Qingliu looked at the Windspeed Dog and said slowly, don't worry, just like you feel, I still have the ability to protect myself. At least if you die, I will not die, so don't worry about disobeying the trainer's orders and causing me to have any accidents. The Windspeed Dog's expression finally became solemn and serious at this moment. It's okay that this human is as unusual as it feels, but it can actually know what it thinks in its heart. This is beyond its previous understanding. This made the Windspeed Dog, who was still hesitant about whether to take Qingliu to the place where the battle took place, even more hesitant. It didn't know what purpose this human who could read a little of its thoughts had. If it took it there and it had the opposite effect, the situation would be even worse. There's no time. If I don't go now, it may be really troublesome. Qingliu raised his hand and pointed forward. Windy Dog looked over and saw a blazing sun appearing in the sky. The sunlight was gathering and a powerful aura was brewing in it. The direction the attack was aimed at was exactly where Day had just rushed to. Windy Dog no longer hesitated and rushed out at super speed. Chapter 132 Danger. On the other side of Binhei City, near the coast, where the explosions and roars were heard, Densy, with his bright golden hair hanging down to both sides of his face, wearing a blue jacket and black trousers, was looking forward with a serious expression. Next to him, Raichu and Electabuzz, bathed in electric light, were also in a state of readiness. Four men wearing black tights, with more or less scars on their faces, and full of hostility, were standing opposite with unfriendly eyes, and in front of them, the four Pokémon were also making attacking gestures with murderous intent. Densy, are you really going to kill us all? The tall and thin man in the lead said coldly. What do you mean by killing us all? As a gym trainer of Binhei Gym, it is my responsibility and obligation to maintain the city's security of Binhei City, and you guys should have been in jail long ago. Even though he was outnumbered, Densy still responded without changing his expression. These guys in front of him are the bosses of the two local organizations that he had recently cleared out. I didn't expect that they would choose to join forces today. It seems that I have really pushed them too hard recently, but this also shows that these guys are really anxious. Anxiety means that they are not far from being finished. The faces of the people on the opposite side suddenly turned extremely bad when they heard what Densy said, but the leader still suppressed the anger in his heart and continued to speak. Even if you are stronger than us, we are not soft persimmons. You can't catch us without paying a price, but as long as you let us go, we promise not to come back. Shut up. Densy interrupted him before he finished speaking. Let you go? Then let you go somewhere else to continue to do evil? Remember, once you are an outlaw, you will be an outlaw for life. Outlaws have no right to negotiate with me. After that, Densy shouted loudly, Raichu, Electabuzz, use 100,000 volts. Zzz. Golden currents jumped and flickered on the electric bags on Raichu's cheeks and on the conductors on the top of Electabuzz's head, and finally turned into lightning as thick as a bucket, shooting towards the four people at high speed. Seeing that Densy had taken action directly, the four people quickly issued orders to their Pokémon. Venustria, Leaf Blade. Turtle, Jet Flame. Vampire, Energy Ball. Beedrill, Venom Shock. The colorful energy of various types gathered together and collided with Densy's 100,000 volts. Boom! A huge roar sounded, and the collision of several energy caused a strong vibration. Some of the already dilapidated houses and buildings around were hit hard, some collapsed, and the rest became more and more shaky. Densy saw this scene and his face darkened. Raichu, Electabuzz, do your best to resolve the battle. Crackling. More turbulent currents blasted out and pressed fiercely towards the opposite side. But what surprised Densi was that the attack was not as smooth as he imagined, and the tilted energy of both sides was deadlocked in the center. At this moment, ta-ta-ta, a series of rapid and crisp horse hoof sounds rang out, and a horse wrapped in flames leaped over from a distance and landed steadily on a platform not far away. Flame Horse, use the energy-charged flame attack. The flame horse ran quickly, and the flames covered its entire body and launched an attack on the opposite side. Seeing this, the 4 people under attack had to divert some of their attention to defense. And Densi immediately seized the opportunity, and Raichu and Electabuzz exerted their strength at the same time, and the 100,000 volt current instantly submerged the opponent. Bang! With another roar, Densi turned his head and saw a figure with a red afro coming down from the flame horse. Densi raised a smile at the corner of his mouth. Finally he's back. Day said sternly, the poacher ran a little fast, and I was late to catch up. What's the situation now? As you can see, several scums have united. No matter how many bedbugs there are, they are still bedbugs. Catch these guys now, and don't let them continue to destroy the city. Day said quickly. Of course. As the two talked, Raichu, Electabuzz, and Flamahorse immediately took action. But before they could get close to the center of the explosion, the black smoke that was originally floating in the sky suddenly rippled in the opposite direction, interrupting the 3 Pokemon's approach. Then the tall and thin man's voice rang out. Densi, you insisted on forcing us. In this case, don't blame us. As the voice fell, a buzzing sounded in the air. Immediately afterwards, Densi and Day suddenly felt that the sunlight around them was getting more and more dazzling, and the temperature was also rising invisibly. Day. Yes, it's sunny. Day looked at the flames on Flamahorse burning more and more vigorously, and his face became serious. Sunny day, a weather form. In this weather, the sky will become as clear and unusual as a summer afternoon, and the heat will be overwhelming. At the same time, the power of water attribute moves will be reduced, and the power of fire attribute moves will be significantly increased. This has no effect on Raichu and Electabuzz, but it is beneficial to Flamahorse, but this does not mean that the current situation is more favorable. The opponent is not a fool. He must have a plan to use such weather-related moves. With the 2 alert, Vileplume and Venusaur rushed out of the black smoke. The 2 Pokemon, who were not very fast at first, showed a very fast speed at this moment. While emitting a faint green light, they and Beedrill arrived in front of Raichu, Electabuzz and Flamahorse in a few sprints and started a close combat. Seeing this abnormal speed, Day and Denji looked at each other. It's the chlorophyll characteristic. Pokemon with chlorophyll characteristics will increase their speed at a terrifying speed in this sunny weather. At this moment, Venusaur and Vileplume's speed have been equal or even surpassed. Raichu, Electabuzz and Flamahorse were a little uncomfortable with this sudden change. Coupled with the Flame Jet attack of Coal Tortoise, which also received a bonus of Fire-type moves in sunny weather, the 3 Pokemon fell into disadvantage for a while. These guys must have thought of this long ago before joining forces. Never mind, let's catch them first. The speed was indeed much faster, but other places did not change. Raichu, Iron Tail, Electabuzz, Flame Punch, Pyro, charged Flame Attack. Immediately, the 3 Pokemon gathered energy on their bodies and began to counterattack. But unexpectedly, facing the attack, Pokemon such as Venusaur chose to take it head-on even though they knew they were restrained by their attributes, and were instantly blown away by the energy explosion. But the next second, the 5 petals on the top of the head of the Tyrannosaurus, which was still flying backwards in the air, and the huge leaves of Venusaur that served as arms suddenly lit up white light. The sunlight around seemed to be attracted and quickly merged into it, without any accumulation process, and directly condensed into a powerful aura. Is this Sunshine Flame? Densi and Day's expressions became solemn. Under a sunny day, Sunshine Flame can directly attack without accumulating power. So, using chlorophyll as a deception to reduce the vigilance of the 2 of them, is actually preparing to use Sunshine Flame for a surprise attack? The idea was good, but the level difference and attribute relationship between the 2 meant that even if Raichu resisted Sun Flame, it would not lose its combat capability. Denji and Day quickly prepared the 3 Pokemon for defense. As soon as the words fell, 2 white beams of light mixed with blazing energy shot out at an extremely fast speed, but the target of the attack was not the 3 Pokemon, but Day's position on the other side of the platform. Day! Denji shouted, and the 3 Pokemon reacted. The faster Raichu and Electabuzz rushed towards Day's position. However, there was a distance between the two, and the opponent took advantage of the nature of Sun Flame to launch directly without accumulation in sunny weather. Even though they were very fast, they could not catch up suddenly. They could only watch Sun Flame shoot straight towards Day. Seeing this scene, Denji's eyes were red with anger. Day sighed helplessly, "I should have brought the wind speed dog along earlier." Then he slightly arched his back, put his hands in his pockets, and returned to his usual nonchalant look, facing death calmly. But the next second, the sound of burning flames suddenly rang out in the air, and a hotter breath suddenly appeared. On the other side of the sky, a huge fireball with a diameter of nearly 3 meters burst out in the blazing flames at a speed far exceeding the flying speed of the sunlight flames. In the end, it crashed into the two sunlight flames shot at Day. There will be another update later. In addition, Day and Denji are the future 4 Heavenly Kings, and now they are just a gym trainer. You think my ability to suppress the 4 Heavenly Kings to only level 30 is too outrageous? Chapter 133, Reversal of Situation. Chi-Chi. Chi-Chi-Chi. Although the Sunshine Flame has no flame, it has collected heat comparable to that of a flame, and during the collision, it tried to evaporate the fireball in front of it. However, to everyone's surprise, the huge fireball did not dissipate at all. Seeing that the sneak attack was about to succeed, but was stopped by the sudden fireball, the tall and thin man could not help but get angry and yelled, "Waste, use all your strength, all your strength." The Queen Flower and the Venus Flycatcher hurriedly urged all their energy to completely suppress the fireball, but even though the light of the Sunshine Flame was already dazzling and the heat had reached a limit, the fireball still did not move. In the end, it was suppressed by the fireball in the opposite direction and flew directly towards the Queen Flower and the Venus Flycatcher. Bang! The fireball exploded, and the terrifying heat burst out. Seeing this, the Venus Flycatcher hurriedly ran away with all her strength. The Queen Flower, who was half a beat slower to react, was swallowed by the scattered flames before she could leave, and then fainted on the street from exhaustion. Denji was a little stunned when he saw this scene. Even with the attribute blessing of sunny weather, it can actually pierce through 2 sunlight flames head-on with 1 against 2. Such power is probably far beyond the combat power of all Pokémon present. After reacting, Denji hurriedly looked at Day, and said with a sigh of relief, "Why didn't you take out such a strong Pokémon earlier?" Day was also a little confused at Denji's question. He was already prepared to be hit by the sunlight flame and then be hospitalized or die gloriously. How could he have any trump card Pokémon? The strongest one was the wind speed dog that sent Qingliu to the gym. Is it back? No, that's not right. There was no sign of it around, and among the moves of the wind speed dog, the only one that could attack from a distance was the jet of fire, but the move just now was clearly a fixed form of fireball. It is impossible for the jet of fire of the wind speed dog to have such a transformation without him, a trainer, knowing it. But, if it's not it, who else could it be? When did Binhei City have such a strong fire-type Pokémon and trainer? How could such a strong guy disappear all the time and suddenly save him today? Thoughts flashed through Day's mind, but he knew that now was not the time to think about this problem. The most important thing at the moment was to control the criminals in front of him and minimize the damage to the city. Densi seized the opportunity to attack. Day jumped down from the platform he was standing on. Densi also understood and began to command Raichu and Electabuzz to attack. Not far away, behind a dilapidated high-rise building, Qingliu slowly retracted his gaze. That should be fine. Densi and Day had already had the upper hands in the fight, and they were just paralyzed by those guys with a little trick just now. The two who suffered a loss naturally could not continue to be careless next. And the guys on the opposite side lost the Tyrannosaurus, one of the main combat forces on a sunny day, and it was only a matter of time before they were defeated. The Argent standing aside naturally understood that what Qingliu said was true, but even so, it was uncomfortable for it to watch its trainer fight here without helping. Go if you want, but I'll say this in advance, don't expose the situation of me and Tyrannomon. After all, I just saved your trainer's life. Qingliu looked at the Argent and said solemnly. The Argent didn't understand Qingliu's intention to hide himself, but as he just said, it was an indisputable fact that he helped a lot. In the situation and distance just now, even if it used super speed, it couldn't catch up. Then he nodded, glanced at the huge figure behind Qingliu, whose height and body were almost the same as a two-story building, and took a step and rushed to Day's position at super speed. Qingliu, are they too important? Since the time in the jungle, you didn't let me hide in the Poké Ball, but now you let me help him out. Tyrannoman asked in a muffled voice. Tyrannosaurus has already known its own rarity. It has also seen the chaotic and disorderly environment of Binhe City. It knows that if it is exposed to those poachers in such a place, it will definitely be harassed continuously. It should be hidden secretly, but Qingliu is taking risks and making a move, which makes Tyrannosaurus somewhat puzzled. Qingliu turned his head and looked over after hearing this. Not bad, you have made progress. You can even notice these things. Tyrannosaurus scratched his head in embarrassment. Both of them have great potential. They are already geniuses among their peers. In the future, they will be one of the strongest people in this area. Qingliu said slowly. This. For Tyrannosaurus, the concept of genius is a bit difficult to understand. After all, in its opinion, these two people are indeed more powerful than many people it has met before, but it doesn't seem to be too outrageous. Qingliu looked at its reaction and continued, it's not just their trainer abilities. According to the information I summarized before, the yellow-haired Densi is very good at electricity and mechanics, which may be of great help to your future evolution into Machine Tyrannosaurus. Maybe he can even help you upgrade your mechanical equipment. Day with a red afro looks sloppy, but actually his family is quite serious. If I remember correctly, his grandfather and brother are guarding a rare Pokémon that has lived for a very long time in the northeast of this continent. If you can go there directly after his introduction, it will save a lot of energy in summoning new things. I see. Tyrannosaurus nodded, his mind was blank. He originally thought that his IQ would improve after evolution, and with Aoki always being together, his brain would evolve a lot under the influence of Aoki. But he didn't expect that after Aoki talked about a series of related plans, his brain would freeze instantly. Forget it, in this regard, Tyrannosaurus has already wanted to give up completely. Aoki couldn't help laughing at Tyrannosaurus' reaction. You don't have to think so much. On the contrary, I am more surprised at the power of your super flame just now. I feel my body warm under the sunlight, as if I have endless energy. Greymon explained. The fireball that was fired just now was not the most powerful move, the super blast, but an ordinary super flame. But under the sunny sky, it actually played to the level of super blast, which made Qingliu want to try what kind of power the super blast could achieve under such circumstances. But it seems that there should be no such opportunity. Not far away, where Denji Day and those guys were fighting, the sound of explosions became smaller and smaller, and the status information displayed on the panel also showed that the battle was nearing its end. Okay, it's time to go. We have to get to the gym before they go back. Got it. Greymon then compressed the data on his own and entered the daily state, following behind Qingliu. As they walked, Qingliu suddenly stopped. Hey, Greymon. What's wrong? Where is the gym that they mentioned just now? Greymon, ? How would I know if I was sleeping in the ball? ? Chapter 134 Tyrannosaurus Reticulate Form Attempt, 2-in-1. Uncle, hello, where's Binhe Gym? Qingliu looked at the middle-aged uncle who seemed to be loading and unloading goods from the car not far away, and took the initiative to greet and ask. The next second. Bang! As the car door was slammed shut, the middle-aged uncle immediately dropped the unloaded goods, jumped into the car, drifted and started to run away. Alice. Qingliu sighed helplessly. This was the fourth person he met who made the same move because of asking questions. Perhaps because Binhe City has never been very stable, the other party seemed to have encountered something terrible when he heard Qingliu's voice, and directly dropped the things in his hands and ran away without any hesitation. In such an environment, Densi and Day have a long way to go to recover. Qingliu shook his head and continued to move forward. If I remember correctly, Day's half-sentence should be in the city center or somewhere in the city center. As long as we keep finding the vicinity, there should be no problem. While thinking, Qingliu suddenly felt as if someone was watching him. With his brows slightly furrowed, he opened the panel and scanned the surroundings inconspicuously. Soon, lines of blue small words popped up, and all the nearby Pokemon encyclopedia information came into view. Skipping some insignificant and low-level Pokemon, Qingliu turned his head and walked towards a cafe in the front left that seemed to have just opened. The architectural style was a very Japanese-style log cabin. The cleanliness and tidiness of the store were completely different from the nearby buildings. A discount billboard placed at the door seemed to be holding an opening event recently. It is normal for such a cafe to appear in a city, but in an environment like Binhe City, it is simply born to reveal strangeness. However, what Qingliu cares most about is the Pokemon information in the cafe scanned by the panel. Race, Houndoom, classification, dark Pokemon, attributes, fire, evil, features, fire draw, absorbs fire attacks, level, 28, exclusive moves, none, mastered moves, flame jet, burnout, bite, thunder fang, roar, race value, 500, horsepower 75, attack 90, defense 50, special attack 110, special defense 80, speed 95, intimacy, 0, I don't know you, status, average, dark disease formed due to too many injuries, information summary, XXXXXXX. Another evil Pokemon Houndoom that is not raised by a good person. Moreover, this one's level is higher than the 3 poachers encountered in the jungle outside Binhe City before, and the moves it masters are more powerful. Having such a Houndoom to look after the store can indeed avoid a lot of trouble. In addition to this nice decoration and the confidence to dare to do business here, it seems that it was opened by those local organizations. Thinking of this, Qingliu turned around and left. Whether the other party is in compliance with the law or not, whether he is a good person or not, such matters will be studied by Densi and Day, so I should concentrate on finding the location of the gym first. But at this moment, the door of the cafe opened from the inside. A middle-aged man wearing sunglasses and a butler's uniform, with a conspicuous scar on his forehead that cut off his entire left eyebrow, walked out slowly. My little brother, I see you have been walking around here for a few times. Are you looking for the way to the Binhe gym? Qingliu stopped and looked back after hearing this. Although he felt that there was no hostility from the other party, and the Houndoom did not seem to move at all, there was an inexplicable sharp momentum. Qingliu immediately replied, "What's the matter?" "No, but if possible, I would like you to come in for a drink." The middle-aged man said calmly, "Business has not been good recently. I'll take every customer I can get. Otherwise, I won't be able to save up my pension if it continues to be quiet." After saying that, he added, "Of course, if you have anything you need to know, you can ask me. I think I am still very familiar with this place." Qingliu heard this and pondered for a moment. Finding the gym is secondary. The more important thing is to reissue the identity certificate. Now he really needs a local to show him the way. Then he turned around and walked towards the cafe. Seeing this, the middle-aged man smiled a little, walked to the door, pushed it open, and bowed slightly, saying, "Welcome." After entering the door, Qingliu glanced at the layout around him, and his eyes fell on the level 28 Houndoom lying quietly in the corner. Seeing that it didn't react, Qingliu sat down immediately. The middle-aged man quickly brought a cup of coffee, but Qingliu didn't drink it but took out the money directly. "Boss. Please go ahead." The middle-aged man replied while wiping the glass. "How do I get to Binhe Gym?" "Go straight ahead for 500 meters, turn left for 50 meters, then turn right, and then go straight for about 400 meters and you will see it, but I suggest you go there later." "Why?" "Because the gym trainer Densi is not in the gym. You will wait there if you go there, and they will come to my place for coffee every time they are free, so instead of sitting there, it is better to wait here." Knowing that Densi is not on the gym. If what the person in front of him said is true, he really doesn't need to go to the gym anymore, he can just wait here for Densi and Day to finish their work. And, hearing the middle-aged man's words, Qingliu suddenly remembered that there seemed to be such a character in Binhe City in the animation. He also opened a store, also had a scar in the middle of his brow, and was also an old acquaintance of Day Densi. If I remember correctly, this person seemed to be a serious poacher before, and after being defeated by Densi and Day's persistence and talent, he transformed into opening a store. I don't know if it's the person in front of me. If it is, he should not have been transformed for a few years now, and he must know something about those shady things. Qingliu decided to test it. "Boss, on the way to Binhe City, I met a guy with scars on his face like you. His Pokemon is also Houndoom, but there are 3 of them. Do you know him?" After the voice fell, the middle-aged man stopped wiping his hands, and the sleeping Houndoom also opened his eyes and slowly raised his head to look at him. It seems that it is right. Qingliu glanced at the reactions of the man and the dog, especially after Houndoom's status bar had changed to alert, he was more certain. Then, without waiting for the middle-aged man to speak, he continued, Just a casual mention, don't be nervous. In addition, I want to ask about a way to apply for identity proof. The middle-aged man was silent for a moment before continuing his hand. In the suburbs of the southwest, there is a Pokemon breeding house with a wooden name hanging on the door. Just find the owner there. Qingliu silently wrote it down and stopped talking. The middle-aged man had no intention of talking, and the entire cafe fell into deathly silence. Until, 2 footsteps were heard not far away. Then, Day's nonchalant voice sounded. Densey, after we get rid of those guys just now, there will be few guys who can cause trouble in Binhei City. Now it's time for us to unify Binhei City. Another low voice replied, I have already planned the general development of the city, don't worry. Besides, was that fireball move really not you? I've already said it wasn't me. If it was me I would have used it to beat you up a lot. Then it means it was some powerful trainer who doesn't want to show up? In that case, we can't take it lightly until we can guarantee the other party's attitude. Even if the 2 of us attack with that kind of power together, we may not be able to win. Don't worry, I'll pay attention. After Day finished speaking, he seemed to remember something and continued, by the way, when I came back, I met a trainer from a gym who came to challenge me in the suburbs. You must be cautious at that time, but don't be too heavy-handed. What? Is he very strong? Or is he your friend? Neither, but he gives me a completely different feeling from the other challengers. If he can be carefully polished, I feel that his future achievements will not be low. Such a high evaluation? I am interested. I think I shouldn't mention this to you. Every time you are interested, you go all out and make both sides embarrassed. The 2 people's voices were heard getting closer and closer until the sound of the door was pushed open. Boss, as usual, give me a takeaway. Day said loudly, and then saw someone sitting in front of the counter, and said in surprise, Huh? There are other customers today. The middle-aged man nodded, and Qingliu turned around and said, Long time no see, Mr. Day. Day was stunned, and immediately laughed. You guys are here too. What do you mean by long time no see? I just met you. After Day finished speaking, he nudged Densey next to him with his elbow and said, This is the challenger I mentioned who came to challenge the gym. Densey's eyes fell on the boy in front of the counter. He had a handsome face, and the whole person really had an indescribable feeling as Day said, and Densey looked at the middle-aged man next to him who was preparing things for them. Although the boss retired after being defeated by them, the aura accumulated over the years on his body would make some people with less strength feel uncomfortable even if they wore sunglasses to cover their eyes, but the boy in front of him didn't seem to be affected at all. Interesting. Densey immediately stretched out his hand and said, Hello, I'm Densey, the master of Binhei Gym. Qingliu also stretched out his hand. Hello Mr. Densey, my name is Qingliu. Is it convenient for us to have a gym match after dinner? Maybe not today. Densey pondered for a moment and said, Because we just had a battle, there is no Pokemon Center in Binhei City at the moment. If we want to restore the Pokemon to normal, it will take some time. Let's do it tomorrow. Qingliu nodded, showing his understanding. It can only be said that Binhei City is indeed too desolate now. As a gym trainer, Densey can only honestly use conventional methods to treat Pokemon. It seems that I have to find a way to replenish some tree fruits and energy blocks in case of emergency. Soon, Day and Densey took the packed food and left, and before leaving, they agreed on the time for the gym match tomorrow. Qingliu also left the cafe. 3 hours later, on the outskirts of the city. This thing is really expensive. Qingliu looked at the ID card with his photo printed on it and shook his head helplessly. He spent almost 10,000 yuan to buy the healing spray, energy cubes and some other things, but this identity certificate cost almost 30,000 alliance coins. The only good news is that I won't be an illegal resident anymore. After putting the things away, Qingliu looked at the tall trees in front of him, took out the Poké Ball and released Tyrannosaurus. Tyrannosaurus, who entered the combat state directly, fell to the ground and asked in confusion, Qingliu, what are we doing now? Go into the dense forest and spend the night outside tonight. I see. Seeing that Qingliu had a plan, Tyrannosaurus did not ask any more questions, grabbed Qingliu and put it in his palm, and then took a step and started running wildly. With a series of vibrations, Tyrannosaurus turned into a yellow blurry figure and drilled into the depths of the jungle under the detection and avoidance of Qingliu's panel. Half an hour later. In a clearing somewhere deep in the jungle, Qingliu took out the remaining 2 Poké Balls and gently pressed the switch. With a flash of red light, two figures, one large and one small, appeared. Chirp, chirp. After the blue cotton bird came out, it immediately flapped its wings and flew around Qingliu twice, then flew to the horn on the top of Tyrannosaurus' head and stood there. The blue-eyes white dragon glanced around calmly, then folded its wings and stood there. Tomorrow is the first time we will challenge the gym with a complete formation. Before that, I want you to consolidate your basics and digest your recent combat experience. After the previous chase by Team Galaxy, the three Pokémon had contributed more or less. Although the level did not increase, Qingliu could probably feel that it was basically just a matter of finishing touches, so he decided to make good use of the free time until tomorrow. Blue Eyes White Dragon, you and Bluebird will do some training to warm up. You are not allowed to use any moves. You can only attack by flapping your wings to generate wind. Bluebird, what you need to do is to maintain your body shape in the wind and try to rely on the wind to extend your flying time. This is also the basis for you to learn many flying-type moves in the future. Finally, it's Tyrannosaurus, yours is the most difficult. You have to make the same attempt as before to awaken the Earth Tyrannosaurus form. Previously, at the Farewell Fountain, Tyrannosaurus used the ghost energy in the lake to stimulate the remaining fighting will of zombie Tyrannosaurus, thereby activating the Earth Tyrannosaurus form with a strong fighting will. This made Qingliu think that Tyrannosaurus may no longer be affected by the fixed evolutionary route for some unknown reasons, and has the possibility of truly evolving into a reticular Digimon. If this is true, does it mean that in addition to Tyrannosaurus and Earth Tyrannosaurus, it can also be transferred to other forms? Qingliu didn't know, but it was necessary to try. In addition to the X-antibody form, there is also a virus-type Tyrannosaurus form. It looks like it should fit the Pokemon's dark or poison type, but I don't know if these things can stimulate. Qingliu thought as he took out a few gems emitting different faint lights from his pocket. These are props from the Pokemon world, gems with different attributes to enhance the power of corresponding attribute moves. This is also the purest attribute energy trial that Qingliu can find in the Pokemon world. Chapter 135 Energy Activation. After listening to Qingliu's arrangement, the blue cotton bird flapped its wings and flew down from Tyrannosaurus' head, not far from Blue Eyes White Dragon. Chirp chirp. Blue Eyes White Dragon heard the noise and slowly turned his head to stare at the training object in front of him, a blue-white little thing with two silly hairs on its head. Without flapping its wings to fly, nor stirring up a strong wind, after a brief silence, Blue Eyes White Dragon opened its mouth and blew out a breath. A stream of air quickly rushed towards the blue cotton bird, not giving it any time to react. Its entire body was suppressed by the airflow and flew backwards uncontrollably. It didn't stop until it floated nearly 10 meters away. Blue Eyes White Dragon turned its head and looked at Qingliu indifferently, and the meaning was very clear. This weak little thing that can't even resist a breath of air is not enough for warming up. The blue cotton bird also felt the attitude of Blue Eyes White Dragon, and immediately protested strongly with dissatisfaction. As if feeling that the chirping of the bluebird was a bit noisy, the Blue Eyes White Dragon blew out another breath to blow the bluebird away. After that, the Blue Eyes glanced at the Tyrannosaurus next to him, and the fighting spirit surged. If you want to warm up, you have to find a stronger opponent. You are no match for Tyrannosaurus. Qingliu looked at it and said calmly. Hearing this, the desire for fighting in the eyes of the Blue Eyes White Dragon became stronger. Listen carefully to the instructions. I will let you two try it later when you are free. After that, Qingliu looked at the bluebird that flew back again and said, don't underestimate it because of its current appearance. If it evolves to its final form and you don't make any progress, you may not be able to beat it at the same level. The Blue Eyes White Dragon looked at the little thing in front of him with some surprise. Just this one? Qingliu nodded solemnly without further explanation. The top dragon slang configuration of dragon plus fairy type is not without reason called a traitor of the dragon clan. If Blue Eyes White Dragon had not evolved to a stage where it could compete with it, it would most likely be beaten up by Mega Tenabita Bluebird. Seeing Aoagi's look, Blue Eyes White Dragon became a little interested. The huge white wings flapped violently in the air, and it flew up directly, creating an even more violent airflow that blew Bluebird to the ground. Bluebird also got angry, and the chirping sound in its mouth never stopped, even when it fell into the bushes. Tyrannosaurus looked at it with some concern. Don't look at it. The difficulty of what you are going to do is not the same as theirs. Aoagi threw the 4 gems in his hand to Tyrannosaurus, and Tyrannosaurus grabbed them. The 2 bright purple ones are poison gems of the poison system, And the 2 brown ones are evil gems of the evil system. Tyrannosaurus looked at the things in his hand and asked, "What should I do? I don't know the specific method either. I'm just trying it now. It would be best if it succeeds." Qingliu pondered for a moment and said, "Start by simply crushing them. Use your skin and heart to feel the energy in them and see if you can find similar data or other things in your body to guide it out." "I understand." Tyrannosaurus sat on the ground, picked out the poison gems, and slowly clenched his palms. Snap! Snap! 2 crisp cracking sounds rang out, and a bright purple energy ball appeared in Tyrannosaurus' palms. Tyrannosaurus immediately closed his eyes and began to feel it carefully. Qingliu watched quietly from the side, looking at Tyrannosaurus' facial expression, watching the bright purple poison energy spread around its palms, gradually dyeing its yellow claws purple. However, the energy in the poison gems is limited after all, and coupled with Tyrannosaurus's strong physical fitness, it was soon confined to the area near its claws. As time passed by, on the other side, the wind fans by the blue-eyes white dragon became stronger and stronger, and the noisy calls of the bluebirds were suppressed a lot. However, Qingliu didn't pay attention to these things now. His attention was all on Tyrannosaurus. More than 10 minutes passed, and the purple poison energy in the gem became weaker and weaker, and even lost the ability to maintain infection. Only a faint purple gas remained, but Tyrannosaurus did not react at all. Until the last energy disappeared, Tyrannosaurus opened his eyes. Failed. Tyrannosaurus nodded and said, "I can feel the energy in my hand, but there seems to be nothing similar in my body. It's okay, try the evil gem." Yet, with the sound of breaking, the brown energy full of fierce malice surged, and Tyrannosaurus began to feel it again. But more than 10 minutes later, the result was still the same. Could it be that I took it for granted? The closest poison and evil attributes had no effect, and then other attributes that might be related were all useless. Qingliu couldn't help but sigh. After all, everything was just his own guess, and the Earth Greyman's strong desire to fight was related to Zombie Greyman's will to fight to the death, and it was stimulated by the ghost energy of the farewell fountain. Now it seems a bit whimsical to want to directly replicate it, but unfortunately. But just when Qingliu was about to stop Blue Eyes White Dragon and let it practice with Greyman, the silent Greyman spoke. "Qingliu, do you still have those things just now?" Qingliu looked up at Greyman. "I bought a little more just in case." "What's wrong?" "Give them all to me, I think. I found something different." Qingliu heard this and quickly took out all the remaining gems of 2 of each of the 18 attributes from his backpack. Greyman grabbed all the attribute gems, closed his claws and squeezed them hard, and a series of crisp breaking sounds were heard. The 18 attribute energies in the gems were all freed from their restraints in an instant and appeared in the palm of Greyman's hand. Although the energy content of the attribute gems is not high, the purity is sufficient, and 18 types of energy are gathered at once, including some restrained attributes. Even Tyrannosaurus's expression became solemn at this moment. Qingliu asked, "What are you going to do?" Before he finished speaking, Tyrannosaurus raised his arm, opened his mouth wide, and directly poured the entire claw holding the energy of 18 attribute Pokémon into his mouth. Gurgle with the sound of rolling in the throat, Tyrannosaurus swallowed all of it. Qingliu. Tyrannosaurus's movements were too fast, and he had no time to react. Moreover, according to Tyrannosaurus's way of eating, he swallowed the whole thing, and there was no concept of oral esophagus at all. As long as it entered the mouth, it was equivalent to entering the stomach. "What are you doing?" Tyrannosaurus did not reply, or it could no longer reply. Even Qingliu could feel that the energy of 18 attributes was surging in its body. Compared with the surface of the body, the defense inside the body can be said to be very poor, especially when some of them are attribute restrained. The stimulation and damage caused are more obvious. Tyrannosaurus' facial expression became painful at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the current status in the status bar on the panel was also rapidly diving towards weakness. Qingliu didn't know what Tyrannosaurus was going to do, but it was not stupid and would not commit suicide. There seemed to be only one possibility for the reason for such behavior now: using external objects to strongly stimulate. Through this kind of stimulation, some things that are usually invisible are forced to appear. Qingliu took out a healing spray that he had just bought in Binhe City, as well as the remaining potions for dealing with various abnormal conditions, to ensure that he could respond as quickly as possible in any situation. Soon, a few minutes passed. Tyrannosaurus' distorted expression meant that the energy in the gems had not been absorbed by its stomach, and its face began to turn pale. Qingliu had already made the worst plan in his heart and walked forward to check the specific situation of Tyrannosaurus. Suddenly, a dull sound rang in his ears. Dong dong. Before Qingliu could listen carefully, the dull sound turned into a high-pitched sound in the next second, and then returned to dullness. Dong dong. Dong dong. Dong dong. Dong dong. Horizontal ellipsis. This is the heartbeat of Tyrannosaurus. The beating sound continued, and as time went by, the rhythm of the sound seemed to be getting faster and faster. Is this what you want to test? Qingliu looked at Tyrannosaurus and asked. Tyrannosaurus nodded with a somewhat painful expression, and then pointed to the position of the heart, motioning Qingliu to continue listening. Qingliu pressed against Tyrannosaurus' chest, closed his eyes and listened carefully. The strong and powerful beating sound of the heart in the chest cavity reached his ears again, but this time, Qingliu found a difference. Because this heart seemed to be beating a little too fast, so fast that it seemed that it was not one heart beating, but two hearts beating one after another. Wait? Two hearts together? If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelist. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 136, The Third Path Digital Core. Qingliu suddenly thought of a setting about Digimon, the Digicore. Every Digimon has an important internal organ similar to the heart and brain of a normal creature. This is their core. Once it is damaged or abnormal, it will endanger life, and even cause death in serious cases. In principle, every Digimon will have only one heart, that is, one Digicore. But this core is not immutable. Some extremely powerful Digimon will have multiple cores, such as the four holy beasts. Whether it is Qingliu, Beihuman, Suzakuman or Zuanwuman, they all have 12 Digicores, far more than one. Similar situations also include the head of the four holy beasts, Huanglongman, and Chaosman. Fewer cores are not necessarily weaker, but more cores will definitely be stronger. And with basic conditions such as joint development and evolution, the compatibility of the Digicore is a very important part of the reason. If Tyrannosaurus has two hearts, it means that it has a second Digicore since I don't know when. Qingliu was a little excited. He finally understood why Tyrannosaurus can fight across 20 levels in addition to its strong physical fitness. In the already strong and adaptable body, there is an extra brain to analyze information and speed up the body's reaction, and an extra heart to provide the body with the power needed for action. It is difficult to imagine that the combat power is not strong. Qingliu immediately opened the information panel of Tyrannosaurus and locked the column of the Holy Plan. Race, Tyrannosaurus, Holy Plan. One of the evolution conditions is not met, level 40/level 60/level 70, the Digicore has been fully activated. The current number of Digicores is 2 for 12. Note, the new Digicore is formed when the Tyrannosaurus is activated and maintained. The number of Digicores can be expanded by adding and locking a mesh evolution route. Seeing this note, Qingliu felt that his breathing became heavier. Because this is the third way for Tyrannosaurus to improve its combat power in addition to upgrading and evolving, which are common routes for becoming stronger in the Pokemon world. A way that is invincible at the same level, and can go further after reaching the top of the level in the future. Moreover, this also shows that my previous conjectures about activating the reticular form were all correct, but the stimulation method was wrong? Or, is the amount of stimulation not enough? The purity of the energy in the attribute gem should be fine, but the quantity may not be enough, which requires a process of trial and judgment. Sure enough, no matter what the situation, we can't talk about toxicity without considering the dosage. Qingliu fed a few fresh orange fruits to Tyrannosaurus, and planned to spend all the money on buying a large number of attribute gems to try after challenging the Binhei gym tomorrow. Money is not a problem, as long as it can help Tyrannosaurus, it is worth spending. In addition, his household registration problem has been solved now, and it is not impossible to obtain some funds from the official channels of the Pokemon League. As the juice of the tree fruit is digested and converted into energy in the stomach, Tyrannosaurus gradually regained some strength and supported his body to sit up from the ground. Qingliu, what's the situation now? Qingliu then told all the things he had just discovered and the possible conjectures. That is to say, even if my current level remains unchanged, As long as the number of digicores increases, my strength will also increase. You can understand it that way. But when I felt my body was out of control at the curtain gym before, it should also be a kind of evolution, right? Why didn't the digicore increase that time, but it did this time? Tyrannosaurus asked hesitantly. Qingliu looked at Tyrannosaurus silently, his eyes gradually narrowed, but soon opened again, thinking for a moment and explaining. The condition seems to be to stabilize the form. Your situation at that time should be a leap evolution, and it didn't have a fixed form like Tyrannosaurus now. Tyrannosaurus heard this and stopped talking. Qingliu thought of a possibility in his heart and looked at Tyrannosaurus deeply. At this time, a white gas suddenly flew over, mixed with cotton-like objects, blocking Qingliu's sight. Qingliu took a step back and took a look at the thing blocking his eyes. White mist and feathers, is it white mist and feather dance moves? Qingliu then turned his attention to the blue-eyes white dragon and the blue cotton bird, a little surprised. At this time, the big and the small were still fighting fiercely. Or to be more precise, the blue bird was desperately trying to get rid of the strong wind caused by the blue-eyed white dragon, flapping its wings. But under the absolute size and level suppression, everything was in vain. The only thing that surprised Qingliu was that the bluebird was no longer simply obsessed with adapting to the wind as Qingliu said, because it seemed to have discovered that the wind of the blue-eyed white dragon far exceeded the scope of its ability to adapt. It began to use moves to assist, so that it could last longer. Every time the bluebird moved, it would spit out a group of white mist from its mouth, covering itself and the surrounding area with white mist. In this mist, some cotton-like feathers would float out from time to time. Each time the number of feathers and mist was not large, and they would be easily blown away by the blue-eyed white dragon, but the bluebird continued to use moves while resting on its feathers to recover its physical strength. Until, unknowingly, the entire area nearby was covered with white mist and feathers. The blue-eyed white dragon also felt Qingliu's gaze at this time, and his face was a little embarrassed. Even if Qingliu restricted it to attack only by flapping its wings to create airflow, it should have been a crushing defeat. However, this stubborn little thing in front of him was still full of energy. Thinking of this, the blue-eyes white dragon decided not to hold back. While its wings were vibrating, it came to a higher place, and the muscles on its back and chest were tensed. It began to flap its wings with all its strength, trying to blow up a more powerful airflow. But it strangely found that the force required to flap its wings had increased. Even at full strength, there was a strange sense of stagnation, as if something was stuck on it. The blue-eyes white dragon turned his head and saw that at some point, the wings were covered with mist, and the mist had condensed into large and small water droplets, and there were some small clusters of cotton-like feathers on the water droplets. Thinking of the useless work that the blue-eyes bird had been doing, the blue-eyes white dragon understood it instantly. It turned out that it was waiting for it here. At this moment, the blue-eyes white dragon realized for the first time the ability of this little thing. It was weak, but it was always desirable. At least the interference of mist and feathers was very effective. Chirp, chirp. Even though it was exhausted, the blue cotton bird still proudly puffed up its chest in the face of the blue-eyes white dragon's gaze. The blue-eyes white dragon fluttered its wings, shaking off some of the dew and cotton feathers on them, and its eyes became sharp. Although it was still not qualified, it could barely be considered an opponent worthy of its full respect. Whoosh, the wings flapped, the wind whistled, and a gust of wind blew towards the blue cotton bird. Chapter 137, Status Struggle, 2-in-1. Chew. With a scream, the blue cotton bird was undoubtedly defeated. Even if the blue-eyes white dragon did not use any moves, its level, size and innate conditions were already an absolute crushing situation. It was beyond Qingliu's expectation that the blue cotton bird could hold on for so long under such circumstances. Tyrannosaurus quickly stepped forward and fished the blue cotton bird out of the bushes. The blue cotton bird, whose physical strength had run out, lay quietly in the palm of Tyrannosaurus. The light sky blue light formed by the feather dance move was restoring its physical strength. Qingliu recalled the battle just now, and a new path for the blue cotton bird's future emerged in his mind. Use feather dance to ensure physical strength as the basis, and the white mist move to cover the surroundings, relying on the moisture in the mist to make the cotton feathers in the feather dance move heavier, prompting the blue-eyes white dragon to choose to spend more physical strength and time for each step. If this kind of interference move combination, Qingliu couldn't help but have some ideas in his mind. Just the white mist and feather dance can achieve such an effect. If we add black mist and cotton defense, or mysterious guard, hold, and substitute, wouldn't the difficulty coefficient be doubled? Even later, we can rely on wind control moves such as Tailwind and Hot Wind to match frog-type moves, and feather dances to match the rain, mixing feathers in every drop of rain. Facing an opponent stronger than it, it may not be able to beat it, but if this set of combos is used, it will definitely drag the opponent to exhaustion. At that time, learn to sleep, add feathers, and almost always keep the physical strength in a state. Then, mix attacking moves in the mist, the effect will definitely be good. Although I have never seen such an operation, inexplicably, Qingliu feels that it will be very cool to use such a routine together. It is not violent or disgusting, and the main feature is the word drag. Thinking of this, Qingliu quickly took out a cotton defense and black mist move learning machine from his backpack, and at the same time took the blue bird handed over by Tyrannosaurus and began to spray it with healing spray. On the other hand, he had promised Blue Eyes White Dragon that he would fight with Tyrannosaurus when he had time after warming up. At this moment, the blue eyes of Blue Eyes White Dragon had locked onto Tyrannosaurus, and his eyes were full of fighting intent. Tyrannosaurus looked at Blue Eyes White Dragon calmly without saying anything. But Qingliu knew that Tyrannosaurus actually had the idea of fighting in his heart. Although Tyrannosaurus's violent nature had been weakened a lot after evolution, his will to fight against powerful enemies was still strong. Otherwise, wouldn't all his offensive weapons be in vain? And Qingliu could still vaguely feel that Blue Eyes White Dragon wanted to confirm his position through a real battle. How could a dragon with a proud personality stay under a dragon for a long time? Tyrannosaurus's similar thoughts should be much weaker, but he probably also had some thoughts about this new companion who joined during his unconsciousness. In this case, there was nothing to hesitate about. And he also wanted to see how big the gap between Tyrannosaurus and Blue Eyes White Dragon was. Blue Eyes White Dragon, do you need to rest and recover your strength? Upon hearing this, Blue Eyes White Dragon shook his head slightly, looking straight at Tyrannosaurus, with a strong breath in his body ready to go. He had just finished warming up and was in high spirits. Well, I'll be the referee. Tyrannosaurus stepped firmly on the ground with his claws, leaned forward slightly, and the wings of Blue Eyes White Dragon flapped faster, and a strong wind blew. 3, 2, 1, start. As Qingliu finished speaking, two blurry figures, one white and one yellow, rushed out quickly. One flew at a low altitude and at a high speed, and the other left deep footprints on the ground while moving. When Qingliu's eyes caught them, the two figures were already close. Then, bang! A violent collision sounded, and Tyrannosaurus and Blue Eyes White Dragon collided head-on. Tyrannosaurus stood still, while Blue Eyes White Dragon flew backwards. The Blue Eyes White Dragon seemed to have expected this. It opened its big mouth full of fangs while flying backwards. Electric current and light quickly condensed and compressed, turning into bursting wind bomb. But before the Blue Eyes White Dragon could launch it, a fireball with a diameter of nearly 2 meters had already hit it. It was faster than it. The Blue Eyes White Dragon was shocked. In a hurry, it quickly ejected the bursting wind bomb. Boom! The bursting wind bomb and the super flame collided head-on. The fire and dragon energy entangled with each other, setting off a terrifying explosion sound, and smoke and dust rose into the sky. Qingliu, who was standing next to him, had to find a tree as a shelter in the face of the rolling airwaves. The small Pokémon living around heard this terrifying sound and the agitated energy, and began to flee. Chew! The blue bird lying on the top of the head, who had recovered some of his strength, opened his eyes wide and stared at this scene blankly. Don't worry too much. Theoretically, both of them are monsters. Their starting point is the endpoint of many Pokémon. It's hard for you to have moves that are more powerful than theirs, but Qingliu explained the idea he had just thought of while taking out the move learning machine he had found before. Start learning when you have time. If you can master this set, at least you can ensure that you won't be completely left behind by them in a short period of time. After that, you need to rely on evolution and your luck. Qingliu turned his head to look at Tyrannosaurus, then looked at Qingliu. His playful eyes became far-reaching, and then he nodded solemnly. At this time, in the suburbs of Binhe City, Day, with a red afro, stood in front of the breeding house with a wooden door plate at the door, while Windy Dog lowered his head and kept twitching his nose around. Day looked at the closed door and said, Windspade, have you found Qingliu's scent? Woof. Very good, let's go directly. Someone is still waiting for him to call back. We have to hurry. As Day spoke, his expression became playful, I felt that Qingliu was not simple. I didn't expect that the lady called me directly after knowing that his identity information was registered in Binhai City. The age difference between the two people is several years, I don't know. Before Day finished speaking, an explosion suddenly sounded in the distance. Although the sound was very small due to the distance, Day's face turned serious in an instant. The sound of the explosion could be heard from such a distance, and the power was no less than that of his and Denji's moves. Wind speed, is that the direction where Qingliu went? Windspeed raised his head and carefully identified the direction in the air, then nodded. Hurry up, Qingliu may be in trouble. Then Day sat on the back of the Windspeed dog, and the Windspeed dog took a step to activate the speed, and inserted into the wind at a lightning speed, heading towards the depths of the jungle. On the other side. The battle is still going on. Blue Eyes White Dragon fired bursting wind bombs continuously to try to suppress Tyrannosaurus, but they were basically all blocked by Tyrannosaurus's super flames. Then it was a simple and rough melee. But whether it was a move attack or a close combat, Blue Eyes White Dragon was almost always the suppressed party. There was another dull sound, and the Blue Eyes White Dragon was knocked away, and the backhanded Dragon's Fury forced Tyrannosaurus back. Taking advantage of the smoke and dust, Blue Eyes White Dragon took the time to quickly adjust his posture, flapped his wings to stabilize his body, turned around and prepared to use the little time after the Dragon's Fury hit to start counterattacking. But the next second, the voice of Tyrannosaurus came from the smoke and dust. If that's all, then the battle ends here. With the sound of footsteps, Tyrannosaurus passed through the smoke and dust without any injury, and the orange-yellow eyes of Tyrannosaurus stared at Blue Eyes White Dragon. Blue Eyes White Dragon's pupils slightly enlarged. It was not until now that it realized that Tyrannosaurus did not have any signs of injury on its body, while its wounds were completely different. Then, under its gaze, Tyrannosaurus slowly inserted its feet into the ground. Blue Eyes White Dragon immediately realized that something was wrong, and flapped its wings violently, preparing to pull away and take off, but the next second, a sharp sound of a weapon cutting through the air suddenly sounded. Before Blue Eyes White Dragon could react, Tyrannosaurus had already rushed in front of it and knocked it down with a simple and rough collision. The Dragon Claw move had been raised high at some point, and as the distance closed, it slapped directly at Blue Eyes White Dragon's head. Stop! Qingliu's voice sounded. Tyrannosaurus' claws suddenly stopped in midair. Then he turned his palm over and stretched the palm in front of the Blue Eyes White Dragon, indicating that he wanted to pull it up. You have a strong physique. I have never seen an opponent who can withstand several of my frontal attacks. I hope we can try again after we are at the same level. Tyrannosaurus changed his fierce aura and became gentle. Although these words sounded a bit pretentious to the ears of the Blue Eyes White Dragon, the other party had the confidence and was indeed recognizing it. And from the orange palm, the Blue Eyes White Dragon could feel the goodwill coming. After hesitating for a moment, he slowly put his claws on the palm of Tyrannosaurus. Tyrannosaurus pulled the Blue Eyes White Dragon up from the ground with a forceful lift. The two huge guys stood there, full of oppression. It took me a long time to learn Dragon Tail. I felt it was so difficult and I couldn't learn it. Later, I mastered it, but it felt like I was always a little bit behind and I didn't know how to solve it. On the contrary, I felt that your Dragon Tail was so powerful. Tyrannosaurus muttered to himself, but his eyes were glancing at Blue Eyes White Dragon, and his intention was very obvious. With his occasionally dull eyes and movements, he looked like he was full of curiosity. Blue Eyes White Dragon hesitated for a moment and began to explain his views. Blue Cottonbird also flapped its cotton-like wings and flew to the top of Tyrannosaurus and landed on one of the curved horns. It listened quietly to the communication between the two big guys and occasionally expressed its opinions in a hoarse voice. Since the three Pokémon met, this is the most like a group and the most harmonious scene. Qingliu watched quietly, with a smile on his lips. It seems that even if he is arrogant, he is not so arrogant that it gives people a headache. Moreover, the situation of the battle can be said to be a one-sided crushing. It can even be said that as long as Tyrannosaurus wants, Tyrannosaurus can solve the battle in a short time. Having been with Tyrannosaurus for such a long time, Qingliu could naturally see Tyrannosaurus' intentions. Similarly, Tyrannosaurus could also guess Qingliu's underlying intentions. So it tried to delay the battle as much as possible, allowing Blue Eyes White Dragon to fully display all its attack methods, so that Qingliu could have an intuitive experience and judge the approximate level. After the battle just now, the Blue Cottonbird, which has been upgraded to level 6, should be the ceiling among its peers with its innate vitality and its self-created delaying tactics. The Blue Eyes White Dragon, which is already level 23, has not changed much. The upper limit is expected to fluctuate around level 5, and Tyrannosaurus. Now Qingliu doesn't know where the current limit of Tyrannosaurus is. Apart from Lucario, he has not encountered an opponent of too high level, and there is no reference to judge. The only thing we know is that the upper limit of Tyrannosaurus is to beat opponents who are 5 levels higher than himself. Tyrannosaurus in the form of Tyrannosaurus can beat a level 33 Pokemon with level 27, but cannot beat a level 48 Lucario whose injuries and physical strength have been fully recovered. That is to say, the combat power should be between the regular level 33 of Pokemon, and this is without counting the Digicore that has just been activated. In addition, Qingliu tried hard to search for information in his mind. If he remembered correctly, it seemed that Tyrannosaurus had not yet fought against those Pokemon with excellent potential among the Pokemon types. For example, the 3 starters, the Quasigods, and the legendary Pokemon. The only one he had encountered was the Sharptooth Land Shark in Sorona a long time ago, but he did not try it because the target at that time was the Flower Rock monster. In theory, the 3 starters and Quasigods are inherently better than ordinary Pokemon in terms of ability values, so Tyrannosaurus and Blue Eyes White Dragon should not be able to fight against them in the same way under normal conditions. The level of the Pokemon in Denji and Day's hands is about level 30, so we can test Tyrannosaurus's limit. We can also use Blue Eyes White Dragon to fight against Arcanine and Raichu, which are comparable to the 3 starters. We can compare them through the control variable method to test a gap between ordinary Pokemon and Pokemon with strong innate potential. Thinking of this, Qingliu had a little expectation for the upcoming gym competition from the bottom of his heart, and also decided on the order of appearance. At this moment, a Pokemon suddenly appeared on the panel detection function that had been turned on for safety reasons. And it was rushing towards its so-called location at a very fast speed. Seeing the majestic face on the illustrated book, as well as the familiar level and move columns, Qingliu knew that it should be the Windy Dog. And since it came, it was likely that Day was also here. Then he took out the Poké Ball, put the Blue Eyes White Dragon and the Blue Cotton Bird back into the ball, and let Tyrannosaurus return to his daily state, waiting quietly. Not long after, a burst of hurried footsteps sounded in the depths of the jungle. The next second, the Windy Dog, which was nearly 2 meters tall, rushed out of the bushes with a strong airflow and landed heavily in the middle of the open space. At the same time, Day's anxious voice came from the back of the Windy Dog. "Qingliu, how are you? Are you injured? Tell me where those damn poachers are, and I will catch them all and send them to prison." Qingliu was a little unresponsive to what Day was saying for a while. When Day saw that Qingliu did not respond, he quickly came to Qingliu and asked, "I heard the roar from a distance and knew that you had a fight with the poachers. Tell me where those guys went? I will help you get back the place." Qingliu. Chapter 138, Sorona's News and Day's Doubts. Combined with the information revealed in Day's words, Qingliu probably guessed why he was so anxious. Because the noise of the fight between Tyrannosaurus and Blue Eyes White Dragon made him mistakenly think that he was attacked by poachers, so he rushed here in such a hurry. Although Qingliu could easily deal with poachers if he really encountered them, or even if he couldn't deal with the opponent, Day's coming would be a waste of food, but his concern for him was real. Qingliu couldn't help but laugh. With such a heartwarming approach, it's no wonder that he can become good friends with a cold and expressionless man like Densey. He is good at using his hot face to melt the cold butt. When Day saw Qingliu still laughing, he became more anxious and quickly asked Wind Speed Dog to carefully look for the smell in the air. Qingliu stopped him when he saw this, and then explained the matter selectively. After hearing this, Day frowned suspiciously, looked at Qingliu, and pointed to the other side and said, "In other words, there are no poachers. You made that noise when you were training your moves." Following the direction of his finger, there was a big pit on the ground due to the energy explosion after the collision between the super blast and the explosive wind bomb, and some bushes and trees were destroyed and left with dead branches and leaves. No matter how you look at it, this thing doesn't look like the noise that a normal Pokemon can make when training moves. Day even doubted that neither Arcanine nor Flamahorse could necessarily show such destructive power. Could Qingliu, a little dinosaur, really do it? But Qingliu's position has always been very firm. He nodded solemnly and said, "Yes." Tyrannosaurus also nodded, with a look of certainty that yes, it was all me. Day couldn't help but be a little speechless, and then continued to ask about related matters. The nose of the quiet Arcanine twitched, and it distinguished the mixed smells in the air. This kind of thing can be said to be easy for it as a professional police dog. In addition to Tyrannosaurus, it smelled 2 other scents. One was rare, but it had smelled a similar scent before. It should be a Pokemon from other regions. The other was a figure that had never appeared in its memory. It was truly unheard of. This made Arcanine a little confused. Qingliu glanced at Arcanine lightly, then turned his gaze back to Day, who was still concerned about him, and changed the subject. Mr. Day, you seem to have been looking for me before you heard the noise. Is there something? Hearing this, Day suddenly thought of the original purpose and said, it is indeed a more urgent matter, but you really didn't encounter poachers or anything. It was not until Qingliu nodded again and again to confirm that Day returned to the topic, I received a call from Miss Sirona in the gym. She said she wanted to talk to you about something and hoped that you would reply as soon as possible before she left Bay Day City. Sirona. Qingliu was a little surprised to hear this name again. He didn't expect that the other party would find out his identity information registered in Binhai City so quickly. After the fight on the outskirts of Sui Town, Sirona agreed to help Tyrannosaurus solve the household registration problem, but after the separation of Sui Town, because the communication equipment is still relatively backward at this stage, he has not received or learned any information from the other party through other channels. Now they are in contact again, so it is likely that the matter has been done? After confirming that Qingliu did not encounter any situation, Day said with interest, I didn't expect you to have a relationship with her. Because I fought with her before, so I know her. Day was immediately interested when he heard this, and asked quickly, have you fought with Sirona? When? Although she has a gentle personality, she is very violent when she is serious. Did she beat you up? There seems to be no need to hide this kind of thing. After Qingliu pondered for a moment, he said honestly, no, I won. It's normal, not to mention that you are younger than her, even if you are older, it may not be. Wait, what did you say? You won. Day's eyes widened instantly. His grandfather is the manager of the duel field in the northeastern survival zone of Sinnoh. He is an old acquaintance of Sirona's grandmother, Dr. Mustard Orchid. With this family relationship, Day naturally knows Sirona. He also knows that even though Sirona assisted Dr. Yamanashi in the Yamanashi Research Institute to study Pokemon evolution, which took up a lot of time, her strength is still the top of the younger generation. Day has already regarded her as his biggest competitor to win the Lily of the Valley Conference and sprint to the 4 Heavenly Kings Championship, but now Qingliu actually said that Sirona lost to him. How could this be possible? Day glanced at Qingliu, and then glanced at the harmless Tyrannosaurus next to him, his eyes full of disbelief. Could it be that Qingliu and his Pokemon are actually pretending to be weak, or playing the pig to eat the tiger? Qingliu didn't know that Day had so many thoughts in such a short time, and slowly said, at that time, Miss Sirona used a flower rock monster that had just been captured not long ago, and she won by luck. Day secretly breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. That's right. If this is the case, then everything is normal. A flower rock monster that had just been captured and had no time to be cultivated should not be strong enough to be a main force. It is indeed possible for Qingliu, who seemed a little extraordinary to him, to win under such circumstances. Fortunately, he almost thought that Qingliu could beat Sirona. If he could really beat her, wouldn't he be able to beat him and Densi just as well? It could even be said to be easier. Day shook his head and felt a little funny about the idea that emerged in his mind. Even if Qingliu is a genius, who is not a genius? If you want to beat yourself and Sirona, wait for another 2 years of training. However, such words must not be said out loud, which may easily dampen the enthusiasm of others. Day raised his hand and patted Qingliu on the shoulder, and said solemnly, take your time, youth is your greatest asset. Qingliu nodded. Day then continued, if you don't have anything urgent to do now, come back with me and stay at the gym tonight. Okay, sorry to bother you. It's just a small matter. Day then took out Flamahorse, and Qingliu took back Tyrannosaurus and sat on the back of Windy Dog again, once again experiencing the speed of Godspeed. Binhai Gym. When Qingliu saw this gym that he had not seen before, he couldn't help but feel a little surprised. Day also looked at the gym in front of him, his face a little embarrassed. Don't pay too much attention to the external form. Densi and I are both pragmatic people. As long as we can have the gym competition, it's fine. But, isn't this a bit too pragmatic? At this moment Qingliu somewhat understood Day's inner speechlessness before. Because, this can't be called a gym at all, it's just a painted open-air battlefield. There is nothing nearby except 2 houses for living. It is almost the same as the curtain gym that has been razed to the ground. Qingliu seriously suspected that Densi and Day had bribed the investigators sent by the Alliance to review the qualifications of the gym, and finally got the gym's business license. Ho ha ho ha. Day scratched his head awkwardly, then took Qingliu to the room next to the open-air gym, found a record and typed it back. Soon, the screen similar to a computer screen suddenly flickered. Then, a blonde girl with delicate features and a high ponytail appeared on the screen. Go to bed and prepare for tomorrow's extra chapter. Chapter 139, Stop Pretending and Let's Showdown. The screen freezes, and a clear and pleasant voice comes. Long time no see, Qingliu. Qingliu smiled and replied, long time no see, Miss Sirona, the new hairstyle suits you very well. Sirona was stunned, raised her hand to smooth the strands of hair that hung in front of her forehead because of the ponytail, and nodded slowly after a few seconds of silence. Then she coughed lightly and continued, I had planned to contact you before, but I couldn't find any relevant information until this afternoon when I found out that you had arrived in Binhe City. I don't know who had posted a fake identity information that I felt was problematic at a glance, and I didn't activate it myself, so it would be a miracle if I could find it. Qingliu seriously suspected that the mayor of Suai Town was trying to take advantage of his popularity, but found that he had no identity information and finally entered it temporarily. However, Sirona did not seem to care about the authenticity of the identity information, but went straight to the point and said, the identity information of Tyrannomon has been reported to the Alliance for registration. I will fax the relevant information to you later. You can add the basic information on it and send it back to me to enter it into the illustration book. It will be completed. Even though Qingliu had already guessed that Sirona was looking for him because of this, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when he heard this answer. Finally, it's done. With the official identity confirmed by the Alliance through Sirona's hands, at least he doesn't have to be so overly cautious when going out in the future. By then, no matter who it is, no one will attack him because of Tyrannomon's identity. As the largest evil organization in the Sinnoh region, the Galaxy team has also reached a verbal agreement with him not to invade each other. In addition to the identity information he has already obtained, in the short term, no matter from which aspect, Tyrannomon and himself are safe enough. What needs to be done next is to improve the strength step by step and suppress the guys who may covet Tyrannomon in the future by force. Thinking of this, Qingliu stood up straight and bowed slightly, and said seriously, thank you very much for your help, Miss Sirona. A faint smile appeared on Sirona's face, and she said, it's a small problem. Next, I will help you mention it more in the interview session after challenging each gym to deepen the impression. In this way, the acceptance will become higher and higher. Having said that, without waiting for Qingliu to reply, Sirona continued to ask, how many badges do you have now? Qingliu scratched his head embarrassedly and said, not yet, I am already preparing to challenge the Marina Gym. Sirona nodded, don't be too anxious, the Lily of the Valley tournament will start in about half a year, just don't forget the time. Sharptooth Shark really wants to compete with Tyrannosaurus at the Lily of the Valley tournament. Click. Sirona slightly turned sideways, revealing half of the body of Sharptooth Shark standing next to her, and her fierce and sharp eyes were full of sharpness. Thinking of the fact that Tyrannosaurus and Garchomp were eager to try each other, Qingliu smiled and said, don't worry, we will never miss the Lily of the Valley conference. Garchomp might have evolved into Garchomp by then. Sirona and Garchomp looked at each other and said, it should be, but Tyrannosaurus can still evolve once more, right? If we fight each other in our strongest form, it will be a wonderful battle without any regrets. Qingliu's thoughts fell into silence after hearing this. Strongest form? Does it mean the ultimate form of War Greymon? Or the other forms of the current network route, Dark War Greymon? Infinite Dragonmon? Lightning Greymon? I'm afraid that the perfect form alone is already a very difficult opponent for Pokemon to deal with. Qingliu still remembers the scene when Zombie Greymon surpassed the race value of the second-level god and crushed Lucario. If Garchomp and Machine Greymon fight head-on, what is left is indeed not regret, but deep shock. After briefly chatting about some information about the illustrated books, Qingliu hung up the phone. At the same time, he also received a fax from Sirona. On it were various identity information sheets of Tyrannosaurus, as well as information about attributes, classifications, specific species, etc. that needed to be improved. Is Tyrannosaurus classified as an ancient Pokémon that was resurrected from ancient fossils in the same genus as baby Tyrannosaurus? To be honest, the two are quite similar to a certain extent, both based on the appearance of Tyrannosaurus rex. Qingliu then copied all the information on these panel-illustrated books one by one, and prepared to send it back. However, thinking about the number of Pokémon he has now, Qingliu took out another spare blank information sheet. Registering 1 is registration, registering 2 is also registration, there shouldn't be any problem. After silently writing down the general information of Blue Eyes White Dragon on it, Qingliu sent both copies back. Day, who had been silent, said excitedly when Qingliu finished all the work. According to what Miss Sirona said just now, you don't have to worry about the identity of Tyrannomon anymore, right? What's wrong? Day said quickly. Densey discussed with me before whether this gym match should be held in public, but I gave up in the end because of your Tyrannomon problem. Now that the problem has been solved, does that mean we can try this idea? Hold it in public. Qingliu's mind flashed through the thought, and he soon understood Day and Densey's idea. You want to use the gym match to show the strength of the gym, so as to enhance the public's recognition of Binhe City and their expectations for the future, and at the same time deter those scoundrels. As expected of you, your reaction is fast. Day gave a thumbs up and praised directly. In the past, Qingliu would definitely not agree. Binhe City has few people but is chaotic. If Tyrannosaurus really reveals his identity, people who covet Tyrannosaurus will definitely come in waves. But now Sharona has helped to finalize his identity, and his level and strength have reached a point where he can't be fooled by anyone other than a veteran gym trainer. These previous concerns have completely disappeared at this moment. Moreover, he has been hiding it for so long, and the anger in his heart has never been relieved. It's just right to take this opportunity to show the world the strength of Tyrannosaurus and Blue Eyes White Dragon, real Pokémon that have never been seen but have been certified by the League. Give these trainers in the Pokémon world a little shock from the other world. So Qingliu looked at Day and nodded slowly. No problem. Chapter 140, Aoyagi vs Denji Gym Tournament begins. The next morning, next to the Binhe Gym. After washing and eating breakfast, Qingliu picked up the Poké Ball and exhaled gently, then wiped it carefully with a towel. After the sunlight through the window fell on the Poké Ball, reflecting a faint and dazzling light, Qingliu put it all away and put it in his pocket. He stood up and put on the capsule backpack and came to the door. Click. With the sound of the door lock turning gently, a noisy sound that was completely different from the quiet atmosphere in the house suddenly poured in. Not far away, about 30 to 40 meters away from the open-air Binhe Gym battle site, there were already many people sitting on the ground around. There were men and women, old and young, about 100 to 200 people, and as more and more people appeared, the number was still increasing. At this rate, it would not be a big problem to have 300 to 400 people. Judging from this situation, Densey and Day have put in a lot of effort. They spent half a day promoting the game and brought so many people here. Day, with his big hair, walked over slowly, noticed Qingliu's gaze, and explained with a smile, the people who are still staying in Binhe City have feelings for this land, and they are very enthusiastic about doing things that make their hometown better. Seeing Day chatting with a strange boy, everyone's eyes immediately looked over, curious, puzzled, indifferent. All kinds of eyes were focused on Qingliu. Qingliu slowly withdrew his gaze. Is it the first time that so many people are looking at you? Day asked. Yes. Even when they passed the Lost Tower before, the number of reporters who had gathered and waited for a long time was not so many, and most of the attention was on Sirona at that time. He was just a bystander at that time. Day patted Qingliu on the shoulder and said with a smile, when I first saw a similar scene, I was also very nervous. Take a deep breath, relax, and give it your all to have a beautiful gym match. Qingliu smiled and said, Don't worry, Mr. Day, I'm not nervous. I'm just thinking about a problem. Problem? What problem? If I beat Mr. Densey with so many people witnessing, will your idea of showing the strength of the gym go down the drain? Day was stunned when he heard the words, and then laughed. He put his palm on Qingliu's shoulder and patted Qingliu's back hard. Ha 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 ha. I didn't expect you to make such a joke. Don't worry, if you can really beat Densey, it should be a very exciting game, which will not affect the original intention of showing your strength at all. But don't think about it. Densy is very strong. Just do your best. After saying that, Day smiled and looked at Qingliu. What he didn't expect was that Qingliu's face was calm, without any sign of joking, and in this light and relaxed atmosphere, Day sensed a hint of seriousness. Although they didn't spend much time together, Qingliu didn't give him the feeling of a hot-blooded young man who would turn into a reckless man when faced with trouble. Instead, he was calm and collected. But why did he suddenly seem to be showing so much today? Or, does he really have this confidence? At this moment, Day thought of the large pit on the ground left by the so-called training moves when he found Qingliu in the suburbs yesterday, as well as the messy scene around, and a guess emerged in his heart. Could it be? Exclamation mark. Day was about to ask, but Qingliu had already slowly walked towards the center of the field. As he was responsible for public security and protecting the people watching the gym competition, it was naturally inconvenient for him to go to the battlefield to ask these questions. After all, even if most of the evil organizations in Binhe City have been eradicated, no one can guarantee that the fish that slipped through the net will not leave at all, but will take advantage of today to find an opportunity to create chaos. He must nip this possibility in the bud. As for whether Qingliu is really as he guessed, it will be revealed soon. While Day was thinking, he summoned all his Pokemon and patrolled around. On the other side, among the spectators, a man wearing sunglasses sat quietly. In the place where his sunglasses could not cover, a clear scar cut off the entire left eyebrow. A black-bodied Houndoom with curved horns on its head lay quietly beside him. Other onlookers nearby were also very familiar with this cool-looking middle-aged man, and chatted with him from time to time. The man calmly invited everyone to visit his cafe when they were free. It was not until a figure with a scar on his face, wearing a loose robe and sunglasses, and exuding a cold breath sat down next to him that fewer people came to talk. The middle-aged man glanced at him calmly and said, "Since you are here, don't cause me any trouble, or I don't mind sending you to the prison in Binhe City myself." Yading apologized quickly, "I'm sorry, boss." Seeing that the middle-aged man didn't pay much attention to him, Yading slowly breathed a sigh of relief and turned his somewhat restless eyes to Qingliu in the center of the venue. Originally, he had found the Pokemon he had never seen before, and left 3 Kyuruga to think that it could be easily solved, but he didn't expect that it would be intercepted by Day in the end. Unwilling to give up, Yadin tormented himself for a long time, and finally thought that this might be his only chance to get rich in his life, so he decided to come back and try to grab the Pokemon even at the risk of being caught. But he was not a fool, and it was impossible for him to make a move casually. For the sake of insurance, he returned to Binhe City and secretly found a boss who had retired from the organization, ready to work together, and if it didn't work, he would help him with ideas. Because the boss's eyes were very vicious, the organization prospered under his leadership, and even had the momentum to compete for the first place in Binhe City. But in this case, after encountering Day and Densy, 2 talented guys, twice, the boss actually abandoned the organization and retired from the organization. At that time, everyone in the organization thought that they were just 2 little brats, and the boss must have been too sleepy. It was not until the organization was finally wiped out by Denji Day that Yadin realized how terrifying the boss was. So he decided to visit him before taking action, but the reply he got after finding the boss shocked him. Until now, he still remembers that after listening to what he said, the boss who was wiping the glass said in a cold voice, "First, I have already quit that business, and second, don't bother me with anything that will get you killed, otherwise you will be Houndoom's dinner." Yadin didn't understand what the boss meant, but he seemed to understand one thing, that is, when facing Densy and Day, the boss only withdrew from the organization, but now he actually made such an evaluation. Is this saying that the guy with the rare Pokemon is very dangerous, so dangerous that he has no chance of winning, and is even stronger than Day and Densy who have caused a huge impact on Binhe City? He is obviously a little kid, how is it possible? But even though he still doesn't think that Qingliu has the strength comparable to Densy and Day, he is vigilant and can't ignore the boss's judgment that he never makes mistakes. So after hearing about the open gym competition, he immediately used something to block the smell and ran over to watch the game. If it is really extraordinary, then he will just run away in an orderly manner. If it is just for show, then grab the Pokemon as soon as the opponent leaves the city. Yadin was already prepared to take action in his heart. At this time, the voice of the boss next to him came again. Soon you will be glad that you didn't take action but came to watch the game first. Yadong's eyes suddenly changed. If the previous time might be because he misunderstood the boss's words, then this time it is the real proof that the kid is not as simple as he looks. Could it be that this kid is really stronger than Densi and Day, who stirred up in Hay City? Yadong couldn't help but hold his breath while swallowing his saliva, his eyes fixed on the figure of Qingliu in front of him. In the center of the open-air battlefield, Qingliu came to the position where the trainer stood and stood still. Densi with golden hair stood opposite, staring at Qingliu with his eyes. As if he felt a strong will to fight, Densi's expressionless face outlined a very subtle smile, and then said, Day wants me to fight according to your level, but I see that you don't seem to be the kind of trainer who wants to let you go. Do you want me to fight you with all my strength? Please don't hold back. Qingliu nodded in response, and then continued, Otherwise, Mr. Densi, your idea of showing the strength of the gym will be in vain. Hearing this, a look of surprise appeared on Densi's face. What this sentence means is that if I don't go all out, I will lose, right? Yes. Hearing this, Densi laughed immediately. It seems that what you said is a little different from Day. Okay. In this case, I will go all out. While speaking, Densi took out a Poké Ball from his pocket and nodded to the referee next to him. The referee then said loudly, The rules are 3 against 3, and Pokémon can be replaced in the middle until all 3 Pokémon of one side lose their combat effectiveness. Is there a problem? No. No. Aowagi and Densi answered at the same time. Then, Densi, the gym trainer of the Binhei Gym, and Aowagi of Suai Town, the gym challenge, begins. Chapter 141 Tactical Relay. As the referee's voice fell, Denji threw the Poké Ball first. My first one is this. The Poké Ball opened, and the red light flashed and expanded. A figure standing on 2 feet, with 2 arms with bulging muscles, a few tentacles like conductors on its head, and a body covered with black and yellow fur like a tiger appeared in front of him. At the same time, the blue illustrated information on the panel appeared in front of him. Race, Electabuzz, Classification, Electric Pokémon, Attribute, Electric, Feature, Energetic, it will not fall asleep by constantly stimulating its energy, Level, 28, Exclusive Moves, None, Mastered Moves, Electric Wave, Electromagnetic Wave, Thunder Punch, Ice Punch, 100,000 volts, Lightning Wall, Lightning Flash, Race Value, 490, Horsepower 65, Attack 83, Defense 57, Special Attack 95, Special Defense 85, Speed 105, Intimacy, 0, I don't know you, Status, Full of Energy, Information Summary, Electricity surges throughout its body. In order to increase the power of the current, it will keep swinging its arms to accumulate electricity. Its favorite food is electricity. Sometimes it will go to the power plant to steal electricity, and it is also keen on climbing to the top of a tree on a thundering day and patiently waiting for natural lightning to strike it. That Electabuzz from that day. Qingliu looked at Electabuzz, which had been spinning its arms and accumulating electricity since its appearance, and took out the Poké Ball. A red light flashed, and a blue bird flew in the air with only its cotton-like wings and beak being white. Denji couldn't help but frown when he saw it. It's actually a blue bird. It's not that he looked down on the blue bird. In theory, every Pokémon has the potential to create miracles, but the Pokémon in front of him looked very energetic at first glance, but judging from the momentum it exuded, its level was a little too low. It was so low that it felt like it was not in the same league as the Electabuzz. It would have been fine if it had this feeling, but the key point was that the flying type was restrained by the electric type, which made Denji full of doubts. Qingliu didn't look like someone who didn't understand attribute restraint and fighting. Was there any special purpose for such an operation? Not only him, but they, who was maintaining order on the sidelines, stared at Qingliu Yadong and couldn't help but feel a little confused at this time. Ordinary spectators couldn't see it, but those of their level knew clearly that the level of the blue bird was not suitable for participating in this level of battle, and even felt that it might be easily killed. Only the coffee shop owner, who was wearing sunglasses and had retired from the business, had been watching quietly, unmoved. As for these reactions, Qingliu could guess their thoughts when he took out a blue cotton bird, and it was this idea that he wanted to use. Just use your brain slowly, the more you use it, the better. In this way, the more room a theoretically weak bird like the blue cotton bird can play, the more significant the effect of the combination of white mist and feather dance will be. And you can also follow the big brothers to get experience and accelerate your own growth. Qingliu was also very curious about what effect the drag tactics that could make the Pokemon of the other world Blue Eyes White Dragon with strong physical fitness feel a little strenuous would have on the native Pokemon of the Pokemon world. This is a very important reference. This is not only a gym match, but also a battle for him to test tactics and determine how many levels the two main forces can cross. Blue Cotton Bird, show us your best tricks. Chi with a deep cry. The blue cotton bird opened its beak and clouds of white mist gushed out of its mouth. At the same time, with the help of the wind created by its wings flapping vigorously, it quickly began to spread in all directions. Denji looked at the invading mist and instinctively felt that something was wrong. He quickly said, "Electric Beast, use the shock wave." The electric beast waved its arms, and the golden electric current gathered above the electric beast's head and shot towards the blue bird at an extremely fast speed. But the blue bird, which had long been wrapped in white mist, had already merged into the mist and moved silently to another place in the mist. The shock wave directly passed through the mist and flew away. Seeing that the attack failed, Denji continued without any surprise, used the lightning flash to pass through the mist and attack the blue bird. A faint white light lit up behind the electric beast, and its movement speed suddenly increased, and it quickly launched a charge. It was fast, but the speed of the blue bird spitting out white mist was not slow either. When the electric beast rushed to the position where the blue bird was just now, the scene just now reappeared. The surroundings were covered by white mist, and the vision was a vast expanse of white. The electric beast shook its head left and right as if it couldn't tell where it was. Blue bird, white mist, and then feather dance. The blue bird in the mist shook its wings, and the soft and fluffy feathers like cotton fell off its wings immediately, perfectly blending into the white mist, and silently fell from the air. Electric Beast, come out. Hey, ah. The electric beast jumped out of the mist, jumped out of the range of the white mist, and returned to Densi. Is there something wrong with the mist? Patting some cotton-like feathers on his body, he shook his head at Densi. Seeing this, Densi couldn't help but look at Qingliu. Originally, he thought that Qingliu would have something different when sending out this blue bird, or that it looked weak, but actually had some different moves or something. But now it seems that some insignificant moves were used, and even the attack was not launched. Just now, the seemingly continuous missed attacks of the electric beast were actually just his tests, in order to lure Qingliu to command the blue bird to attack. At that time, he would be able to judge what Qingliu's purpose was. But there was no effect, and the opponent continued to spit out mist. He had let the electric beast inhale and touch this white mist just now, and there was nothing abnormal, just a simple mist-type move. Could it be that this blue bird is really an ordinary low-level Pokemon? Densi was silent for a moment, and said to the electric beast, "Go all out, use 100,000 volts to attack without blind spots." The electric beast nodded, turned its arms, and the surging golden electric current quickly condensed with a crackling sound. Then, with the electric beast as the center, it suddenly expanded to the surroundings, pulling the entire venue and all areas in the low air into the attack range. Although the power of such an attack would be much smaller, it was more than enough to defeat a blue bird with a restrained attribute and a low level. Qingliu, if you don't use the special means of this blue bird again, the battle will be over. Denji stared at Qingliu, and in his mind he had already begun to practice the counterattacks or evasions that Qingliu might make, and formulated a new round of attack instructions. But Qingliu remained motionless and did not issue any instructions, and the blue bird did not respond at all. Except that the white mist seemed to be increasing, there was no change. Then, the 100,000 volts of the electric shock beast covered the entire field. Zzz. The electric current quickly passed through the mist, attacking the entire field without dead angles. The blue bird hiding in the white mist was also hit by the attack and fell from the air. Its eyes turned into circles and lost its ability to fight. Qingliu then took out the Poké Ball. A red light shot accurately from the Poké Ball into the white mist that filled the surroundings, and took the blue bird back. Denji. What kind of operation is this? It ended without any resistance? This blue bird turned out to be just like what he felt at the beginning, with no fighting power. Denji frowned. Based on the two brief encounters, Qingliu didn't seem like a boastful person, but why did he send out this Pokemon that was completely incompatible with the fighting level after using all his strength to fight? What does this mean? Day on the sidelines also frowned at this time. Not to mention Densi, he also didn't understand Qingliu's strange operation. Even if the messy scene in the suburbs was really caused by Qingliu practicing Pokemon moves, even if he really had Pokemon that were not weaker than him and Etsy, he couldn't just send one away as cannon fodder. Even if he captured one randomly in the wild, it might be able to cause some damage to the electric beast, instead of having no resistance at all like now. Compared with his doubts, Yadong's face showed a hint of joy. The weaker Qingliu appeared, the happier he was. Because when he snatched the rare Pokemon, the higher the success rate would be, and the greater the chance of achieving financial freedom. Moreover, Yadong glanced at the former boss beside him without leaving a trace. Although he has always had a sharp eye, he is still a human being after all, and he will make mistakes sometimes. Thinking of the disdainful expression of the other party when he found him, as if he would die if he went there, combined with Qingliu's current lack of fighting power, Yadong was very curious whether the other party would show an embarrassed expression of being defeated after being slapped in the face. But the owner of the cafe always had an expressionless look, but at some point, his eyes shifted slightly and fell on the white mist that had filled the whole place. Qingliu looked at the Poké Ball in his hand and said softly, "Thank you for your hard work. Even if you were hit by 100,000 volts, you still continued to use the white mist." As he spoke, he put away the Poké Ball of the bluebird and took out the second Poké Ball. "Next, it's time to verify your future path. Blue Eyes White Dragon, fly to the sky and blow all the mist away." Qingliu pressed the button and threw the Poké Ball into the air. A huge red light flashed, and under the sunlight, a giant flying dragon appeared, with a snow-white body and scales emitting a cold luster. Before everyone could react, a huge gust of wind blew up, and the Blue Eyes White Dragon was already in the air. Its two wings that covered the sky and the sun pierced through the sky, flapping violently and quickly. In an instant, all the white mist above the field was blown by the airflow, turning into a mist gust of wind that rushed towards the electric beast. The word count of Chapter 2 is the usual 3 chapters, and it will be completed soon. Chapter 142 Victory. 2 in 1. Woohoo! The wind whistled, and the distance of several dozen meters on the battlefield passed in an instant. By the time Electabuzz reacted, all the white mist left by the blue cotton bird had completely covered all the areas around it. Faced with this sudden change in the situation and the current situation where it was pitch dark, Electabuzz was a little lost, and had to keep observing the movements around him and take defensive actions at the same time. Denji was also surprised and did not react. However, he was not surprised by the white mist. In his opinion, the only effect of such a move was to block the vision, and the electric current covering attack could completely solve this problem. What really surprised him was the Pokemon that appeared in Qingliu's second Poké Ball. A dragon-shaped Pokemon that he had never seen before. And big. Very big. Very big. The first impression was so simple and crude. The height was several meters, the exact height was unknown, but the body length was known to be more than 10 meters. Denji had never seen such a big dragon-shaped Pokemon in his memory. It would be fine if it was just big, but the point was that the momentum emanating from this Pokemon completely matched its body size. Sharp fangs and claws, a body and tail with clear layers and full of texture, huge wings with spikes at the joints, and since it appeared, Denji felt that even his breathing felt heavier, as if there was a special field suppressing him. Intimidation characteristic? But isn't the strength of this characteristic a bit excessive? Denji didn't know the exact degree of pressure, but if even he, a trainer standing on the sidelines, felt a strong sense of oppression, the pressure on the Electabuzz in the field must be even greater. It's completely different from the momentum of the bluebird just now. Is this the confidence you have for asking me to go all out? Denji retracted his gaze from the sky and looked at Qingliu on the opposite side, with a fighting spirit slowly rising in his eyes. This level is indeed qualified, Qingliu. Let me see your true strength. Electabuzz, jump out of the white fog, and then use 100,000 volts on the target. Denji's voice fell, and Electabuzz immediately took action. The body sank, and the legs quickly squatted down while exerting force on the legs, trying to jump out of the range of the white fog as before. But as the power burst out, Electabuzz found that its body became unusually heavy, as if countless invisible hands were pulling it hard on the ground to prevent it from jumping. It was forced to fall back to the ground after jumping only 2 or 3 meters. Hey. Electabuzz could feel that since the second Pokemon of the opponent appeared, its body was restricted as if it was put on shackles, but even so, it was impossible for its jumping ability to drop sharply. Electabuzz tried again, and the result was still the same. Denji also noticed something was wrong. Electabuzz responded to the command issued, but it didn't respond for so long. Could something have gone wrong? Denji immediately decided to attack with blind vision. Electabuzz, use 100,000 volts towards the air in front of the left. Crackling. The sound of arc jumping and colliding sounded, and then a thigh-thick electric current flashed through the white mist, went straight through the white mist, and shot straight at the blue eyes white dragon in the air. You can hit so accurately even without seeing it. Qingliu praised, with a smile on his face. This was exactly what he wanted. Blue eyes white dragon has the ability to fight 5 levels higher than Tyrannosaurus at level 23, and the Electabuzz in front of him was exactly level 28. Qingliu was very curious whether Blue Eyes White Dragon could crush the opponent like Tyrannosaurus when it jumped 5 levels. Try it yourself, Blue Eyes White Dragon, Dragon's Wrath. Qingliu's voice sounded, and Blue Eyes White Dragon roared, and dark blue dragon energy penetrated its body, condensing into a ferocious dragon-shaped skeleton energy body in the air, and pounced on the oncoming 100,000 volts. Bang! The dark blue and golden energy collided violently and exploded at the same time, setting off a series of roars and smoke. Are the powers similar? Glancing at the center of the explosion, Qingliu continued to command, go up and use Dragon Tail. Blue Eyes White Dragon folded its wings and began to fall at a high speed, avoiding the attack while keeping its body close to the ground. The huge wings spread out in a straight line and rushed to the position of Electabuzz at high speed. Such a large body can actually move so fast. Denji was surprised by the speed displayed by the Blue Eyes White Dragon, but he knew that now was not the time to think too much. Even if the Electabuzz was in the white fog, the opponent would definitely not be able to find its specific location, but with such a large body, it could directly attack the entire fog indiscriminately. Thinking of the difficulty of Electabuzz moving just now, Denji quickly issued an order, Electabuzz, use Lightning Flash to rush out, and use Freezing Punch at the same time. Although he couldn't see the specific situation, Electabuzz, who sensed a sense of crisis, quickly activated his moves. White light appeared behind him, driving his body to start sprinting forward. But at this moment, the previous sluggish feeling that he would feel whenever he made any movement came again, and his whole body seemed to be tied up with sandbags, and his speed dropped sharply, so that Lightning Flash could only maintain a slow movement speed. At this time, the sense of crisis he felt just now became stronger. Hey, ah! After struggling again and again in vain, Electabuzz let out a roar and chose to give up using the lightning. With a flash of light, ice energy quickly condensed on its right arm, and a trace of cold air drifted away. Then, Electabuzz threw a punch directly in front of it. At this time, the dragon tail of the Blue Eyes White Dragon swept across. Boom! With a muffled sound, the dragon tail passed through the mist, and the figure of Electabuzz followed and flew out of the mist. After colliding with the ground several times in a row, it fell to the ground. Hey, ah! The wounded Electabuzz struggled and slowly stood up from the ground, breathing rapidly. Denji looked at this scene with an unusually solemn expression. He was not surprised that the previous 100,000 volt attack ended in a draw. After all, he knew that Qingliu, an unknown Pokémon, was very powerful when he saw it, and even if it fell into a weak position, it was within his expectations. But when Electabuzz used the physical moves that it was more proficient in, or the ice-type move Frozen Punch that restrained the Dragon-type, it was actually completely suppressed. He really didn't expect it. Could it be that it just looks like a dragon but is not a Dragon-type, so it is not afraid of the Frozen Fist? Denji immediately rejected this idea. This was not the key to the problem. The key point was that the white dragon in front of him was even stronger than he had imagined. And Denji's eyes fell on the electric beast. Some feathers had been stained on the black and yellow tiger-colored fur. These feathers had covered half of its body and were still oozing water from time to time. At this time, the electric beast seemed to be wearing a wetsuit. Every movement would cause the feathers attached to its body to drop water drops. Denji quickly thought of the bluebird that seemed to be doing useless work just now. The mist is essentially small water droplets, and those feathers are exactly the same as the feathers on the wings of the bluebird. Could it be that, using cotton to stick water droplets on the electric beast to force it to bear weight, and at the same time, the white dragon has a strange suppression ability? The combination of the two caused the electric beast to fail to successfully escape from the fog twice just now. Seeing that Denji had guessed it, Qingliu nodded directly. That's right. No wonder you took out that seemingly weak blue cotton bird, it turned out to be for this. Denji said, then changed the subject. But this is equivalent to giving up a selectable Pokemon for a 1-for-1 exchange. Is it worth it? Qingliu smiled and shook his head, without further explanation. I can't tell you that I only have these 3, and I can't make up the whole without it. From the actual combat effect, the Blue Cotton Bird's set of moves can be said to be successful. Even a Pokemon with good speed like Electabuzz has been severely affected. If the speed is slower, it will probably be more obvious. And the most important thing is that Electabuzz, which is restricted by the set, has to choose to fight Blue Eyes White Dragon head-on, which makes it easier for him to judge the combat effectiveness of Blue Eyes White Dragon. Qingliu glanced at Blue Eyes White Dragon and the place on its tail that was hit by the frozen punch just now. There are already some signs of ice on it. It's roughly the same as I guessed. It can no longer defeat Pokemon that are 5 levels higher than itself as easily and directly as before, and it will also be injured when facing attacks. However, the hard power is still the stronger side. After all, a legendary dragon elf like Blue Eyes White Dragon has an innate advantage when facing Pokemon. Blue Eyes White Dragon then turned to look at Denji and Electabuzz. Now that the desired result has been obtained, there is no need to drag it on. Blue Eyes White Dragon, end the battle. Use Explosive Wind Bullet. The Blue Eyes White Dragon flying in the air opened its bloody mouth full of fangs, and the jumping arcs in light compressed and condensed, and a breath was born. I have never seen Pokemon before, and I have never seen a move. Denji, who felt this breath, also understood that this was the killer move of the White Dragon in front of him, and his eyes quickly turned to Electabuzz. The tired Electabuzz nodded at him. Go all out, 100,000 volts at maximum power. Hey, Enduring the injuries on his body, the electric beast quickly turned his arms to generate electricity, and the current quickly gathered on his head, and turned into golden currents as thick as thighs through the conductor. Zzzzz! Exclamation mark. This is not over yet. The surging enthusiasm in his chest urged the electric beast to continue to accelerate the power generation, and all the current in his body was gathered on his head. A 100,000 volt as thick as a bucket, exuding a strong aura, was formed. Electric Beast, fire. The electric beast stopped swinging its hands, mobilized the remaining physical strength, and the 100,000 volts of full strength attack were like an electric python jumping in the air, and pounced on the Blue Eyes White Dragon. Qingliu listened to the bursts of electric sound ringing in his ears, looked at the golden torrent moving, and slowly said, Explosive Gale Bullet. Fire. Whoosh! A very fast sound of passing through the air was heard. As the Blue Eyes White Dragon blew out fiercely, the explosive wind bomb hit the surging 100,000 volts first. And then, boom! A thunderclap sounded directly in the clear sky. The terrifying sound instantly scared everyone present, and they couldn't help but look up at the sky in horror. I saw a golden electric current like an electric python opened its mouth and fiercely bit an energy ball that was jumping and emitting strong light. But no matter how the electric python launched an impact explosion, the energy ball remained motionless. Until, the energy in the explosive wind bomb completely bloomed in everyone's wide-eyed eyes. The terrifying energy instantly submerged the 100,000 volts and swallowed it up, and then fell from the sky without slowing down, landing on the electric beast that had lost its ability to move. Bang! There was a loud bang, smoke and dust rose, and the ground shook. The electric beast was hit hard, and its eyes rolled back and it slowly fell down, losing its ability to fight. The referee was also a little frightened by the noise. He stared at the scene blankly for a long time before reacting. He walked over to Electabuzz to check it out, swallowed his saliva, and raised the flag in his hand with some shock. Electabuzz has lost its ability to fight. Aoyagi wins this round. The referee's announcement seemed to have aroused the attention of the people watching the game. The originally quiet surroundings suddenly became noisy. Day had a serious expression. The wind speed dog lying next to him looked like it was just like that. Yadon looked incredible. Only the owner of the cafe wore sunglasses and had no expression. No one would have thought that Aoyagi, a trainer who was silent in the first game, would make such a big noise in the second game, and even copied the first game and crushed it directly. And the one who was crushed was Densei, the gym trainer who had ended the chaos in Benhei City by force instead of Aoyagi. Densei had the same expression at this time, but he quickly adjusted himself. While taking out the Poké Ball and putting Electabuzz back into the Poké Ball, Denji shook his head slightly. I didn't expect that a full-strength attack of 100,000 volts would be defeated head-on. You said that before. If I really held back, I might have been in a passive position. As he spoke, Denji looked up at the huge white figure in the air and asked, "Can you tell me its name?" Qingliu said slowly, "Blue Eyes White Dragon." Blue Eyes White Dragon. Denji repeated word by word, and a smile gradually appeared on his face. "It's been a long time since I met a trainer as strong as you. It really makes my blood boil, but don't think that this means you have a sure win." As he spoke, Denji took out the second Poké Ball from his pocket and threw it out. A flash of red light flashed, and a Pokémon standing on 4 legs, looking like a lion but with blue and black hair all over its body, fluffy black mane on the back of its neck, and a low-key look but exuding a sharp aura, appeared. At the same time, a golden transparent wall suddenly appeared around it to protect it. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 143, 1 vs. 2. The blue-black cat's golden eyes quickly locked onto the blue eyes white dragon in the sky, and it roared without showing any weakness. "Licka. Aowagi, it's one of my 2 strongest Pokémon, be careful," Denji reminded. Along with the roar, Aowagi clearly felt a stronger aura coming from the other party than before, and then opened the panel illustration. A line of small blue words quickly appeared in front of him. Race, Rentgen Cat, Classification, a Pokémon, Attribute, Electric, Feature, Fighting Spirit. When the gender is the same as the opponent, the power of the move increases by 25%. When the gender is different, it decreases by 25%, and the power does not change if the gender is unknown. Level 28. Exclusive moves, none. Mastered moves, Lightning, Charge, Bite, Freeze Fang, Flame Fang, Thunder Fang, Howl, Electric Field, Crazy Volt. Race value, 523, Health 80, Attack 120, Defense 79, Special Attack 95, Special Defense 79, Speed 70, Intimacy, 0, I don't know you. Status, Strong Fighting Spirit against opponents of the same sex. Information summary, when the pupils are shining with golden light, it has the ability to see through any object. Since perspective requires a lot of electricity, it will sleep for a long time after using it to accumulate energy. Not only the level, the characteristics, race values, and skill pool are all a level stronger than Electabuzz. Looking at the information of Rentgen Cat's illustrations, Qingliu said to himself. Compared to the 490 race value of Electabuzz, the 523 Rentgen Cat is very close to the level of the 3 major pets in each region. In addition, the second stage evolution is not very demanding. This is simply the combat power of the 3 major pets of the electric type. Not to mention the bonus brought by the fighting spirit characteristic, it can be said to be even better than before. In this case, Blue Eyes White Dragon, strike first and use the dragon tail to attack. Woohoo! Blue Eyes White Dragon quickly vibrated its wings, and its huge body swooped down from midair. At the same time, it turned its body, and the familiar dragon tail move quickly covered its tail and whipped it to the ground. Rentgen Cat, use electric shock after charging. Rentgen Cat immediately entered the charging state, and the electricity accumulated in its body turned into an electric current and shot into the air. The next second, the dragon tail hit the electric shock heavily. The dark blue and gold energy collided violently, and black smoke rose up, but the 2 energies did not decide the winner because of this, but instead the entanglement became more intense. Seeing this, Denji's face was full of surprise. First, the charging move increased the power of the electric shock, and then the fighting spirit brought a second increase. It can be said that it has far surpassed the combat power of Electabuzz. It can only tie with Dragon Tail. The physical fitness of this Blue Eyes White Dragon is unimaginable. Qingliu was also a little surprised that it could resist Dragon Tail. Blue Eyes White Dragon, get around and stick to it to use Dragon Claw. After the spontaneous communication between the 3 Pokémon yesterday, Tyrannosaurus's Dragon Tail proficiency improved, and Blue Eyes White Dragon, as a genius of moves, learned Dragon Claw from Tyrannosaurus. On the already sharp claws, the dragon energy covered and expanded, turning into a huge energy claw, following the low-flying Blue Eyes White Dragon to avoid the continuous electric shock moves and rush to the front of Rentgen Cat. Rentgen Cat, use Freeze Fang. The huge dark blue dragon claw slapped down, and Rentgen Cat opened its mouth wide, and 4 sharp teeth were biting forward with cold air. Bang! The energy explosion set off gusts of wind, and a dragon and a cat were both repelled. The Rentgen Cat stretched out its sharp claws and scratched 10 grooves on the ground to stop its retreat. The blue-eyes white dragon flapped its wings quickly and flew back into the sky. Afterwards, Aoyagi and Denji issued another order, and the blue-eyes white dragon and the Rentgen Cat fought again. Bang! 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 Amid the continuous explosions, the two figures had already attacked each other more than 10 times in a flash. Denji looked at the Rentgen Cat that retreated in front of him again, and couldn't help but sighed. Electric beasts usually can't last more than 5 rounds under the hands of Rentgen Cat. I originally thought that Rentgen Cat could resolve the battle quickly, but I didn't expect it to be deadlocked. I didn't expect it to be like this. Aoyagi looked around and smiled. Besides, haven't you made plans to increase your combat power again? I didn't expect to be discovered, so why didn't you stop me? Denji couldn't help but feel a little confused. Qingliu said slowly, because there is no need for this, and I also want to see how far Rentgen Cat can improve. Hearing this very confident and somewhat arrogant words, Denji couldn't help but be stunned, and then smiled and said, in this case, let me show you. Denji said while issuing another command to Rentgen Cat, electric field, start. Electric field, electricity type moves, similar to the field type moves that change weather conditions, can change the entire nearby area into a field of electric current. All Pokemon in it cannot fall asleep, and at the same time, electric attribute moves will be increased by 30%. Lika. Rentgen Cat roared, and golden light began to appear around the field, making the entire field transparent. At the same time, arcs of electricity began to drill out from the ground, running through and jumping on the ground. At this moment, the entire battlefield seemed to have turned into a sea of electricity. And standing in the center of the ocean was the fierce-looking Rentgen Cat. Aoyagi, the next step is to attack with all your strength. Denji said loudly, Rentgen Cat, charge while sprinting, and then use Crazy Volt. Crazy Volt is an electric physical move with a power of 90. It covers the whole body with strong electric current to form a high-speed and high-damage attack that completely disregards its own self-suicidal ramming attack. As Denji finished speaking, Rentgen Cat began to run, and the light of charging flashed, and the yellow-white high-voltage current unique to the Crazy Volt move quickly covered the whole body. As it rushed forward, strands of electric current in Denji's field quickly merged into its body, and a more violent electric energy condensed. Even at a distance, Aoyagi could feel the unusualness of this attack. With a triple superposition, the power of the move should have exceeded 120 now. In this case, Blue Eyes White Dragon will fly into the air. Blue Eyes White Dragon acted quickly and rushed towards the sky. It's useless. Denji shouted, and the Rentgen Cat changed its movements as he spoke. It jumped up, and the golden current wrapped around its body collided with the ground, and violent energy suddenly burst out. With an explosion, the Rentgen Cat rose from the ground at a terrifying speed, and the reaction force generated by the explosion pushed it straight into the air. Almost in an instant, it had arrived behind the Blue Eyes White Dragon, who wanted to rely on flying to avoid it. Then, the Rentgen Cat continued to fly, and crashed into the Blue Eyes White Dragon, who seemed to have no idea at all. It's over. Denji's voice fell, and the Crazy Volt current surged, ferociously. Qingliu's voice rang out in the crackling sound all over the sky. Blue Eyes White Dragon, explosive gale bullet. In the mouth of the Blue Eyes White Dragon, who had never looked back, an energy bullet condensed with arcs and light had already formed at some point, and the moment he turned his head, it had already sprayed towards the Rentgen Cat. It's useless. Something like a transparent wall appeared around the body of the Rentgen Cat again, blocking the path of the explosive wind bomb. Not only does the blue cotton bird have a backup plan, but the electric beast also has one. This is the light wall it uses when it loses its ability to fight, just for this moment. Denji knew that the power of this move to defeat the electric beast was very powerful, and it didn't expect the light wall to block the attack. It only needed the light wall to consume part of its power, so the remaining attack would not matter even if it fell on the Rentgen Cat. As long as Crazy Volt hit, Denji believed that this round would be over. Under his gaze, the explosive wind bomb hit the light wall, and with a crisp shattering sound, the energy bomb dropped at a speed visible to the naked eye and continued to rush towards the Rentgen Cat. Very good, Everything is as expected, so the battle will be. Don't worry, this is just the beginning. Qingliu's voice suddenly interrupted, and Denji immediately felt something was wrong and looked up. During the continuous backward flight, the blue-eyes white dragon, which had already sprayed out more a bursting gust of wind, had already condensed another burst of gust of wind in its mouth. I let the blue-eyes white dragon fly into the air not to avoid the attack, but to leave the Renkin cat no place to hide. Qingliu waved his hand and said, "Blue-eyes white dragon, bursting gust of wind, fire." Whoosh! The sound of breaking through the air sounded, and without the light wall blocking it, the second round fell directly on the Renkin cat without any hindrance. And this is not over yet. Almost as soon as the second round was finished, the third round was condensed and fired again. Then came the fourth round, the fifth round, the sixth round. The continuous attacks all hit. The blue-eyes white dragon, whose physical strength was originally different from that of Pokemon, relied on his talent of learning everything and had learned how to maximize his physical strength from Tyrannosaurus yesterday, and had been completely digitalized. The main feature of digital Pokemon is that one move has no CD. At this moment, the Renkin cat was submerged in the bombardment of 8 bursting gusts of wind. I seem to have symptoms of influenza A and feel a bit uncomfortable. I will write more tomorrow to make up for it. Chapter 144 Ace. 2 in 1. Boom. 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 The smoke and explosions continued. In the air, where there was no space or ability to dodge, all the explosive gusts merged together, and a huge roar resounded through the sky. Being in the center of the explosion, even the Renkin cat in the crazy volt state was instantly submerged. Under the powerful impact, the body lost control and fell headfirst from the air. Boom. Accompanied by a dull sound, the Renkin cat fell on the battlefield. His eyes were dull, and he couldn't stand up for a long time. It seemed that it was because of this sound that everyone present seemed to have just reacted. They looked at each other with incredible expressions. Among them, those who knew something about Pokemon battles were even more shocked. One of the strongest Pokemon of Denji Gym Leader, Renkin, not only has charging moves and fighting spirit characteristics to enhance the power of moves, but also uses the electric field. With a blessing of 3 different powers, it was defeated from the front. It's just incredible. I have seen so many battles, I can't believe that someone can do such a thing. Not only the audience who came to watch the game, but even Day was a little unresponsive at this moment. Others only know that Denji's Renkin is strong, but he knows that it is a Pokemon that Denji has spent countless efforts to cultivate, and it is stronger than most people understand. What's more, after completing these 3 superpositions, his Windy Dog may not be its opponent. But now, it was completely crushed by the White Dragon Pokemon in Qingliu's hand that he had never seen before. Doesn't that mean that if he goes on the field, he will also be beaten up by Qingliu? Moreover, the consistency of the move that I had never seen before was as if it came out of nowhere, without any obstacles at all. If such an attack was launched close to the face, even the speed of the wind speed dog might not be able to dodge it. Day's eyes fell on Qingliu. Now, he finally believed that the big hole on the ground and the mess around were caused by the training moves that Qingliu mentioned before. He also remembered that Qingliu said that if he defeated Denji, their original intention of showing their strength would be ruined, which he thought was a joke. Wait. Day instantly thought of the 2 times he guessed that Qingliu was targeted by poachers. He ran to support Qingliu's operation because he was worried about safety issues. It was obvious that Qingliu had the ability to solve it easily, and it could even be said that it would be a very easy thing to solve, but he rushed to support like a clown? Maybe if he went a little later, the poacher would be caught by Qingliu. At this moment, Day couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. On the other side, Yaden, who was hiding in the audience, had cold sweat all over his forehead, and his straight back was soaked with sweat without knowing when. Monster, thing, it's just a monster. The Renkin cat that Denji had chased his 3 Houndooms was severely injured in an instant. At this moment, Qingliu and the White Dragon flying in the sky were pure monsters in Yaden's eyes. He could feel the power of the moves that did not pause at all, even from such a long distance. Fortunately I didn't go. Yaden trembled and said to himself. Although he could not distinguish the battle formation of these 2 Pokemon, the guy who could beat Renkin cat without temper could definitely beat him without temper, and it would be easier. If he had not listened to the boss and chose to go his own way, I'm afraid it would not be Renkin cat but him who fell to the ground at this time, and he might even lose his life there. Boss, Thank you for your advice. If it weren't for you, I would probably be in Binhe City prison now. Yaden had abandoned all his previous dissatisfaction with the boss's words about not touching Qingliu, or he would be looking for death. He didn't dare to think about this matter at all. He was full of relief that he had escaped a disaster. The man in the cafe looked at him expressionlessly and said lightly, "Don't always think about stealing other people's Pokemon and then reselling them. These are all products from 10 years ago, Yaden. Times have changed." After saying that, regardless of Yaden's reaction, he turned his head and looked at the battlefield again, his eyes under the sunglasses serious. Even if he thought he had a sharp eye, he didn't expect Densi to be crushed. Originally, he just thought Qingliu was extraordinary, but he didn't expect him to be so powerful. Under the management of the Alliance, genius trainers like Densi have emerged like mushrooms after rain, and now there is a newcomer who is younger and more terrifying. If this continues, it will probably not be long before all the large and small organizations will be purged. In the center of the field, Denji looked at the Renkin cat in surprise for a long time, then slowly came back to his senses and looked up at the blue-eyes white dragon in midair. It's incredible that it can launch attacks continuously at that frequency. Even in his impression, not many Pokemon can do such a thing. Generally speaking, continuous attacks are carried out with continuous non-solid energy, or moves with high energy operation requirements but limited power can do it. But for a solid move like Blue-Eyes White Dragon that is obviously powerful, he has never seen it except for some old gym trainers in his impression. I didn't expect your Renkin cat to be so tenacious. 8 exploding wind bullets have not lost their combat effectiveness. Qingliu said as he looked at the Renkin cat who stood up tremblingly. It just so happens that there is still a little time left for the light wall, plus there is also the defense that is increased by the accumulated current of the charging move, otherwise it may not last until the 4th or 5th attack. I almost forgot about this. In addition to making the power of the following electric attribute move soar, the charging move will also increase the special defense due to the residual current. Not only the attack is stacked, but also the defensive moves are constantly stacked. Apart from Sorona, this is the second person that Qingliu has met who can use the move so skillfully. However, no matter how many times he uses them, it is in vain. Even if the combat power is very strong, even if it encounters ordinary Pokemon, it can fight across levels, but it is very unfortunate that its opponent is Blue-Eyes White Dragon. It is truly invincible at the same level. Blue-Eyes White Dragon, kill the game, rush up and use Dragon Claw. Blue-Eyes White Dragon flapped its wings again, raising a gust of wind to sprint. Densi looked at the Renkin cat who was barely standing, his eyes full of fatigue. Licka. Renkin cat nodded, and then turned his eyes to the Blue-Eyes White Dragon that was rushing towards him. Densi immediately said, "Well, Renkin cat, another crazy volt." The high-voltage current expanded instantly, and Renkin cat took another step, facing the Blue-Eyes White Dragon with violent electric energy. The distance between the two sides was closing rapidly, but how could the already severely injured Renkin cat match the speed of Blue-Eyes White Dragon? Almost at the moment of the intersection, Blue-Eyes White Dragon had already shown its claws in advance. Chi-chi-chi. Boom. A sharp tearing sound was followed by a muffled sound. The dark blue dragon claws cut through Crazy Volt, and one claw slammed heavily on the top of Renkin cat's head. The terrifying force directly knocked Renkin cat into the ground, creating a big hole. Renkin cat lay on the ground and fainted. The referee quickly came to check the situation, raised the flag and announced loudly, "Renkin cat has lost the ability to fight. The winner of this round is Aowagi's Blue-Eyes White Dragon." As the referee's voice fell, Denji took Renkin cat back to the Poké Ball, and the entire battlefield fell into complete silence. Although Aowagi was the first to lose a Pokemon and fell into disadvantage, he won the next 2 consecutive games with an upper hand, and it was Denji who everyone thought would win that was at a disadvantage at this moment. You think, will this challenger win? It feels possible. This white dragon has won 2 games in a row. With this terrifying strength, it is not impossible for him to continue to win. Several audience members whispered. As more and more people said this, someone soon retorted, it is because he has already won 2 games that he cannot win. The overwhelming energy bomb attack just now must have consumed a lot of physical strength. And have you forgotten that the Pokemon left by Densi is the one who looks very cute but actually defeated countless criminals? Hearing this, all the audiences nearby seemed to think of something and their expressions became serious. Even those who were still saying that Qingliu might win just now shut up. As natives of Binhe City who have experienced the chaos in the past few years, they naturally knew clearly that Densi and Day had recently sorted out the chaos in Binhe City. And Densi's Pokemon, which is small in size but extremely ferocious in combat, has left an indelible impression in their hearts. That was Denji's trump card Pokemon, and it was also the real source of Denji's nickname Thunder of the Seaside. At this moment, Day, Yuden, the owner of the cafe, everyone held their breath and looked at the battlefield. They knew that the next game would be the real final game. Under the gaze of everyone, Denji took out the last red and white Poké Ball. When I heard Day mention you, and my later observation, I agreed with his point of view that you will become a very powerful trainer in the future, but I didn't expect you to have reached this level now. But I won't give you the badge so easily, no. I should say that you can't take this badge now. While speaking, Denji pressed the switch. A burst of red light flashed, and one or two rodents with white body hair on their abdomens and dark orange hair all over their bodies appeared. They had very cute electric bags on their cheeks, and their tails were several times longer than their bodies. There was a lightning-like mark at the end. The evolution of the electric Pokemon Pikachu, Raichu! Raichu! Exclamation mark. With its strong feet on the ground, Raichu faced the blue-eyes white dragon, which was much larger than it, without any fear in its eyes. Instead, it was filled with fighting spirit. Its eyes were downcast, and traces of gold and electricity danced on its electric bag. Qingliu immediately clicked on the information of this Raichu, and small blue characters quickly appeared in front of him. Race, Raichu. Classification, Mouse Pokemon. Attribute, electricity. Feature, static electricity. Carries static electricity on the body, sometimes paralyzing opponents who make physical contact with it. Level, 30. Exclusive moves, none. Mastered moves, Electric Ball, Discharge, Lightning Flash, Thunder, 100,000 volts, Iron Tail, High Speed Movement, Volt Attack, Race Value, 485, Health 60, Attack 90, Defense 55, Special Attack 90, Special Defense 80, Speed 110, Intimacy, 0, I don't know you, Status, Normal, Information Summary, the long tail is like a grounding wire, and it can successfully turn it into the ground even when facing a strong lightning strike. The power of each electric shock is comparable to 100,000 volts. Even if facing an opponent whose size is much larger than his own, he can still completely stun him. Even the King Bronze Elephant is no match for him. In the end, it was indeed this Raichu. Qingliu said to himself. Compared with Electabuzz and Electabuzz, Raichu has the lowest racial value, only 485, but Qingliu has no intention of relaxing because of this. Denji's earliest partner and the strongest Pokemon are Raichu, which is the one in front of him. Even Electabuzz and Electabuzz, and even the evolved Electabuzz, cannot shake its position. And whether it is when Xiaozi challenged the Marina Gym or when he was in the Masters tournament on the road, the screenwriter deliberately let Denji not use Raichu, and even did not give it any shots. On the one hand, it was to avoid the dispute with Pikachu's attributes and the evolution and degeneration of Pokemon, and on the other hand, it was not to end Xiaozi's winning streak. After all, Day's main force at that time could beat Xiaozi's 3 Pokemon including Pikachu without any injury. Even if Denji's main force Raichu, who is equivalent to Day's strength, was wasted for a period of time, his strength was not comparable to Xiaozi at that time. Therefore, the combat power of this Raichu is definitely not as simple as shown in the data panel. Blue Eyes White Dragon, do you need to rest? Qingliu raised his head and looked at the huge figure in front of him and asked. Just as the tiny voices from the audience said, the physical strength of Blue Eyes White Dragon has dropped greatly. It was not greatly affected in the battle with Electabuzz, but in the battle with Ronjinkit, it was learning the continuous attacks of Tyrannosaurus Digimon in midair. The physical loss under different systems was extremely great. The victory was completely due to the innate physical strength to fill the level difference. In addition, Raichu's level is 30. Even if Blue Eyes White Dragon has the ability to fight across levels, Raichu's level can still throw Blue Eyes White Dragon away. Under various unfavorable factors, Qingliu wanted to let Blue Eyes White Dragon rest and let Tyrannosaurus go. Blue Eyes White Dragon can't speak, nor does it use actions to respond. It just quietly looks at the Raichu on the opposite side with electric current surging, his eyes full of fiery fighting spirit. I understand. Qingliu did not continue to persuade. Since the Blue Eyes White Dragon wants to try, then let it try. We attack first. Blue Eyes White Dragon uses Dragon's Wrath. The Blue Eyes White Dragon stood up straight suddenly, and deep blue dragon energy penetrated its body. A bone-like dragon-shaped energy body condensed on the top of its head, and it pounced on Raichu with its fangs and claws. Facing the attack, Densy changed his previous head-on tactics and said quickly, "Raichu, move at high speed." In an instant, Raichu's body seemed to disappear and dodge to the side. As soon as Dragon's Wrath arrived, its figure had already come to the other side. At the same time, on the electric bags on its cheeks, electric currents as thick as fingers jumped, instantly wrapping the whole body. As the violent electric current flashed, an angry energy that was no weaker than Dragon's Wrath in momentum was compressed around Raichu's body. "Raichu, keep moving at high speed and use Volt Attack." Zzz, hum. The sound of electricity fell, and the golden electric torrent flashed and disappeared. Except for a few wisps of sound, there was no trace of it. It appeared again and had already broken through to the Blue Eyes White Dragon. Whether it was Qingliu or Blue Eyes White Dragon, it was difficult for them to catch such a fast speed for a while, but no matter what, the opponent would definitely attack the Blue Eyes White Dragon in close combat. Then, Blue Eyes White Dragon, use Dragon's Fury to attack the area around your body with all your strength. Chapter 145, Final Battle, 2-in-1. Volt Attack, an upgraded version of Crazy Volt. It is an electric attack that only Pikachu can master, with a power value of 120. This is an attack move that relies on Raichu's super fast running speed to hit, and with the explosive movement speed bonus brought by high speed movement, the power of this move will reach the extreme. In this case, since the direction of attack cannot be determined, and the target of attack can only be determined, then all you need to do is wait and see. Roar. With a roar, the bone-like energy body formed by the angry energy of Dragon's Fury turned into a huge dragon head in a few flashes, roaring and opening its big mouth, falling from the sky and rushing towards Blue Eyes White Dragon itself. In an instant, Dragon's Fury landed, and except for the Blue Eyes White Dragon who happened to be standing at the opening and closing of the big mouth, all nearby areas were hit by energy shock waves one after another. As long as you get close, you will be attacked. What a quick reaction. Apart from Day, you are the second person to make such a quick judgment. Densy said in surprise, but his voice did not pause at all. Raichu, rush forward. Raichu. In the clear torrent of electric energy, the figure of Raichu gradually appeared. The next moment, Raichu had already rushed to the front of the Blue Eyes White Dragon. The yellow electric energy suddenly rushed into the dark blue dragon energy, and the jumping and flashing electric current and the angry shock wave collided wildly, with smoke and explosions one after another. Despite the obstruction, Raichu had no intention of stopping. The restless golden arc of electricity was like a drill bit, forcibly attacking the Dragon's Fury, tearing a hole in the Dragon's Fury. Then, Raichu started to attack with all his strength towards this gap. Zzz. The violent energy poured out, and the Dragon's Fury gradually became overwhelmed. Raichu carried the Volt Attack and went straight to the Blue Eyes White Dragon in the center step by step. Hit back with the dragon's tail. Qingliu's voice sounded, and the Blue Eyes White Dragon's body turned quickly. The layered tail was covered with dragon energy, and it was pulled out heavily. Facing the interception, Raichu moved at high speed again, and even dragged behind him the shadow of the lightning flash move. A white light flashed, and Raichu jumped up, easily dodging the attack while coming close to the Blue Eyes White Dragon. This Raichu's speed is faster than the Blue Eyes White Dragon flying at full speed, and it can forcibly knock away the Dragon's Fury, which means it is very powerful. In addition, it is ahead of the Blue Eyes White Dragon in level. If you want to win, you need a chance. Qingliu looked at Raichu's movements and thought to himself. The Blue Eyes White Dragon's reaction speed was also not slow. Facing the attack, it backhanded a heavy dragon claw. Chi-chi. Zzz. Sharp and piercing sounds exploded in the ears. With its huge strength and huge and sharp claws after being transformed into energy, the Blue Eyes White Dragon tried to break through the layers of electric current to attack the Raichu. But Raichu is not a Renkin cat, and Volt Attack is not Crazy Volt. The surging electric energy blocked all the dragon claws, and the current was still attacking in the opposite direction of the claws. Sure enough, the power is still not enough. Looking at the Blue Eyes White Dragon gradually falling into disadvantage in the attack, Qingliu had a flash of thought in his mind. Whether it was the Dragon Claw, Dragon Tail or Dragon's Wrath, the power was far less than that of the Volt attack. Even if the Blue Eyes White Dragon had a good foundation, this fundamental gap was still not enough. In this case, Blue Eyes White Dragon used the Dragon Claw to control it. As Qingliu's voice fell, the Blue Eyes White Dragon immediately stretched out the second claw, and under the cover of deep blue energy, it attacked Raichu directly from the other side. One on the left and one on the right, clamping it in the middle. It's useless. There is no difference between one Dragon Claw and two Dragon Claws for Raichu, Denji said very confidently. The situation was just as Denji said. Even with the two Dragon Claws, Volt's attack could not be stopped. Even the dancing electric currents had hit the Blue Eyes White Dragon. However, Aoyagi could also think of what Denji could think of. He smiled and asked, "Oh? Really?" The Blue Eyes White Dragon took advantage of the moment to catch Raichu and condensed a burst of wind bullets in his mouth. The clamped Raichu was like the Renkin cat that jumped into the air before. There was no room to dodge. Next, it was just like the Renkin cat. However, facing this move again, Denji was very calm and said quickly, "Raichu, cancel the attack." The violent breath and the electric energy that always surrounded Raichu disappeared instantly. Raichu, without energy protection, fell on the claws of the Blue Eyes White Dragon. Then it was hit by the Dragon Claws but did not fall down. Instead, it used its hands and feet, and used its body, which was very small compared to the Blue Eyes White Dragon, to quickly crawl along the arm towards the shoulder. Retreating to advance is a good choice, but it's useless. Throw it down. As Qingliu finished speaking, the Blue Eyes White Dragon responded quickly, and the Dragon Claw slapped towards his arm without hesitation. But the next second, the Blue Eyes White Dragon's movements froze. There was a trace of confusion in its blue eyes. Only a trace of golden arcs flashed on its body, like a rope that restricted the Blue Eyes White Dragon's attack. Sure enough, paralyzed state. Looking at the appearance of the Blue Eyes White Dragon, Qingliu's eyes fell on Raichu. He didn't use any moves that might cause paralysis, but it paralyzed the Blue Eyes White Dragon in a very strange way, so there was only one possibility left. Just now, Denji cancelled the Volt attack specifically to let the Dragon Claw hit Raichu and trigger the characteristics of Raichu through contact. That's right, Raichu's characteristic is static electricity, and there is a chance that it will enter a paralyzed state after physical contact. Denji continued to issue instructions while saying, "Raichu, use Volt attack at this distance to end the game." Raichu, which had already climbed to the elbow of Blue Eyes White Dragon, jumped up, and the high-voltage current gathered around it and shot directly at the head of Blue Eyes White Dragon. The victory or defeat seemed to be determined at this moment. Qingliu laughed at this. Using the characteristic is a good tactic. But I have been preparing for static electricity since early in the morning, and didn't you notice? Since Raichu appeared, the characteristic of Blue Eyes White Dragon seems to have disappeared. Denji's face changed when he heard this. Although he didn't know what the specific characteristic of Blue Eyes White Dragon was, it was basically very close to intimidation, and the sense of oppression was stronger. This is also the reason why Electabuzz was trapped by the Mist plus Cotton of Blue Cotton Bird before. If there was no blessing of this characteristic of Blue Eyes White Dragon, not to mention one Blue Cotton Bird, even 3 or 4 of them would not be able to suppress Electabuzz. But it is such a characteristic that cannot only be controlled automatically, but even he himself has inadvertently ignored this problem. He is using the characteristic, Qingliu is also using the characteristic, and everyone has the same plan. Denji looked straight at Qingliu. The current characteristic induction plus the previous Blue Cotton Bird tactics, he is not only strong in Pokemon but also has a very clear tactical thinking as a trainer. However, the advantage now is still in it. Even if it is very strong, it is impossible to defeat the attack of Raichu at such a close distance. Qingliu naturally knows this problem, but this should be the most suitable opportunity for Blue Eyes White Dragon. It is very difficult to hit Raichu with such a fast speed. In this case, the best way is to fight head-on. Blue Eyes White Dragon, Dragon Power Full Power. The Blue Eyes White Dragon, who was originally a little confused, heard this voice, and his eyes instantly became sharp, and a terrifying oppressive force that seemed to come from another plane came down. Especially at such a close distance, and the target is only one Raichu, the effect reached its peak. Raichu, who was in the Volt attack state, was enveloped by the sudden sense of oppression, and his expression suddenly became strange, and his forward movement slowed down. Even the electric current around him slowed down at this moment. The only chance, let's see if you can grab it. Qingliu's voice reached the ears of Blue Eyes White Dragon. With the cooperation of Long Wei, he forcibly broke free from the paralysis state, opened his mouth, and the explosion gale bomb condensed into shape. And this is not over yet. The next second, the energy on the explosion gale bomb expanded again, and double the energy was brewing in it. Soon, it was 3 times, 4 times. The most likely attack, Blue Eyes White Dragon was ready to pour all his energy into it. Soon, it reached 5 times. At the moment of compression, the breath of Blue Eyes White Dragon dropped sharply, but the breath of the explosion gale bomb soared. At this time, the explosion gale bomb that integrated all the physical strength of Blue Eyes White Dragon was completely formed. Qingliu looked at the energy emitting a powerful aura and slowly said to himself, at this level, there might be a chance. At this time, Raichu also briefly adapted to the suppression of the dragon's might and launched a charge again, attacking headlong with an extremely violent volt attack. The Blue Eyes White Dragon then opened its mouth and spit out energy bullets. The two sides, who were already very close, were almost face to face in an instant. The Blue Eyes White Dragon had already made defensive moves for this, flapping its wings to prepare for the impact while keeping a distance. It believed that such an attack could severely injure the opponent even if it could not defeat it. But at this time, Densi's expressionless face showed a rare smile. Qingliu, do you know why I am called Thunder of the Seaside? Without waiting for Qingliu to answer, Densi continued directly, it's not because I use an electric Pokemon, nor because of Raichu, but because Raichu is as fast as thunder and as violent as lightning. At this point, Densi looked towards the center of the venue. At a distance of almost a millimeter, Raichu, who was using the volt attack and carrying a golden electric torrent, suddenly changed direction, and a sound almost like thunder exploded. Bang! At an unexpected speed and distance, Raichu dodged the explosive wind bomb that had almost collided with each other, and then turned again. Bang! Another thunder. Raichu adjusted the direction of the attack target for the second time and turned to the Blue Eyes White Dragon again. Then, the full-strength volt attack hit it. Boom! Boom! 2 consecutive vibrating explosions sounded. The first sound was the sound of the explosive wind bomb that condensed all the physical strength and energy of the Blue Eyes White Dragon, hitting the ground. The second sound was the sound of the electric current explosion caused by the volt attack, hitting the Blue Eyes White Dragon. Thick smoke and terrifying energy aftermath instantly rippled around, and the audience who were close were blown down in an instant. One of the energy remnants shot into the distance at a terrifying speed until the wind speed dog outside the field jumped up and spit out flames to stop it. Lele! Raichu's voice rang out in the thick smoke, and then he rushed out and returned to Denji. At this time, there was more dirt and dust on his body, and there were traces of electric current on his fur, but his spirit was still full. This is the side effect of Volt's attack, the damage caused to himself after the attack, that is, whether the attack hit. Qingliu turned his eyes to the place where Raichu had just emerged, and the huge body of the Blue Eyes White Dragon slowly appeared in the smoke and dust. It was covered with scars and had a weak breath, but it still stood stubbornly. Its eyes were fixed on Raichu not far away, full of anger. At first, it couldn't beat the tank skunk, and it accepted it. Later, it couldn't beat the poisonous skull frog, and it accepted it. Yesterday, it couldn't beat Tyrannosaurus, and it also accepted it. It has continuously defeated some insignificant opponents, but when facing the opponent's powerful main force, it has never won even once. Today, it was about to win, but the little mouse actually dodged, making its full-strength attack fall in vain. This is hard for such a noble dragon to accept. The Blue Eyes White Dragon turned his head and looked at Qingliu. His breath was extremely weak, but his eyes were still persistent. Do you still want to continue? Qingliu glanced at the word, weak, in the status bar of the Blue Eyes White Dragon, and after a moment of silence, he slowly said, okay, another explosive wind bomb. Densi, who was not far away, heard this and couldn't help but feel a little confused. He could see that the Blue Eyes White Dragon was in a very bad state, and Qingliu should also be able to see it, so why did he let it continue to persist? But since the opponent did not stop, he naturally had to be prepared to continue fighting. When the Blue Eyes White Dragon heard Qingliu's agreement, he slowly turned his head, panting heavily, and opened his mouth again to mobilize the energy of the explosive wind bomb. The energy gathered strand by strand, and the Blue Eyes White Dragon felt that the world in front of him began to dim. but he still held on tightly, squeezing out the last bit of physical strength. It was unwilling to defeat the mouse in front of it. Ding, in a trance, it seemed to hear the sound of the Poké Ball pressing the switch. Then, a red light fell on it. Blue Eyes White Dragon turned his head in confusion and saw Qingliu had already taken out the Poké Ball and pointed it at it. This sudden change caught it off guard, but it was more angry after being deceived. Roar! It wanted to protest and refuse, but the familiar and powerful traction came instantly, and it didn't even wait for it to finish protesting, and it was pulled back directly. Qingliu looked at the somewhat restless Poké Ball in his hand, ignored it and directly pressed the shrink switch. Continuing with the current state of Blue Eyes White Dragon, it would only make the injury worse, or even really seriously injured. But if you directly reject its insistence, it will definitely resist fiercely. Only by letting it relax and then taking it back will the success rate be higher. 1 against 2, and fighting with an opponent whose level and speed are far higher than yours for so long, you have done a good job. The last opponent will be left to Tyrannosaurus. Qingliu said softly to the Poké Ball of Blue Eyes White Dragon, and then put it in his pocket. Then, he took out the last Pokémon ball on his body and pressed the switch. Everyone should be careful when going out. The influenza A has been burning me for several days. Chapter 146. Give them a little shock from Tyrannosaurus, 2-in-1. A red light flashed out from the Poké Ball. When it dissipated, Tyrannosaurus, which was only 1.2 meters tall and looked harmless in its normal state, appeared in the center of the venue. Sure enough, the last Pokémon is it. Although Densey had never seen Tyrannosaurus, Dame mentioned last night that he had a yellow dinosaur named Tyrannosaurus by his side when he met Qingliu twice, and that Sirona had applied for registration information with the Alliance. He should be talking about the one in front of him. Another Pokémon I have never seen before. Where did Qingliu capture it? Or did he revive it through fossils? 2 Pokémon that were completely beyond his cognitive range appeared in front of him one after another. Densey suddenly felt that his knowledge and understanding of the Pokémon world were not enough. However, compared to the Blue Eyes White Dragon just now, why is this one so much weaker? Densey was a little confused. Since Qingliu released it, Raichu's eyes have never left it, and on the electric bags on his cheeks, strands of gold and electricity are jumping restlessly. As for this aggressive behavior, the Pokémon Aoyagi remained calm and didn't seem to react at all. The biggest move it made since its appearance was to turn its head, as if asking Aoyagi something. Theoretically, Pokémon that usually don't stay in the Poké Ball but often accompany their trainers are either very favored, or the main force or the trump card. According to Aoyagi's calm and thoughtful personality, it shouldn't be the former, but if it is the latter. Denji concentrated on observing the momentum emanating from Tyrannosaurus, and finally came to the same conclusion as before. It's completely different from the imposing aura of Blue Eyes White Dragon when it came out. Instead, it feels more like a low-level Bluebird. Could it be that it is the same as Bluebird, the kind that arranges tactics and has poor combat effectiveness? Not only Denji, but also the audience on the sidelines were a little disappointed. Because the second Pokémon that Qingliu got, Blue Eyes White Dragon, was very impressive in both strength and appearance. It defeated 2 Pokémon of Denji, the gym trainer who swept the Binhei Evil organization, and finally lost to Raichu of Binhei Thunder. So they began to expect that the last one would be the strongest trump card like Denji. A trump card with a larger body and stronger combat power. The result was such a small dinosaur with horns. Although the Pokémon in front of them was equally handsome, also in line with the public aesthetic, and also belonged to the type that had never been seen before, no matter the momentum and suppression when it appeared, it could not compare with the previous white and 2 stunning Blue Eyes White Dragon. With the pearls and jade in front, it was difficult to stop the tiles and stones. Tyrannosaurus now looks ordinary, far from their expectations. Yadon, who was mixed in, looked at Tyrannosaurus, with 3 parts of desire, 3 parts of fear, 3 parts of hesitation, and a little bit of uneasiness in his eyes. He knew that this was no longer a Pokémon that he could get his hands on, but he wanted to know what the boss thought of this Pokémon. But no matter how he asked quietly, the boss sitting in front of him seemed not to hear him, staring at the center of the venue in a trance. And the Houndoom that had been lying next to him opened his eyes at some point and slowly stood up, his expression full of solemnity that was different from the audience around him. The same reaction was also seen by Days Windspeedblog, who was responsible for maintaining law and order. After the appearance of Tyrannosaurus, it stopped patrolling. As it had seen the original appearance and moves of Tyrannosaurus, it naturally knew that Tyrannosaurus had very strong strength, so at this moment it had to maintain a high degree of concentration to ensure that it could accurately lock on to the aftermath of the battle that might affect the audience and intercept it. Under different thoughts and gazes, the question asked by Tyrannosaurus was answered by Aoyagi, and it slowly turned around and took a fighting stance. Seeing this, Densy looked up slightly at Aoyagi. Seeing that Qingliu had not changed anything and was ready for battle, Densy said softly, "Don't let Raichu down, fight with all your strength to win. Lele. Okay, use 100,000 volts to test the waters." On the electrical bags on both sides of Raichu, the original filamentary current suddenly expanded, condensed in front of him into golden electrical torn as thick as a thigh, and flashed straight to the position where Tyrannosaurus was. At the same time, Raichu took a step and used high-speed movement. His body was like a phantom, hiding behind the 100,000 volts, and moving forward at a rapid speed. Get out of the way. Tyrannosaurus in his daily state is smaller in size, and with his already fast speed and higher agility, he easily dodged and pulled away. Bang! A huge muffled sound rang out, and the 100,000 volts blew a big hole in the ground, and the dirt and dust scattered everywhere. The next second, Raichu's figure came through the smoke and dust. Raichu, use Iron Tail. Iron Tail Power 100, a Steel-type move, using a tail covered with steel energy to become like steel to hit the opponent. This is the specialty of Xiaozi's Pikachu, and as an evolved form, Raichu is more tail-oriented. At this moment, the slender tail that is several times longer than its height swung, and it immediately attacked Tyrannosaurus like a steel whip. Grab its tail. What? Hearing Qingliu's command, Densy was stunned for a moment. Especially after seeing Tyrannosaurus really stretched out its claws to grab Raichu's iron tail as Qingliu said, Densy was even more confused. Faced with such a powerful move, he actually chose to go head-to-head? The audience in the venue who didn't approve of Tyrannosaurus felt that Qingliu was giving up on himself, and he simply admitted defeat since he couldn't beat it. However, the next second, a change that no one expected happened. You guys look, that dinosaur. Amid the exclamation of someone, the size of Tyrannosaurus, which was originally only a head taller than Raichu, changed at this moment. The body suddenly grew several times as if it had used the multiplication technique, from more than 1 meter to 6 meters in an instant. The claws that originally looked small now seemed like a cage to catch Raichu's iron tail move. The originally fierce attack seemed to be like a drop in the ocean. Apart from a red mark, it did not cause any ripples at all before it was directly blocked by Tyrannosaurus's huge claws, and then grabbed the tail and grabbed it in the palm of his hand. What is this? Densy felt that his brain capacity was a little insufficient today. First, a huge blue-eyes white dragon that he had never seen before defeated his 2 Pokémon, and now there was another one whose size changed so much in an instant. Moreover, it seems that this one is even bigger than the blue-eyes white dragon just now. Does that mean that this one is not a tactical Pokémon, but the real strongest trump card in Qingliu's hand? No matter what, I will be the winner. Denji quickly adjusted his mentality and issued an order, Raichu, use thunder. The current on both sides of Raichu's cheeks quickly condensed and surged, trying to use the hand of Tyrannosaurus that grabbed its tail to conduct electricity and achieve face-to-face output. But before it could do it, Raichu felt dizzy. Tyrannosaurus grabbed its tail and spun in the air. The strong dizziness and discomfort directly interrupted the condensation of the current, and then threw it out with force. Bang! Raichu hit the tree trunk, and with a painful look on his face, he repositioned his fighting posture. Raichu, are you okay? Raichu nodded, his eyes fixed on the Tyrannosaurus opposite. Denji's face also became very solemn. He had already felt a continuous contact just now. He used offense instead of defense, and the powerful attack power supported the defense. The strength of this Tyrannosaurus was very strong, but the specific strength still required him to make a more detailed judgment. Thoughts flashed in his mind, and Denji said, Raichu, use electric ball. Crackling. The sound of electric current jumping sounded, and an electric ball of compressed violent electric energy condensed and shot straight at Tyrannosaurus under the drive of Raichu. If I remember correctly, the damage that the electric ball can cause is determined by the speed. Raichu's speed ability value of 110 is much higher than Tyrannosaurus, but in actual conditions, Tyrannosaurus has an advantage in level, so. Qingliu looked at the attack, recalled quickly in his mind, and issued an order, Tyrannosaurus, try it directly. Hearing the order, Tyrannosaurus immediately raised his arm, and with interest, he urged the dragon claw to slap out, and slap the electric ball to the ground with force. Bang! Suddenly, a muffled sound came. The electric current that was hit hard and fell exploded instantly, blasting a hole with a diameter of half a meter in the ground. A wisp of white smoke formed by the energy explosion slowly rose from the hole. Seeing the opponent's powerful attack moves, Tyrannosaurus frowned slowly, and looked at the part where it had just hit the electric ball with some suspicion. Denji would not waste such an opportunity and immediately issued an order. Raichu, use the electric balls continuously. Raichu quickly mobilized energy, and 7 or 8 electric balls came at a rapid speed. If one attack does not work, just bomb with numbers. Denji also learned this truth. Looking at the densely packed attacks, Tyrannosaurus did not have any intention of dodging at all. He stood there and looked at the electric balls getting closer and closer, and raised his arms again. The dark blue dragon energy quickly covered it, and the dragon claw move was activated. Then, in full view of everyone, Tyrannosaurus grabbed it directly with a hint of excitement. Zzz. As soon as the electric ball touched it, the powerful energy inside it began to surge, and then the power of the move exploded when it reached its peak. But before it could complete this step, the claws that grabbed it suddenly closed, and took the lead in destroying it with external force. Bang! A sound that was lower than before, like a balloon exploding, sounded. Tyrannosaurus, however, seemed to be fine, and stretched out his claws again, confronting the electric ball head-on. 2 dark blue dragon claws danced in the air, and all the electric balls were caught in the hand. Before the energy exploded, Tyrannosaurus used the same method to crush them all. Until the last one exploded, Tyrannosaurus shook his hands with some regret, and looked at Denji and Raichu on the opposite side. Denji. Raichu. They had encountered many situations that made Pokemon speechless, but this was the first time they had seen such a thing. It was a bit shocking and scary. What level of defense can be operated like this? Denji took a deep breath and suppressed the shock in his heart. The offensive is very strong, and it is definitely impossible to break his offensive defense without powerful moves. Since long-range attacks are not working, then use the same trick again and start a close-range surprise attack. Use Volt Attack while moving at high speed. The move that was once so powerful appeared again, and Raichu's figure became blurred in an instant, and only the sound of different electric currents could be heard in his ears. Then a violent torrent of electricity rushed towards Tyrannosaurus at an extremely terrifying speed. Feeling the howling wind driven by Raichu's running in front of him, Qingliu couldn't help but laugh. The reason why Blue Eyes White Dragon had no way to face this attack before was because it was born too young and had no improvement brought by evolution. Even if its innate qualities were very strong, it couldn't make up for the level gap between it and Raichu. But Tyrannosaurus was different. Even though it couldn't catch up with Raichu in terms of speed ability, Tyrannosaurus was at a higher level, had stronger combat power, and could cross higher levels. After the Battle of the Spring of Farewell, Tyrannosaurus had reached level 30, the same as Raichu. And Tyrannosaurus's strong physical fitness and Tyrannosaurus's data would crush Pokemon of the same level. Then, Tyrannosaurus, give them a little shock from the Digimon. Qingliu waved his hand and said quickly, just charge forward. Huh? Tyrannosaurus exhaled heavily from his nostrils, and his feet with huge claws suddenly stabbed into the soil. His 6-meter-tall body squatted slightly, and his thick leg muscles instantly tightened. Bang! Without using any moves, relying purely on physical strength, Tyrannosaurus directly kicked a big hole in the ground, and rushed out in an instant. The huge body maintained an extremely fast speed, and a terrifying sound of breaking through the air sounded in the battlefield. The spectators around could not help but cover their ears to barely resist the noisy sound. But no one dared to close their eyes, because the scene that was happening now made their nerves tense, and even their breathing was held in tension. No one would have thought that the little dinosaur had such a huge change, and no one would have thought that it would have such a strong fighting power, let alone now starting to compete in speed. They couldn't see the figure of Tyrannosaurus clearly, but they could judge by the huge footsteps of Tyrannosaurus and the footprints on the ground. Tyrannosaurus was hitting Volts attacking Raichu head-on at a very terrifying speed. Denji was also frightened by this scene. In his cognition, as long as there were no wings or flying ability, the huge size meant that the speed would definitely be greatly affected. Even if it would not be too slow, it would not be too fast. But now the Tyrannosaurus in front of him completely broke this cognition. Large-sized beasts can also have terrifying speeds, and this speed is even very close to that of Raichu in high-speed movement. Because even if Raichu attacks first, the distance it has covered during this period is still close to the distance crossed by Tyrannosaurus. The speeds are similar, no wonder the electric ball didn't cause much damage before. Denji muttered to himself, feeling the two voices approaching rapidly, and he hesitated for a moment before stopping Raichu's attack. Even though Tyrannosaurus has a strong attack power, its current posture is not using any moves, while Raichu is covered in high-voltage current. As one gains and the other loses, Denji is confident that Raichu can gain the upper hand. Under his gaze, two blurry figures sprinted to the critical point. Chapter 147 shocked the whole audience. 2-in-1. Woohoo! The sound of the air being violently knocked apart made a sharp and piercing sound. At this distance, Raichu could clearly feel the heat and breath coming from Tyrannosaurus, as well as the violent wildness that seemed to come from the wild era. But it was still fearless. Because it saw that Tyrannosaurus had no trace of energy mobilization on its body, and it was completely sprinting with its flesh. Just as Denji planned, although the opponent's speed was as fast as its high-speed movement, the opponent was very arrogant and did not use any moves. And it's electricity, but every strand has a powerful power, and the volt attack is its move to strengthen the electric energy to the maximum. The difference between the two will become an essential gap. Next, just push forward and use the current to resist the impact, and then the volt attack will solve all problems. Zzz. The current wrapped around it surged again, and Raichu pushed forward fiercely. However, the imagined huge force and touch did not come, but it staggered. What happened? Exclamation mark. Denji, who was standing on the sidelines, saw the somewhat dazed Raichu and quickly warned him, watch out for the side. In his field of vision, the two figures that were supposed to collide head-on suddenly staggered. The reason for the stagger was that Tyrannosaurus suddenly changed its direction of movement at the moment of approaching, and with a huge stomping sound, Tyrannosaurus abruptly jumped a step to the right. When Raichu heard the sound and became alert, another dull stomping sound mixed with a sharp sound of breaking through the air came. A dragon claw that was several times larger than that of the blue-eyes white dragon tore through the air and swung towards the unprepared Raichu. Chi. Bang! Reversing the previous dilemma of the blue-eyes white dragon being completely unable to break through, Tyrannosaurus's huge energy claws cut through the package of Volt's attack and heavily slapped the Raichu at the center out of the electric current package. Boom! 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 The body fell to the ground, splashing on the water, and fell back in front of Denji. At this moment, Denji's eyes were wide open. What shocked him was not the huge dragon claws that forcibly broke through the Volt attack. It was not surprising that Tyrannosaurus was able to do such a thing with its powerful attack power. He was shocked by Tyrannosaurus's sudden change of direction and the sound it made. Before the attack was about to hit, at the moment when the opponent's nerves were inadvertently relaxed, he used the explosive movement speed to turn back and dodge the attack while finding a new angle to launch a second attack. Isn't this the trick that made him famous as the Thunder of the Seaside? Before, Raichu used this trick to avoid the full force attack of the Blue-Eyes White Dragon, and finally counterattacked and defeated the Blue-Eyes White Dragon. But now Qingliu's Tyrannosaurus actually copied this trick completely and even used it very smoothly. But wasn't this his own creation? Or did he just watch it once and be able to use it? Even if he and Raichu, the founder, wanted to do it, they had to go through a series of reactions and physical training to be able to do it. As a result, now they directly copied it? Denji couldn't imagine how terrifying physical fitness and abnormal coordination were needed to be able to do it. Denji found it hard to accept such a gap for a while. It was not until Raichu came back to him that he drew his attention back. Thunder. Yet, I know. Denji was silent for a moment, and said in a very serious tone, Rikyu, Qingliu's Pokemon is stronger than the poacher boss, and stronger than the several organization bosses who joined forces to ambush us under the clear sky that day. It is the strongest opponent we have ever encountered. Thunder. Raichu stared at the Tyrannosaurus on the opposite side. At this moment, it felt unprecedented pressure on the mountain-like figure. So, try your best. Only when you reach the limit can you have a chance of winning. Thunder. Rikyu, flash with lightning and move at high speed. The white light lit up, the wind whistled, and Raichu's figure became blurred again, and he sprinted towards Tyrannosaurus. Do you still want to continue? Qingliu chuckled and said, Grayman, then play with him. Qingliu just found Denji's Thunder of the Sea title battle method very interesting, so he let Tyrannosaurus try it. Unexpectedly, the effect was quite good. It was very suitable for the fighting skills that had been mastered, as well as the physical fitness of Digimon that was essentially superior to Pokemon and Tyrannosaurus's own very flexible body. In addition, the speed at which Terragrammon's data was improved, the effect of using it was even better than Raichu. Under Qingliu's gaze, Tyrannosaurus charged again. And this time, Tyrannosaurus used a move. The dark blue dragon energy quickly wrapped around the whole body, and a heavy sense of oppression emanated. Exclusive move, Tyrannosaurus charge. Seeing this, Denji quickly rang out. Raichu, Volt Attack. Zzz. Two powerful energies, one golden and one dark blue, rushed into the sky and approached each other at a high speed. The same scene, the same sprint, the same approach, everything seemed to have returned to the previous time. But just as it was about to get close, Raichu moved. Bang! The high-speed current made a crisp explosion sound, and Raichu's body changed direction at high speed and rushed to another location. Then, it turned its head to look at the location of Tyrannosaurus, preparing to find a place to change direction for the second attack. But before it could turn around, it suddenly felt a gust of wind blowing, and then a huge shadow appeared above its head and enveloped it, and a strong sense of crisis came over it. When it looked up, it saw that Tyrannosaurus had appeared in the same position as it, but it did not attack, but looked at it with a condescending attitude. Raichu's hair stood on end, and he immediately took a step. Bang! Another thunder sounded, and Raichu rushed to another place again. Before it could make any move, it was horrified to find that Tyrannosaurus had arrived again, still with that nonchalant look. This scene was like a cat that had already eaten the mouse, playing with the mouse's last hope. Raichu did not believe in evil, and started the third time. Bang! 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 Thunder roared, and Raichu appeared in every corner and area of the venue. No matter how fast it was, or how tricky the angle was, Tyrannosaurus could not shake it off. Even after getting used to it, Tyrannosaurus started to predict Raichu's landing point in advance and waited in advance. With the sound of wind and the flash of energy, all the audience were stunned by the chase and escape of Tyrannosaurus and Raichu. They had never seen such an alternative battle in their lives, but almost everyone knew that Raichu, who had just trained in the gym, was completely crushed by the suddenly enlarged Tyrannosaurus. It was not enough that the attack and defense were crushed, but at the moment when the speed was the best, it was also completely suppressed. I don't know if you feel that this huge creature exudes a wild beauty all over its body. The blue eyes white dragon is elegantly wild, and this one is simply wild among wildness. Except for not being able to fly, I feel that this dinosaur's strength is probably already crushing the blue eyes white dragon. No wonder the challenger put it on the field last. If it had been sent at the beginning, the blue cotton bird and the blue eyes white dragon might not have had a chance to play at all. That's right, except for Raichu, I'm afraid that Electabuzz and Brenton will not last more than 2 rounds in its hands. I even feel that if it fights with all its strength, Raichu may not last long. All the audiences were talking about it, and Jay's face was very serious. What layman can see, he naturally sees clearly. The current situation is that Qingliu can put an end to it at any time as long as he wants. Thinking of this, Day suddenly felt the pressure he would face at the Lily of the Valley conference, which he had not participated in this year, and couldn't help but clenched his fists. In contrast to him, the look of the wind speed dog at this moment seemed very relaxed. It had guessed a little about Tyrannosaurus's fighting power from the beginning, and later saw the power of its moves, so it was not surprised at the current situation. The only thing that made it happy was that there was no scene of Raichu and Tyrannosaurus fighting each other. Otherwise, Raichu's moves were okay, but Windy Dog really didn't have the confidence to block all the fireballs that Tyrannosaurus attacked with all its strength. It would be better to continue the current melee. Windy Dog silently hoped. But sometimes, the more you don't want it, the more things will develop. Densi looked at Raichu, who was still being chased and suppressed. After realizing that even a flash of lightning and high-speed movement could not shake off Tyrannosaurus, it prepared to fight with all its strength. Raichu, use electric balls. Several electric balls were quickly thrown at Tyrannosaurus, and before they flew in front of Tyrannosaurus, the electric current on Raichu's cheeks suddenly jumped. Then, a dazzling light suddenly shone around with Raichu as the center. All the eyes watching the chase were strongly stimulated at this moment, and tears flowed. Tyrannosaurus was also affected and stopped. Electricity-type moves discharge, release dazzling electric current to attack all targets around. Raichu, concentrate all your energy on the next attack, use thunder towards the sky. Thunder. Hearing the voice of Denji, the current in Raichu's body was pulled and became extremely manic, and the electricity stored in the electric bag was poured out, and finally condensed into golden electric python as thick as a bucket and shot into the air. Boom. A muffled thunder suddenly sounded in the clear sky. Then, the thunder spread to the surroundings at a speed visible to the naked eye, until the nearby sky was completely turned into a thunder area covered with dark clouds. Boom. 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 Muffled thunder sounded, and the golden electric python shuttled through the sky. Every time it appeared, a terrifying breath was looming in the dark clouds. Qingliu looked at this scene and was a little surprised. Thunder can actually affect the weather. Thunder, an electric move with a power of 110. It is a special attack move of the electric Pokémon. It attacks by sending a thunderstorm from the sky. On rainy days, the thunderstorm will maximize its power and hit right along all things containing water, and now, Denji is obviously doing the same thing. Because Binhei City is very close to the sea, a lot of water vapor has accumulated in the clouds. Although my thunder cannot summon rain, it can still increase the power by using the water vapor in the clouds. Denji explained quickly, and at the same time, he looked straight at Qingliu. To be honest, I didn't expect that you are a few years younger than me, but your strength is so strong. I have already seen the difference in strength in the previous fight, but even so, I want to try again. So, Qingliu also used the full strength of Tyrannosaurus to fight against Raichu's attack. Feeling the seriousness in Densi's words, Aoyagi knew that he was going to make a desperate attempt and drain all his physical strength for a final blow. Aoyagi believed that he should be given enough respect for such an upright trainer who cleaned up the criminals in his hometown and worked hard to pull Binhei City out of the mud. In that case, respond with a full strength attack as well. Aoyagi then looked at Tyrannosaurus not far away and said slowly, Tyrannosaurus, use Super Blast. Tyrannosaurus nodded, turned around, looked up at the sky with his orange-yellow eyes, and his expression became serious. At the same time, a terrifying aura rose from it. Tyrannosaurus slowly opened his mouth full of fangs, and a wisp of flame suddenly ignited his mouth, turning into raging fire. Tyrannosaurus seemed not to feel it, and his body remained motionless, while the flame burned bigger and bigger, more and more vigorously, until it turned into a raging flame. Then, the flame began to change, began to be restless, and began to stop emitting outward, but gradually compressed, and then expanded again after compression. Finally, it gradually condensed into a fireball. A huge fireball with a diameter of more than 3 meters, burning fiercely, exuding a terrifying atmosphere. As soon as this fireball appeared, the temperature around it, which had dropped due to the appearance of dark clouds, rose again, and a heat was spreading. Even the audience sitting 30 or 40 meters away felt that their skin seemed to be scorched by the flames, with some burning and stinging sensations. This feeling instantly attracted a lot of attention. Why does this fireball look so familiar to me? It's like I've seen it somewhere before. You know what? It's true. I feel like I've experienced this burning sensation before. That's right, but I just can't remember where it is. Several spectators scratched their heads from time to time, making puzzled sounds, but they couldn't remember it for a while. They couldn't remember it, but the moment Day and Densi felt the heat, they remembered it. Yesterday, when the remaining leaders of the illegal organizations teamed up to use Sunny Day to catch them off guard, and seeing that he had no Pokemon to protect him and was about to be seriously injured and die, it was a huge fireball that saved him. As someone who has experienced the power of the fireball at close range, he naturally has a deep impression of this feeling. They originally thought that it was a senior trainer who was hiding in Binhei City and didn't like to show up in front of people who saved them, but now the same scene is happening before their eyes. Densi and Day looked at each other, their eyes full of disbelief. The mysterious and powerful senior trainer turned out to be Aoyagi. Chapter 148 The Prototype of Gaia Energy Cannon. 2-in-1. Denji and Day had privately speculated on the other party's identity and the Pokemon that the other party used. They all agreed that the one who made the move should be a very famous trainer of the previous generation, or a senior investigator or gym trainer under the name of the Alliance, or even a retired Elite Four. As for the Pokemon used, there is no doubt that the moves of such a Pokemon are mainly Fire-type, and the most likely one is the Fire Master of the 3 starters. Only those who meet such conditions can perform such powerful fire-type moves. But the facts in front of them now tell them that they have all guessed wrong. There is no famous trainer, no gym trainer or Elite Four, and no fire starters. There is only an unbelievably young and unknown trainer, and a Pokemon that is mainly Dragon-type. Looking at the huge fireball in the mouth of Tyrannosaurus, Denji and Day can hardly hide the ups and downs of their emotions at this moment. Day thought of the previous series of attempts to rescue Qingliu from the poachers, and even threatened to defeat Densi, which was just a thought. He was embarrassed to ask Densi to let him go in private. Qingliu is hiding too deep, right? Do young people like to play dumb now? If he doesn't participate in the gym competition, do he have to continue hiding? Day suddenly thought of a question. It seemed that he had not asked any relevant questions. Instead, what Qingliu said seemed to be true, but he thought it was a joke and didn't take it seriously. Wait? Qingliu seemed to have said that he had defeated Sharona. Could it be that the one he defeated was not a weak Pokemon, but a real main lineup? No way? Exclamation mark. On the other side, Densi, who almost let him go, smiled bitterly and glared at Day not far away. Qingliu is so strong to such an outrageous degree, and you ask me to let him go? Are you afraid that I won't be beaten badly enough? If he didn't know that his good friend Day wasn't so petty, Densi really wanted to beat him up when he had time. Huh? Densi closed his eyes and slowly exhaled before opening them again. For some reason, after knowing that Qingliu was stronger than him, he felt a lot more relaxed. Winning or not was no longer important at this moment. What Densi was thinking about now was to try to see the difference in strength between the two. He glanced at the burning fireball and looked at the lightning in the dark clouds. Raichu, draw down all the energy absorbed by the thunder move. Feeling the determination in Densi's eyes, Raichu nodded, and with it as the connection point, all the electric currents in the sky quickly gathered together and merged into an electrical torrent. Thunder. Raichu made a low cry. All the lightning in the sky seemed to echo it, and then made a deafening roar. The next second, boom! A hole was broken in the dark clouds above, and a huge electric current as big as a water tank fell from the sky, descending at lightning speed and striking Tyrannosaurus. At this time, the super explosion was already brewing. Tyrannosaurus, fire. Understood. Facing the fast-moving thunder, Tyrannosaurus stomped his feet on the ground, raised his head high, and spewed out a huge fireball with a diameter of more than 3 meters, launching a head-on attack. Buzz! At the moment when the thunder and the super explosion collided head-on, a buzzing sound suddenly rose in the air. There was no violent explosion as imagined, no terrifying air waves generated by regular collisions, and everything seemed very calm. But at this moment, Densi and Day's faces changed drastically at this moment. Even the owner of the cafe, Yadung's boss, who had always been very calm since watching the game, couldn't help but widen his eyes at this moment, full of shock. In the air, where the flames and thunder collided, all the energy, light and heat were constantly entangled, fused and exploded, but strangely, no sound was heard. But they discovered it. They discovered the terrifying energy contained in this peaceful entanglement and fusion, because at the place of collision, even the space had been slightly distorted. Even with the water vapor and electricity in the clouds, the power is far from reaching this level. Could it be that? The three people turned their eyes to Qingliu and Greymon at the same time. Qingliu also discovered the current situation and smiled faintly. Is this the full attack that has integrated the data of Earth Greymon? This is the first time that Qingliu has allowed Greymon to explode with all his strength since he activated the Earth Greymon form. Then, through the way that Blue Eyes White Dragon concentrated 5 burst gust bombs together before, the super explosion at the limit of Greymon's physical strength was fused together to form an attack. This is not an ordinary super explosion, but a super explosion formed by the fusion of 6 super explosions. Now it seems that this power is quite powerful. And it seems to have some unknown reaction with the thunder move. This reaction seems to have concentrated all the energy and heat from the super explosion and thunder together, and it is inexplicably similar to a certain form of Tyrannosaurus. Qingliu wanted to find out, but there were too many spectators present, and he couldn't let it go on. Then, let's end it here. Qingliu said slowly, Tyrannosaurus, detonate. Qingliu's voice fell, Tyrannosaurus stimulated energy, and the huge fireball in the air suddenly expanded, swallowing up everything nearby in an instant. The flames, thunder, and the distortion of space, as if everything had completely disappeared. Then, a dazzling white light descended. Buzz! Exclamation mark. The buzzing sound started again, and in an instant, everyone who was watching felt a stinging pain, tears soaked their eyes, and the strong light stimulated everyone's eyes, forcing them all to lower their heads. But even so, some people still resisted the discomfort and raised their heads again, as if something had attracted their attention. Seeing this scene, Densey opened his eyes with difficulty and looked up. The next second, Densey felt that he had stopped breathing. What is this? There were actually two suns in the sky. One was the normal sun on the horizon, and the other was the sun above his head, emitting terrifying heat. The lightning and thunder drawn by Raichu's thunder move had disappeared without a trace under the light, as if it had never appeared. No one or Pokemon could raise the idea of resisting under this silent pressure. Wherever the sun shines, it is pure land. The audience around the venue were immersed in this scene. Only the wind speed dog, who had been highly vigilant about Qingliu and Tyrannosaurus, discovered the terrifying heat in the sun. He quickly ran to Day, picked up two spare water Pokemon by smell and released them, commanding them to spit water to increase humidity and reduce temperature. Seeing the water curtain appear and the temperature gradually dropped, the wind speed dog shook his head helplessly, and then found a clean place to lie down again. After all, it was the dog that took it all. Horizontal ellipsis. The light gradually faded, and the heat gradually decreased as the water evaporated. The entire battlefield slowly returned to calm. Densey looked at the remaining sun in the distance and exhaled heavily. Lost. Boom. The Raichu in front of him fell to the ground exhausted. Densey slowly squatted down and picked him up. Lele. Raichu's eyes were full of apology and he made a slight cry. It's okay, you've done very well. He knew the strength of himself and Raichu, and knew that the strange phenomenon just now was not something that Raichu could create, so the only possibility was Tyrannosaurus. An attack of that level was definitely not something that Raichu could resist. Even Qingliu could defeat him without using that trick. The gap in strength between the two was like a chasm. The only purpose of using it was probably to respect himself. Thinking of this, Densey took out the Poké Ball and took the Raichu back. Then he came to Qingliu and stretched out his hand. Thank you for letting me experience a battle with an unprecedented experience. Qingliu smiled and stretched out his hand, shaking it with Densey. However, at the moment of contact, Qingliu suddenly felt that Densey seemed to be holding something in his hand. Qingliu let go of his hand, and Densey handed it over. It was a small yellow object. This is the badge of the Binhei Gym, and it is also the proof that you beat me. Next, you only need to collect 7 more badges to qualify for the Lily of the Valley Conference. Listening to Densey's words, Qingliu slowly took it. It has been a long time since I came to this world, but to be honest, it is the first time to get a badge. Putting away the inexplicable declaration of I got the Binhei badge in my heart, Qingliu took out his 2 Poké Balls and looked at Tyrannosaurus again. Thank you for your hard work. Tyrannosaurus nodded, and the awakened blue cotton bird also responded happily. Only the blue eyes white dragon did not respond. Without waiting for Qingliu to continue speaking, Day, who had been maintaining law and order outside the venue, walked over with his hands in his pockets and slapped Qingliu on the shoulder. You are so strong, are you really trying to make fun of me? Hearing Day's joking tone, Qingliu replied in the same joking tone, I am not. I am very touched that Mr. Day always comes to protect and help me. It is precisely because of this touch that if Mr. Day encounters an opponent that he cannot solve, I will also help you out, but I am afraid that the opponent can't withstand 2 moves from me. Densey, who was a little expressionless, couldn't help laughing when he heard it. Day was stunned, and immediately laughed and scolded, you look honest, but I didn't expect you to be so powerful. After that, Day put away his playful smile, looked at Densey, and his expression became very serious. The two bowed to Qingliu together. Thank you very much for saving me. Thank you very much for saving Day. Qingliu quickly helped the 2 people up. I said that Mr. Day was so proactive in helping me, and I will definitely help him back when I encounter problems. Feeling the sincerity in Qingliu's words, Densey and Day nodded with some emotion. Pa. There was a sound of applause coming from nowhere. With someone taking the lead, people gradually raised their hands and clapped them gently, making crisp applause. Then, the applause of hundreds of people sounded again and again like a wave. All the audience's eyes were on the 3 people in the middle of the field, giving their warmest applause to this very shabby and simple Binhei Gym battlefield. A passionate and fierce battle, the bond between trainers and Pokemon, the bond between trainers, everything was displayed in this battle, in the center of this dilapidated city. They couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. Such a scene should be in a better environment, but Binhe City did look like this at the moment. But the dilapidated things can't stop people from being angry. As long as people are still there are unlimited possibilities for the reconstruction of the city. Although Densi lost, it was because Qingliu's strength was too strong and could no longer be measured by common sense. With Densi and Day, two trainers with good strength and love for this land, they are confident that Binhe City can return to its original prosperity. It seems that the original intention of this gym match has been achieved, Qingliu said slowly. Seeing this scene, Day and Densi nodded and laughed at the same time. As they laughed, a few more tears appeared in their eyes. For this day, for now, and for this city, they have paid too much? Although they lost to Qingliu, they finally did it at this moment. Densi and Day had tears in their eyes. They first bowed to the onlookers around them, then turned around and faced Qingliu again and bowed again. Thank you very much. Next, do you want to go to Iron Island? The day after the gym battle was completely over, looking at Qingliu who was already packing his luggage, Day couldn't help but ask. Yes, there is no clear destination at the moment. Let's go to Iron Island first, and visit Lily of the Valley Island by the way. Then we can challenge other gyms. At this point, Qingliu stopped what he was doing and asked, if I remember correctly, Mr. Day is also going to challenge the Lily of the Valley tournament, right? Yes. Day nodded and said slowly, after everything in Binhe City is arranged properly, I will set off, but my goal is not just the Lily of the Valley tournament, but to become the champion of the tournament and challenge the 4 heavenly kings of Sinnoh. Qingliu nodded and said seriously, then you have to work harder. Otherwise, I won't say I can't beat her, and maybe I can't beat Miss Irona. Then I have to wait until next year for a chance. Day's face fell. Shut up, you guy. I'm just telling the truth, don't be so excited. Shut up. Day's voice became louder. After the gym competition, the relationship between the 3 people gradually became familiar, and Qingliu gradually started to joke with him. When the excitement passed, Day returned to his normal tone and said, by the way, you asked me before about where there are thunderstorms nearby. I asked a few people, and there is such a place near the Iron Island you are going to. Day took out a pen and marked it on the map. It's just on the way. Qingliu looked at the location and whispered to himself. But the weather there is very bad. Even with your strength, you need to be very careful to deal with it. In addition, what do you want to do by asking this? Day asked with some concern. Qingliu was silent for a moment, and slowly said, training moves. Training moves needs to be carried out in such dangerous weather. Day was surprised. Qingliu nodded and did not continue to explain. Or rather, Day would not understand even if he said it. Because, that is about Digimon's moves. Asking for monthly votes. Chapter 149, Breaking the Abyss and Standing White Dragon, 2-in-1. After asking Denji, Raichu and Day about their feelings and experiences at the time, and thinking and recalling all night last night, Qingliu confirmed one thing. The second sun that appeared in the sky at that time was a pure energy body. It was not controlled by any of the moves, but a pure energy collection under some unknown changes. Day concluded that energy resonance occurred. This is basically the same as Qingliu's guess at the time that the enhanced version of Thunder and Super Blast produced some unknown special reaction and fused together. At first glance, there is nothing worth paying attention to. After all, Xiaozi's wood turtle has eaten its own energy ball to increase its strength, and Xiaoguang's ivory pig swallowed the ice gravel move and grew an ice cone on its back. The advanced version also has the ice water stream jet used by Swimming Weasel. These 2 energy combinations are not much different in essence. The phenomenon of Tyrannosaurus and Raichu at that time can only be said to be their final version. But Tyrannosaurus is different. Its essence is not a Pokemon, but a Digimon. This energy resonance reaction is very similar to the ultimate move of its most popular ultimate form in its Mesh evolution route. That is one of the special moves of Wargreymon, Gaia Energy Cannon. The principle of Wargreymon's use of this move is to concentrate all the energy in the atmosphere and launch an energy bomb with ultra-high density and ultra-high temperature, just like the sun. Thinking of this, Qingliu's mind emerged with a Wargreymon that killed step by step to the ultimate form. In its hand, the size of Gaia Energy Cannon has reached the visual effect of the sun, and its power is comparable to the spirit bomb of the next-door Dragon Ball. The same ultra-high temperature, the same sun form, so does it mean that by chance, Greymon touched the opportunity of Gaia Energy Cannon in advance? Qingliu is not sure. The only thing that is certain is that once this move is mastered, even the weakened version of Greymon will have the ability to cross the level difference and fight with a higher level opponent, even if it is just one attack. Unfortunately, after another round of attempts, Greymon did not have the ability to complete this move alone, and Raichu was also in the process of recuperation because of his injury. So in order to recreate the scene, Qingliu asked Day about places where similar weather forms near him. Now that he has the gym badge and the location of the thunderstorm, it's time to set off. First go to the location of the thunderstorm, then go to the Iron Island. Qingliu put away the map and put on his backpack. Thank you for taking care of me these 2 days, Mr. Day. You are so polite to me. Day leaned against the table and said with a half smile, be careful outside no matter what. There are still force majeure in this world. If you want to go north after passing the Iron Island, contact me and I can find a guide for you. I will. Qingliu nodded and left. Day looked at the door that was slowly closing and fell into silence. Not long after, Densi opened the door and walked in. Don't you want to see me off? Densi asked as he sat down on the chair next to him. The meaning of travel is to meet and part with each other constantly. Just say goodbye before leaving, and we will see each other again soon. Day said. Have you thought about it? Well, I'll ask my brother to come and help you, and then we'll set out to challenge the gym in a week. Day stood up, stretched slowly, and said seriously, first it was Liu, Wusong, then Sharona, and now there's another Aoyagi. There are more and more young and strong trainers. If we don't hurry up, we'll be completely left behind by them. After Day finished speaking, he turned to look at Densi. What about you? After Binhei City is rebuilt, do you want to put the gym aside for a while and participate in the Lily of the Valley conference together? Upon hearing this, Densi's mind suddenly emerged with the blood and passion of the battle with Aoyagi yesterday, and a sense of fighting spirit surged in his heart. Okay. Hearing that his good brother was going to join in, Day couldn't help laughing. That's great. Then we'll go straight to the semifinals. I'll deal with Sharona, and you'll deal with Aoyagi. After we win, we'll decide who's first. Ho ha ho ha. As he laughed, Day's face lost its usual carefree expression, and was filled with solemnity. However, before that, the two of us may have to go to my grandfather's place. Mt. Harsh has erupted again. Densi was startled and asked quickly, should it be 3 months later according to convention? Why is it so early this time? Is it that guy? Day nodded. For some reason, the legendary Pokemon living in the crater has gone berserk. On the other side, on the outskirts of Binhei City, Qingliu was heading eastwards near the sea. The Iron Island is located in the northeastern sea. If you want to go there, you can only take a boat or take a flying Pokemon that can cross a large area of sea. For example, Tanabata Bluebird, for example. Blue Eyes White Dragon. Chirp chirp. Looking at the bluebird standing on the head of Tyrannosaurus, Qingliu gave up this plan, turned to look at the Poké Ball in his hand, and pressed the switch. With a flash of red light, the figure of Blue Eyes White Dragon appeared in front of him. The Blue Eyes glanced at Qingliu, turned around and ignored Qingliu, and then returned to the ball without any hesitation. Alice. Qingliu shook his head helplessly. Ever since he forcibly put it back into the ball, this guy seemed to be in a bad mood, as if he didn't want to pay attention to him at all, and it was getting worse as time went by. You did have some physical strength to fight at that time, but if you continue, your injuries will only become more serious. The fact that you didn't have the physical strength to come out after I put you back into the ball is the best proof. Qingliu reviewed the situation at that time bit by bit and analyzed the possibilities. As for Qingliu's words, the Blue Eyes White Dragon was like a couple in a quarrel, as if he couldn't hear anything you said. Qingliu continued to say, also, have you forgotten that there is no Pokemon Center in Binhei City? If you are seriously injured and don't get timely treatment, leaving a hidden disease will not only affect your future battles, but also. After explaining the truth earnestly, the Poké Ball still didn't move. Qingliu shook his head helplessly and continued to comfort him patiently. But no matter what he said or how long he talked, he still got no response. After more than 10 minutes, Qingliu suddenly laughed. You are like this now. Don't you think that you can't beat your opponent even if you try your best, but you are defeated by Tyrannosaurus in the end, and you feel ashamed? The Poké Ball, which had been motionless, shook very slightly after hearing this. Although it was short, Qingliu really felt it. Sure enough, It is not enough to coax at Sundeer personality. The effect is obvious when you do the opposite. In fact, this kind of thing is very normal. Don't worry too much. Failure is the mother of success. Don't bully the poor. It will be fine in the future. Although I remember that Tyrannosaurus has never lost to anyone. Seeing that the Poké Ball shook more, Qingliu smiled even more. So he continued, compared to Tyrannosaurus' undefeated record, this is not the first time you have lost. It's okay. Just lose a few more times and you will be thick-skinned. Vegeta also went through this in the past. As soon as he finished speaking, the Poké Ball opened in an instant, and the blue-eyes white dragon appeared in front of Qingliu. Its huge wings blocked all the sunlight refracted through the woods, and it looked down at Qingliu. Although it didn't understand what Vegeta meant, it could basically understand the other words. So it was very unhappy. Even the vague pressure of the characteristic dragon power was released. Seeing that the atmosphere was not right, Tyrannosaurus quickly walked over. No need. Qingliu stopped Tyrannosaurus, raised his head and looked up without fear. He could feel that the blue-eyes white dragon had no intention of making excessive moves, but it was the first time that the characteristic was released like this, and it also made people judge that it contained aggression. Whether facing a trainer or a partner, you can't show such an attitude. What? Because I said it right, you are so angry that you want to use violence to cover it up. Aoki looked straight into the eyes of the blue-eyes white dragon and said word by word, facing the oppressive force that permeated all around. The blue-eyes white dragon remained silent and did not respond, and the dragon power around his body gradually subsided. It seems that you also know what you are doing. Not only now, but also when fighting with Denji's Raichu before, when he was about to be exhausted after being hit hard by the opponent after using all his strength to attack, Qingliu clearly felt that there was something wrong with blue-eyes white dragon's mentality. This problem did not come from the other two Pokemon inside, but from itself. Blue-eyes white dragon's Sundeer and Pride were sometimes stronger than he originally thought. The stimulation he just gave exposed this problem. It is a spirit from the world of Yu-Gi-Oh!, with the ability and means to evolve multiple times. Moreover, because of the summon, it absorbed some of Arceus' residual power, resulting in blue-eyes white dragon learning the moves that were very difficult for Tyrannosaurus to learn. It is precisely because of its strong talent and the arrogance in its heart that Qingliu has seen some vague shadows in it. Substituting it into the novel 10 years ago, it is the former sect genius who was slapped in the face by the protagonist, and finally became mediocre because of the damage to the Tau heart. It is not necessary to make it change into the personality that you want, but at least give it a shot of adrenaline in advance to improve its psychological quality and avoid going down the old path that Tyrannosaurus has walked before. And it must understand what true nobility and pride look like. It is a very good thing to maintain self-confidence, self-esteem and pride. It is also very normal to have a strong desire for victory in your heart, but you can't think that only you can win because of your pride. No one doesn't want to win, and no one wants to lose. Compared with your talent that can be learned in one go, others may have paid hundreds or thousands of times more sweat and effort to master new moves. Others have paid so much, but there can only be one winner in a battle, either you or the other party, so why must it be you? After a set of combined punches, the blue-eyes white dragon remained silent. Qingliu continued, you should know that failure is not terrible. What is terrible is that you only care about victory and cannot accept failure. You don't have to be invincible, nor do you have to never lose, but you must have an unyielding willpower and remain elegant in adversity or even despair. Only in this way can you grow up to be a noble dragon, not a giant baby. Do you understand? Qingliu said, and saw that the dragon power shrouded the blue-eyes white dragon completely disappeared, and his eyes were scattered as if he was lost in thought. Qingliu said no more. After all, you can only solve your own problems by yourself. Then he turned around and took out the energy cube he bought for it when he left from his backpack and put it in front of him, and walked aside to rest. Qingliu, is this really okay? Tyrannosaurus stood by, looking at the blue-eyes white dragon with some concern. It's okay. Although his personality is a little arrogant, there is nothing wrong with his nature. If you don't stimulate it now, the consequences will be more serious if others stimulate it in the future. Hearing Qingliu's words, Tyrannosaurus did not ask any more questions. Okay, let's take a break first, and make sure we have enough physical strength before we continue our journey. Because there is no Pokemon Center in Binhei City, except for Tyrannosaurus who eats a lot and recovers quickly, The other two have not recovered to normal levels. They have to adjust their conditions before arriving at Iron Island. After all, Iron Island is not such a simple place. There are aggressive rock and steel Pokemon everywhere, and there are some trainers who specialize in training there. In addition, there are ruins of Dialga and Palkia's stone statues, which are all very sensitive factors. In addition, the danger factor in places with thunderstorms is also very high. For the sake of caution, it is best to adjust your condition before setting off. Just when Qingliu rested for a while and was about to set off, an inexplicable breath suddenly enveloped the surroundings. Qingliu. Tyrannosaurus spoke quickly. Qingliu followed its voice and, the prompt that appeared on the panel, and looked at the source of the breath. I saw that the blue-eyes white dragon nose, who was standing not far away and had been thinking, was standing very straight at this moment. At the same time, an extremely unfamiliar breath seemed to descend from a distant world. It suddenly appeared on the body of the blue-eyes white dragon and quickly condensed into a breath. A holy and powerful breath. This is. And in the blue panel that only Qingliu could see, the information of the blue-eyes white dragon's illustration began to jump wildly. When it stopped completely and Qingliu saw the changes in the information clearly, Qingliu only felt that his breathing speed suddenly accelerated. Race, blue-eyes white dragon. Classification, white dragon Pokemon. Attribute, dragon. General, features, destroy and then stand up. The noble dragon has the most tenacious will. When the physical strength drops to the limit and enters the dying state, it will descend again in a posture that has never been shown to the world. Level, 2325. Exclusive move, explosive wind bullet. Dragon type 80. Power increases with level. Dragon's might. Dragon type. As a legendary dragon, it has superior suppression power, causing all energy values of nearby Pokemon to decrease. Mastered moves, Dragon's Fury, Dragon's Tail, Dragon's Claw. Racial value, 450, health 70, attack 90, defense 60, special attack 85, special defense 50, speed 95, intimacy, 30. It has a certain good impression of you who summoned it. Status, normal. Information summary. A legendary dragon with a proud personality and famous for its powerful attack power. Any opponent will be crushed by it, and its destructive power is immeasurable. Transformed. In addition to the intimacy being reversed by 10 points and the level being increased by 2 levels, there are generally not many changes, but just this simple change has made Qingliu excited. First of all, the original characteristic, Dragon Might, which has the absolute suppression of the lower level by the upper level, and the characteristic of clearing monsters and suppressing similar to the domineering color Domineering, has changed and become a move similar to the transformation of the Pokemon world. The characteristic that has reappeared now is the characteristic of Blue-Eyes White Dragon when it was still the legendary White Stone. However, the only difference is that when the legendary White Stone was broken, the second Pokemon from another world that it really summoned, Blue-Eyes White Dragon, would be born. But now, it once again appeared on the Blue-Eyes White Dragon that has successfully broken the stone, descending with a posture that has never been shown to the world. For this unclear description, a name suddenly emerged in Qingliu's mind. There is only one possible name. Even though it appears very rarely in the world of Yu-Gi-Oh!, it has a very high popularity and fame, and is known as the most beautiful card in the Blue-Eyes White Dragon series, Hanaeom, Deep-Eyes White Dragon. At this moment, Qingliu felt as if he could hear the sound of his heart beating violently in his chest. The Blue-Eyes White Dragon alone has a racial value of 450 and extraordinary combat power. Then what will the Deep-Eyes White Dragon look like? Chapter 150 Legendary Pokemon Zapdos, asking for monthly tickets. I thought that Deep-Eyes White Dragon would be the last form in the evolution chain of Blue-Eyes White Dragon, but I didn't expect that it would become a super explosive substitute. As long as it is defeated and enters the near-death state, it will enter that form. In theory, it is quite consistent with the effect of Deep-Eyes White Dragon itself. Deep-Eyes White Dragon, a 10-star effect monster, can be special summoned when a Blue-Eyes series monster is destroyed. When it appears, it will automatically inherit the combat power of the strongest dragon monster. It is the most powerful White Dragon support card in Kabasido's deck so far, and he calls it the last ultimate dragon. If such a card is summoned to the Pokemon world, what level will its racial value and combat power reach? The three-headed evil dragon that was used as a reference for racial value before may have been completely sealed in the long river of history at this moment. The current benchmark should be directly placed on Lashirim, the 3 dragons of the road in the Unova region, or even stronger. Moreover, the same blue eyes, the same white dragon, the same nobility. It will definitely be very interesting to see these 2 dragons meet. Unfortunately, his current level is not high, and he may not win if he goes to the battlefield to play with others. In addition, he has not visited the Unova region, so he can only put this idea aside for the time being. There is a white dragon and a black dragon, one of the 3 dragons of Tao, in the Unova region. If he summons the Red Eyes Black Dragon next time, it will be interesting to imagine the scene of the 4 dragons confronting each other. Speaking of which, if he remembered correctly, Zekrum's eyes were also pure red, just like the Red Eyes Black Dragon, right? Coincidence? Or is it just a bunch of plagiarism? Qingliu was thinking, and slightly turned his head to look at Tyrannosaurus. At this moment, Tyrannosaurus had decompressed the data and entered the combat state, and its body size instantly recovered to a behemoth of more than 6 meters. Tyrannosaurus did not have Qingliu's panel information and knowledge of the other world, but its senses were very sharp. Although the appearance of the blue-eyes white dragon did not change, the holy aura that appeared in the dark was different from the previous one, and it had a faint feeling of being on par with it. The sudden change was strange, but it really happened. Boom. 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 Tyrannosaurus walked towards the blue-eyes white dragon step by step. The blue-eyes white dragon also raised its head, and its blue eyes stared straight at Tyrannosaurus, who kept approaching until he stood in front of it. Invisibly, a tense atmosphere formed. Chirp chirp. Seeing this scene, the bluebird flew to Qingliu's head and couldn't help but call out twice with some worry. It's okay. Qingliu comforted him a little. In a group, when the strength of the boss and the second-in-command changes, it is also a signal to redefine the status and start fighting. Whether it is humans, animals, or Pokemon or Digimon, this is a very common situation. Tyrannosaurus, who has survived in the wild, knows this kind of thing, and Blue Eyes White Dragon has also had this precedent. But how to say it, with the evolution of Tyrannosaurus, the brain of Tyrannosaurus has become a lot smarter, but Qingliu feels that most of its time is similar to the period when it had no brain in the Agumon period. So fighting for this reason is unlikely to happen to Tyrannosaurus. But Qingliu is also a little curious about what Tyrannosaurus is planning to do now. Under the gaze of the man and the bird, Tyrannosaurus raised his arm and stretched it towards the Blue Eyes White Dragon. Then, when the Blue Eyes White Dragon was not very willing, he hugged it and pulled it to the side. The 2 dragons, one yellow and one white, put their heads together and talked in low voices. From time to time, the Blue Eyes White Dragon would slightly turn its head and look at him. Then, a column about a Blue Eyes White Dragon's illustrated information changed again. Race, Blue Eyes White Dragon, Intimacy, 3045? I thought it was good that the intimacy did not decrease after stimulating the Blue Eyes White Dragon before, but now it has increased a lot. The sudden change surprised Qingliu. Is this the legendary strategy of conquering Sundeer with the help of a third party? This made Qingliu curious. Then he looked at Tyrannosaurus. What did you say to it just now? Tyrannosaurus scratched his head with a smile and said, nothing, just a little thing, hehe. Seeing that Tyrannosaurus changed his usual way of answering questions and turned to a perfunctory look, Qingliu felt a little strange, but did not investigate it in detail. If you have nothing to do, take a good rest. These 2 days should be the only relatively free time left recently. After Qingliu said this, his eyes turned slightly to the Blue Eyes White Dragon. You too, take a good rest. The Blue Eyes White Dragon glanced at Qingliu, said nothing, turned around and flew to a boulder not far away. As it moved, the bag of energy cubes that Qingliu had placed on the ground before disappeared without knowing when. The bluebird flew over Tyrannosaurus again, chirping as if asking, and Tyrannosaurus smiled and said nothing. Qingliu began to organize the move-learning machine in his backpack. After the recent series of events and battles, as well as the island with thunderstorms that they were about to visit, Qingliu planned to let Tyrannosaurus try to activate the Gaia energy cannon after arriving. If not, they would give up on going to the Iron Island. Using the wild Pokemon on the island and other trainers, they would train and battle all the moves that the 3 Pokemon could learn. The progress of learning the moves in the Pokemon world had been neglected for too long. Blue Cottonbird still relied on the moves it mastered when it was born. Tyrannosaurus had not had time to learn the transformation moves such as Dragon Dance of Tyrannosaurus, and Blue Eyes White Dragon relied on the moves stolen from Tyrannosaurus, a poor student. It must be put on the agenda. It took an hour to classify the moves of the 3 Pokemon. Seeing Qingliu stand up, Tyrannosaurus quickly came to Qingliu, and Blue Cottonbird stood on the horn on its head, puffing out its chest to look very energetic. Blue Eyes White Dragon also stood up, and the wind raised by the flapping of its wings blew up an empty plastic bag from somewhere. Qingliu scanned the panel one by one, and nodded after confirming that it had indeed recovered well. Don't worry, there is one last thing. After saying that, he turned around and looked at a bush in the distance with a wider view, nearly 100 meters away. If you don't come out, I'll have to leave. Hearing Qingliu's words, the expressions of the 3 Pokemon suddenly became solemn. Someone actually touched the vicinity? Tyrannosaurus took a heavy step, and his feet stepped into the ground to make a pit, and he was about to rush over. Sensing such a movement, the people in the bushes quickly jumped out. A Houndoom with long curved horns, and 2 men with scars on their faces. Looking at these 2 people who have met once, Qingliu smiled and said, "What? Even now, you still don't abandon Tyrannosaurus? And, boss, why don't you run your cafe well and follow me? Are you retiring with an adaptive approach?" The people who came were none other than the poacher Yaden and the poacher boss who changed his career to open a coffee shop after being defeated by Densy Day. At this moment, the 2 heard Qingliu's teasing words and the terrifying aura emanating from the 2 behemoths standing behind Qingliu, and their expressions couldn't help but become extremely solemn. The owner of the coffee shop was better off, as Yaden, who had once had a head-on conflict with Qingliu, knew Qingliu's true strength after watching the gym competition. Now he felt the undisguised cold eyes of Tyrannosaurus and Blue Eyes White Dragon up close, and the pressure doubled, and he quickly said, "No. No." "Oh? What does that mean?" Seeing Qingliu's unfriendly tone, Yaden became even more panicked. If those 2 monster-like Pokemon really rushed over, his fast-running Dodily would probably be torn to pieces by the 2 monsters before it could run a few steps. He had already said that he didn't want to come. Yaden turned his head and looked at the boss beside him for help. Compared to him, the cafe owner was obviously much calmer. After a light cough, he got straight to the point. "Last night, Densy and Day consulted me about places where thunderstorms exist. I guess it was you who asked them, and it happened that this guy had a very important piece of information. Because it may involve your safety, we followed him. Please forgive me. Very important information." Qingliu heard this and slowly turned his gaze to Yaden. Yaden swallowed hard and said, "That's right." Qingliu showed a little interest in the fact that this guy, who had a friction with him and should have completely disappeared from his sight, now took the initiative to follow him. "Tell me about it." "Before the organization was wiped out, I heard other members who went out to sea mention that in a sea area full of lightning and thunder near the Iron Island, which is the place you are about to go, someone saw a Pokemon with wings and a very large body flying several times in the thunderous clouds." Qingliu's expression gradually became serious. Pokemon that can fly frequently in the thunderous clouds are most likely electric Pokemon. The number of electric Pokemon that meet the 3 key information of being able to fly, having wings, and being very large is very limited. After a careful recollection, Qingliu only found 2. Zekrom, one of the 3 dragons of Tao, a legendary Pokemon in the Unova region, and Zapdos, one of the 3 sacred birds, a legendary Pokemon in the Kanto region. Seeing that Qingliu seemed to have guessed something, Yaden hurriedly continued, "Based on the information collected by the last person sent by the organization, it is most likely the legendary Pokemon in Kanto, Zapdos." The cafe owner said, "So, for safety reasons, it is recommended that you avoid that sea area. I will recommend you another place where there will also be thunderstorms. Although it will be a long detour, there will be no safety hazards." Qingliu laughed as soon as he finished speaking. "Originally, I was thinking of leaving that place directly if it didn't work out, but now it seems I have to stay there for a few days. There will be more later." End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.